It's a new dawn, it's a new day, and a new CCL national champion will be crowned. It's a great day for some collegiate course strike. My name is Dylan, and we shut off the cloning machine, and we finally found the rest of the professors at the college in St. Louis and other places to, I don't know what we did with the other clones there, but Samuel, what did we do with the other clones? Do you know?
We osmosis them back into myself. Unfortunately, I was only
Mm.
played with 1/4 of myself yesterday for those matches. That's my excuse. And so cruel world.
Cruel world.
Yeah.
Cruel world indeed. I'm joined as always by Samuel, aka the Fool, aka Zorro, aka Slew Samuel Shashinsky, lovely man. By Vaughn, Weston, and Threezy Breezy. Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
I'm doing amazing. I would never miss a CCL championship day. Never have, never will. And today, I've got a hunch that there will be a fourth school to win the chip at the end of the evening. So obviously, we'll get into that later, but I'm looking forward to seeing it.
Absolutely, that is the facts there. Weston, looking good. You got a fresh cut.
Thank you. Yeah, that's why I couldn't be here yesterday. But something tells me Vaughn will be right, and we'll have a fourth school crowned today. And enjoyed watching some of the later games yesterday once I was back, and enjoying watching it today.
Awesome. And we've got two-time CCL national champion Threezy Breezy on the desk. How are you doing today, champ?
Feeling good. I'm excited to watch the games today. Feels good to see the Stags sitting pretty in top 3 in the winners bracket. See if Dropletto can finally win the most prestigious Omega Strikers tourney of all time.
Amen. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. That's only a select few.
Only few can be national champions, and as Vaughn said, we will have a fourth unique national champion after 5 seasons of play. If you don't know, Lakeland, UCLA, NJIT are the 3 schools that have won it. UCLA won back to back, and now we will have a brand new team with NJIT losing to Texas A&M Maroon in round 2 of losers. Fellas, let's talk a little bit about day 1. Let's recap what happened. Who are the highest performing teams? Who stood out and who just didn't? Samuel, you don't need to answer. It's okay. Buddy.
0-time CCL champion Samuel Zycinski. What do you think?
Eek. It turns out the bums all along were the friends we made along the way.
Oh, no.
So, yeah, Slew is definitely highest underperformer, seeded top 6 by many of the prestigious professors on the desk, and then immediately going 0-2. What can you do? Bad day, bad week, bad year. Anyways, I think some of the highest performers, again, Texas AMU. They have survived. They were the dark horse prediction, and they did in fact make it all the way to day 2. And so, props to them. Very good work. And yeah, that's about my take on the thing.
There you go, Vaughn. I saw that you were in the chat. You were watching yesterday. Who do you think was the best and worst of the bunch?
Well, I gotta pour one out to Fuel Esports. They gave it their all. Unfortunately, without my go equal equations, there was some magic that they just couldn't recapture this season. But I was guzzling gasoline all day, just trying to help them stay strong. Otherwise, I mean, obviously the elephant in the room is this NJIT team just absolutely sputtered to death like a dying star. Going into this season, I'm pretty sure all of us said it was like their season to lose, and by God, they did it. Which, not to like really like kick them while they're down, because they had some good moments, but I think I definitely expected some more from them, and I know that a lot of these other CCL teams were scrimming a lot or really putting it in. So it just goes to show that even if you are a team that's favored to win, if you put in a lot of work, like there's no saying that you can't win this bracket. And I think that applies to, I think on a good day, any of these 6 remaining teams could win. So I'm looking forward to the bracket.
That's very true, Vaughn. I legitimately think that any of these teams could go and win it, all but one, but we'll get into that later. Weston, what are your thoughts?
I was really impressed with OSU. They had kind of I mean, considering some of the teams that dropped out and everything, they had placed top 3 before. I think I was maybe expecting them to, at least in the regular season, be the cream of the crop. They only went 4-2, so it took them all the way to the last week to even make playoffs. But they swept right through, went 6-0 in maps, and they're finding themselves in winners finals for our first game here against Fairfield. And yeah, like I said, they've placed top 3 before. They've been around forever for every single season. So I think it'd be really cool to see them finally get to the top here and represent the Westies. Like we've had another Westie champion on here. So I was really impressed with OSU. Of course, Fairfield on the other side as well, who last playoffs I remember really disappointed. But both of those teams being in winners finals is pretty cool.
Exactly. Absolutely. And 3Z, look, the West lives on. What are your thoughts on the best and the worst teams?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very pleased to see Fairfield versus OSU in the winners final. I don't think I could have picked a better matchup there. Yeah, I do want to shout out the field. They had a good run. They upset TAMU, or at least what I think is an upset in the first round. And then they had to play Auburn in the losers bracket, which is kind of rough. We've been big on Auburn this season, so seeing them play George Mason will be interesting. Because I think so far we've seen what we've expected from GMU. They beat the Rogs, but they lost to OSU. So this next match will kind of determine, like, do they have what it takes to make the run, or are they just gonna, peter out in losers? So yeah, just really looking forward to these losers matches today, and then obviously my eyes are on the winners final for sure.
Absolutely. I do have to give a huge shout out here to both Fairfield and OSU. Even though Dropletto, I mean, come on, like let's be real here. Dropletto's also on this team. The Stags showed up on day one, 2-0ing everybody in their path. So did OSU. They did a great job. So this winners final is going to be a banger. It's going to be a banger. That's fighting for top 3. You're going to try your best to make it in. Top 2 even. You're going to try your best to make it in here. So big shout outs to both those teams, and huge shout out to Texas A&M Maroon. They made it in, and I'm very happy to announce that my top 6 I got correct yesterday. Fully correct. Some are saying that I might be the biggest OS genius of all time. Some may say that I got lucky, but that's for you to decide. Of course, the top 6, Auburn, GMU, OSU, Texas A&M, UCF Rods, and Fairfield all made it in. But unfortunately, I've got some news, fellas. I've got some news. Texas A&M will not be able to play if they win in losers quarterfinals, will not be able to play in losers semifinals, which is a shame. One of their starters has to go leave and do something that they cannot get out of. And none of the subs were available today because they all had things they could not get out of. So if they win today, they will make top 4, but they will not be able to make it further in the tournament. So GG's Texas A&M. We hope that you guys can come back and improve upon your success next season. But it's probably not going to happen today. That is the unfortunate part about all of it. Let's talk about today, though.
Takes you back to UTD season 1 when Blue Blazing had to leave. Something about these Texas teams.
Something about these Texas teams. I mean, some be saying that we have to, go and ride horses and check out the ranches and stuff like that. Agriculture, something like that. I don't know. Not 100% sure, but something about these Texas teams, indeed. Let's talk about today. Let's talk about which teams are you most excited to see today? Let's start with Samuel.
I think the team I'm most excited to watch is probably OSU. They kind of kicked our bums in during day 1, and I think they're looking very solid. I have a lot of faith in them, and so I'm looking forward to what they pull off today.
Okay, Vaughn. It seems you have a few teams you're excited about.
Yeah, well, we haven't gotten to our. Well, what do you mean? I only have one. Auburn.
That's your one.
Clearly.
Look at that.
Yeah,
that's
my one.
right
I've been an Auburn guy since the first week of the pre-show. Everyone knows I said literally week 1 that these guys were gonna go crazy, and then, I mean, ball knowers know ball. First seed, we had a little bit of a slip up, but it's the first time this roster's been together in playoffs, so like, you got to kind of get the nerves out a little bit. It's a different beast when all of a sudden, if you lose, your season's gone, as opposed to like you're just going week by week. But I'm interested to see if Auburn is able to get it done, and I'll talk more about Auburn when we talk about our top 3.
There you go. Okay, sounds good. Weston.
I'm excited to see what GMU does, and they're playing against Auburn in that first one. I think I would favor that side of the bracket to make it to losers finals, no matter what happens. But considering GMU's been around forever, they're kind of always in that at least top 5 to 8 seeds, and then I don't think have placed quite where they want to in the past. But they kind of have a chance to do it here, at least get into top 4, and then have pretty good matchup in that losers semis. So I know they have a different look than they have before. Wiggly Wobbly is brawling, all of that. But they've been practicing a lot this season. I know that for sure. Filled in a lot of their scrims. So we'll see if they can take it home and show up when they need to today.
Threezy, what are your thoughts? Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough.
Baby.
Fair enough. I mean, that's all we need to know from Threezy Breezy right there. Been a Stags homer since day one as well. So shout out to you, Threezy. Look, fellas, I'm focusing fully on the teams that have had this taste before. They've been to a day 2. They know what to expect. Some could say that in the past, this has just been practice for them to get up to this point and potentially win a national championship. Those teams are the Beavers of OSU and the Patriots of GMU. Those two teams have the path set out for them. They control their own destiny, and I think they might be able to meet up in the grand final. We'll see. But both those teams, in my opinion, have the most experience. They have the biggest reasons to be able to get up and get into that grand final, especially OSU and GMU both got top 3 in back-to-back seasons. Last season, it was GMU. Season before that, it was OSU, both getting top 3. So something's got to break here. One of these teams can't have the number 3 curse, and one of them has to go for at least number 2, in my opinion. So that's who I will be watching with steel eyes today. And happy that my dark horse UCF made it into day 2. Don't think they'll make it past losers finals or losers semifinals. I'll say losers semis will probably be the one that they go for and they fall out of. But shout out to all of them out there in Orlando. But fellas, it's that time. All right. All of our brains have to be combined to find our top 3. Fellas, good luck. Let's try not to anger too many fan bases. Samuel, who's your top 3?
We're starting from 3rd and going to 1st, yeah? Okay.
Yes, correct.
Here's what we're doing. So, 3rd place is going to be GMU, holding down the throne.
Mm-hmm.
Always make it high, always make it far, but not quite enough. I think next up on the list is the Stags. Drop Leto is a very strong player, but I think a rounded team has always been a little more consistent than a top-heavy one. And so that leaves us with OSU as the new crowned champion of the 2025 fall CCL season, in my mind.
Okay. All right. I like that pick there. Vaughn, what about you?
Dylan, I've always been an Auburn guy since day 1. It's day 0, actually, before they even played a game. And that was because I believed in my boy Wish to get it done this season. Times have changed. A little birdie told me that a man named KBS 117 griefed the shit out of Vaughn in solo queue and did not send in a slideshow.
Oh, no.
Did not send in a slideshow.
And that is sorry, Vaughn, to interrupt you. That is standard practice when a CCL player shits on you in queue. You have to.
Yeah, they need to
send an apology.
So for this reason, for both LP and respect, the Tigers have been fucking poached. Get this shit out of there. Fear the fucking deer, babe. The Stags. It's time. This Drop Leto guy won an S tier with me. Stragus is the best player in the universe, and Phoenix is not a melee goalie abuser and is in winners finals, which has never happened in the history of CCL. Okay? Except there's nobody to carry Drop Leto anymore, so that's why it's not the deer. It's the fucking Beavers with Peanut Enjoyer, baby. It's a peanut. It's fucking sweet. Get this other shit out of here. Get that shit out. Get that shit out of there. It's It's OSU's time, baby. Look at the. They're gonna go crazy. Laplation is scaled and has replaced Unicorn. Get these garbage teams. Fresh
There
where
you
it
go.
belongs.
There you go.
It's a
There you go.
peanut sweep. Let's
There you go.
go. Boom.
W.
That's who's winning today. And in that order.
Love that. Love that. We have a Beaver as a national champion. Weston, I know you're in Denver. I know you're close to the West Coast. I know this not Oklahoma. Oh no, this is horrible. Oregon State team has used the servers that you live right next to. By the way, the OS servers are in the room next to him, by the way. That's true. They're right there. They're through that door. Weston, what are your thoughts?
Man, I can't possibly outdo the prediction before me as it's still going. But I'll start at number 3. I know I said that I would favor the bottom team, but I think USCF has some magic in them, so I think they're going to lose. They're going to win that losers semifinals match and then lose in losers finals. So I'm going to have UCF as my number 3. I'm going to stick with what we've been doing. So I think Fairfield is going to get back to grand finals in a rematch with OSU. But I have OSU winning it, Fairfield second. I think the Beavers are going to get it done. Going to have another West Coast champion. And it'll be awesome to see because they've been around for forever. Very excited to see OSU get it done today. Shout out to that entire team.
2 folks on the desk saying West Coast national champion. We're sending it right to the biggest Westie, the Westie. The man, the myth, the legend, the 2-time CCL champion, the purveyor of the mansion, of the clearing. Breezy, what are your thoughts?
Well, it's a very hard decision, but I'll start with my third place team. Build up the suspense a little bit. I'd like to see GMU in the top 3. I'd like to see them potentially in the grand final. I don't think that's gonna happen, but I'd like to see them at least in the top 3. So I'm gonna have GMU third. And listen, I gotta ride or die for my Stags here. So I would love to see OSU win. Don't get me wrong, but my heart is telling me that I'm a Stag. I'm a Stag at heart. So drop Leto, fly to your first Collegiate Course Strike League championship.
The real man's chip. So
Go Stag.
Okay. True. Very true. Okay. Fellas. My top 3. We're just gonna rip the Band-Aid off here. Okay. My third. Give me the Patriots of GMU. All right. Look, this team has done a lot. They've been here before, but I don't think they can shake the third place curse. They have
always
done
the bridesmaid.
so much. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Those ones are the most fun teams to watch, of course, but unfortunately they never get it done. And the biggest thing here that makes me think this way is we have 2 Titans above them. Okay. We got some crazy teams above the Patriots of George Mason. Second place. You're thinking, okay, what are we doing here? All right. You've got one team, gritty, went from the ground up, has played with each other since the first CCL season. They have made it through and through roster changes, through bringing new people in, having everybody happen. Then you have another team that is absolutely stacked. You have Drop Leto come into Fairfield University, grab 2 players, train them up to be GOATs, and then those 2 players are showing Drop Leto up on the field. It's insane. How can this happen? Man, my pick for second place and national champion. The Stags will lose to the Beavers of Oregon State. It's gonna happen. OSU are your national champions. And Peanut Enjoyer, brother, I hope you have plenty of legumes to squeeze down your gullet. Because, man, it's going to be a great Sunday of core strike action. Don't take what I said out of context, guys. Come on, just you understand it.
It just
It
sounded
wins what it
funny,
is.
man.
It did sound
Yeah,
funny.
not-
don't
It
worry
did
about it.
sound funny. Don't worry about it. It did sound funny. Anyway,
Throat
it is-
goat those nuts, peanut enjoyer.
those nuts, peanut enjoyer. They're not nuts. They're legumes. They're completely different, guys. Completely different. But we have got a banger match coming up right here on Bestie and Slot. Coming up next, we've got George Mason versus Auburn, the 1 seed, versus the team that's been through it all. The Patriots versus the Tigers. SEC versus Atlantic 10. It's going to be an amazing game, fellas. Gentlemen, any final words before we send it to break?
OSU, go build a dam or something. Don't let those stags through it.
That's
Good
camera
one,
That's
free?
good. Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Like, not everybody at
Thanks,
once. Thank you, Weston. Thank you, Weston.
Thanks, guys.
Good job, Weston.
Have a
Oh,
great
Breezy's gone.
Sunday.
What
happened to my
Threesy's gone.
camera?
Breezy
Threesy's
did not
gone.
like that one.
Threezy did not
Threezy's
like
out
that
of
one.
there.
Oh no.
Camera.
Okay.
Threezy's
Threezy.
gone.
See you
hated
later,
that.
Threezy. He did not
Oh,
like that. It's okay.
Shout out to the.
proud,
I'll
man.
say shout out to the UCF Rods. Good job,
What
guys.
Good job, UCF.
Good improvement. Top 6.
Great job,
All right.
Texas A&M. But we will see you guys later. Have a great Sunday, and Core Strike coming up next.
Solidarity.
Core Strike.
Bum, 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 bum.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 2 of the CCL playoffs. I'm joined by Killiest on the desk here this time, and we have a pretty good matchup here, GMU versus Auburn, which, if my sources are correct, then this was actually the match played halfway at the Denver LAN, for those that were there. So, if you were there, then you saw this potentially from behind Rainbees, who is playing on a setup there. But otherwise, it should be a pretty fun match. Do you happen to have any input on this one, Killiest?
Not too much. This is actually my first time watching CCL, so it's gonna be exciting to see what this league has to offer. Really, and shout out to all my Westies. It's like 9 a.m. right now for them, but hey, let's be exciting. Some exciting matches for sure.
And that it will be, although we are starting on the AtLab stock standard map, not the most exciting necessarily, but it is usually pretty refined, so we'll see a lot of good angles out of these players. It is that twin drive spec training start, which does mean that it's going to be an instant vice ban. Rabies, known vice player on that one. So it does make a lot of sense there, but we're going to have almost the first barrier going down, but not quite. Rabies also, you might see, is transitioned more towards the forward than the midfield. And so Spartan getting around the black hole, Rabies going down on the bottom here, trying to get the setup here, but the defense between Tiger and Wish has been pretty good until I say something wiggly getting that top barrier.
Yo, this matchup, and honestly just seeing AtLab in general, something that I'm always looking for is how each team is playing around that black hole. And especially for the side of GMU having this kind of Kai and Juliet forward matchup, especially in like the Now and the Estelle. It's going to be a bit of a struggle, I feel like, in general. That's not my experience running this kind of forward duo again in AtLab, especially because the Kai is just going to get damaged a lot. To be frank.
Yeah, that is one of the big problems on AtLab, especially black hole.
Yeah, definitely. So
yeah, great.
Hopefully we'll see how they handle the damage, and especially just how they can run the offense with this Juliet compared to the X.
Yeah, Crystal Thorns and the X trying to get the setup there. Great Rose Warp keeps it forward. The Ash Production does miss. We finally have the X Maximus coming out, potentially killing Wiggly, but Wiggly does manage to get back. Almost a Demon Angle from Spartan there. Would have been insane to see that one. But we do have the rebound caught. Wish winning the strike war there from Rabies and getting a barrier there with a piercing shot. KES trying to get through here, trying to get the setup, but not quite getting core there. At the bottom, the Ash Projection is just a little bit too slow, maybe 1 frame or 2 there. That's going to be the first goal going over to the side of Auburn in this matchup.
Yeah, big fan of how the side of, sorry, not too familiar with the team, the left side, Auburn actually played that point here. And I think it's going to be pretty difficult for the side of GMU, at least I'm not exactly envying their position here, especially with the X. The X always wants that like target that they know they're going to be able to hit, they're going to be able to stick on to and default to, and especially like being able to default to like damaging the Kai just for pressure off of that instead of just having to just stay up all the time or kind of just like, I don't know, have to kind of like lock on to that's like automatic compared to more manual targeting. It's going to be a bit hard to generate pressure from the side of GMU, and
yeah,
hopefully we'll see how they continue their pressure up, as they are getting the first open net advantages in these points.
Yeah, they do get the open net there. Tiger Slasher is able to run down there, though, pretty quickly. Wiggly going up to the top there. Gigablast down to Rabies, who almost gets it through, but the Strike War is won by Tiger Slasher in the end. EBS has the core flip, so does Spartan. Probably going to be having to see that come out here soon, but the Rose Warp is not enough to get the clear there. Wiggly getting the rebound and sending it down to the bottom. Tiger Slasher just a little bit too slow on that drone. So, tying up the series is, or the point set, is GMU Patriots here, as we see Wiggly racing up to the top, dripping off the black hole with Barrage, but just whips it. Unfortunately, Piercing Shot gets it around, but Spartan is good on that defense there. Core flip used from Wish just to keep some tempo there on rotation. Spartan trying to get it through with the secondary. Rabies getting down there, doesn't even use the core flip, gets the first barrier of the point. And the kill as well.
Yeah, I really like how Rabies is playing this matchup currently. She's able to really get these first kills. It's very, not his first kills, his first barriers. It's very important. And finding those kills as well, that's a very resourceful kill with the ult and the flip as well. Very exciting to see how she's playing this and how she can continue to play this.
Wiggly dribbling up the top, but interrupted by the proximity drone there. Ash Protection doesn't get the interrupt as either. Tiger Slasher playing all the way up, using that teleport back from the Now, that free eject button. Core flip used from Spartan for the hit stun just to ensure that the clear happens. Secondary use as well. It's a lot of resources off of this Atlas and potential for the goal, for the barrier to go down here, but Wiggly is just really good at keeping it away from this Atlas, so he doesn't have to use too much, but finally it goes through the Crystal Thorns as well, invested. X Maximus comes out here as well. The Barrage keeps it forward. The Flurry comes out from the Juliet. Is it enough to score? Not quite. Great defense there from Wish and Tiger Slasher. Tiger Slasher and Wish get it forward again. Piercing shot doesn't get it through. Up to KBS. Giga Blast stuns him for a second. Barrage keeps down in the bottom. Rose Warp goes through the core flip from the Estelle is up, but not through Wiggly. No HP, but does have enough to defend. Crystal Thorns dribble really nice, but Wiggly gets it forward all the way up to Rabies. Again, Proximity Drone sends it right back, though. And that's going to be the goal scored. Wiggly managing to get the rebound, pass it up to Rabies. As soon as I thought it was a clear that was complete, Wiggly is able to catch the rebound, put it through, and now GMU is looking a lot stronger, 2-1 in the series now.
Yeah, here's kind of like the simplicity, or well, I'd say like simple straightforwardness for the side of GMU's comp here, having the Kai and Atlas. You want to be able to kind of just stall the defense out and also spread out the enemy team to a point where it just feels like they have to just run around the Kai somehow. Like last point, they kind of were able to rotate it to the bottom side in order to get the last barrier. But it doesn't make defense much easier for them at times, especially when it's on the offside. And hopefully they can keep it there. But unfortunately, their forward's down, so offense is going to look a little bit harder for them at this point.
Yep, it is the power play here, and with that now as well, you have the opportunity to run up, so it's a 3v2, but they actually managed to weather the storm. The Juliet is back on the field now. The Atlas ult heals up the Kai, who's dribbling up the top, almost getting through the strike for it. The last second, won by Tiger Slasher there. Piercing shot gets a little bit of damage, a tag onto the Kai. The Bell Ringer is going to be dodged away. The core flip comes out, but not held, so it's going to be the Cosmic Expanse from Spartan getting clear. A lot of dribbles around here. Astral Projection is a little bit short on that one. Crystal Thorns invested as well. We're just going to hover around the black hole for another second here. Back down over to the core flip on the Atlas. Wiggly Wobbly getting up to Rabies. Proximity Drone gets the clear through the Julie. We're going to have the core bounce around in the corner, piercing shot once again, but it gets back over this Juliet. The strike not quite close enough to come through. Core flip again invested here from Estelle just to keep tempo up, trying to get things done. The Giga does not get the connection to the bottom, but does keep control of the core for a little bit longer. Crystal Thorns again on the bottom here. KBS gets the strike through into the barrier. There's going to be a double kill off the black hole there. Nicely executed. Pass back and forth in front of the goalie. Really well done by Auburn. Just have the patience to pass there. But that double kill was just amazing.
That was a great, incredible play from the side of Auburn there. Really love to see that. I will note on all these points actually, I think maybe 3 out of 4 points, maybe all the points actually, the side of GMU is the one that actually maintained their barrier longer. But the scores are even here, so from my side, if the side of Auburn can just figure out how they can maintain its defense more, they're actually going to be looking a lot better than GMU, not just for this set, but for the upcoming sets as well.
Yeah, and they also have that X on the side of Auburn, so if you're able to take this first set and make it so close, as X scales and gets better, you're able to buy a lot of time, get those levels on him, get some awakenings on him, and really make him more of a presence going into the potentially third set. Even if GMU manages to sweep the first 2 sets, there's still that third set comeback that X has experienced sometimes. The dash punch, not quite enough. Maybe the Core Invest would have been good for it, but Core Invest to get the barrier anyway, so really nice angle found there, even through the piercing shot. That's going to be the Rose Warp, not enough to get the kill either. It's going to be the Estelle and the Julie just brawling it back and forth. Core Flip straight through to get the barrier, nicely done as well. Core Flip for barrier seeming to be the trade. We're going to see KBS forcing up the Core Flip on Spartan as well. The Giga goes a little bit wide on that one. KBS has the Core Flip in front of goal, going to send it up to the top, and that's going to be the first set scored by Auburn with this X as well, so X scaling is going to be pretty good this game.
Yeah, let's take a look at the draft here. It's gonna be, in my opinion, gonna be very important actually for the rest of this match, seeing how this draft turns out, especially with both one Kai scaling and the X scaling as well.
Not going to be the aerials pick up on the Estelle right up front. Really nice to see that one. I'm looking at the ad rush and the heavy impact bulk up. If there's a lot of kill potential up here, and if the teams want to lean into it, then there are a lot of options there. Going to be bulk up going to X. That does mean that heavy impact is going to fall to the Julie. I guess choosing that to get the kills rather than the ad rush, which is less of a guarantee, perhaps. And if you have thoughts on that one.
Yeah. Honestly, not as impactful of a draft as I thought it might be. Kind of some pretty average awakenings. showing up here. I will note, however, that the side of Auburn, they were able to pick up that Estelle aerials. I think it's going to be actually very important for them to keep up their pressure, especially with having the X. The X is very slow and going to be a very stationary player for the side of Auburn here. And having that extra range on the Estelle is going to be very important to cover all the angles that the Estelle wants to.
Yeah, speaking of covering angles, though, Wiggly is able to cover the angle on the clear and open up the barrier here for GMU. So it's open goals on both sides here. Can Spartan get the clear? The secondary goes wide, but Wiggly is able to get it past the X for now. Tiger Slasher, though, in control of the core for a little bit longer. Wish trying to get it over to the X, but Raby's going to say no. The dash punch does not get the connection onto the kill, but it does get a little bit of time bond. The Giga Blast keeps it forward. KBS trying to get the dribble. Black Hole proc by Wish there, trying to get some space against this Julie and this Kai to get it through to the X, who actually managed to get it through the piercing shot. Beautifully timed there, right after Spartan struck it.
Yeah, so I'm saying that especially the dash range on the twin drive Estelle, it's going to provide a lot of pressure for the side of Auburn here. I already saw that, and inside of GMU here, especially with the Atlas here, character that doesn't really want the enemy's attack range to be lengthened, especially, is going to suffer their defense.
Great flip counter there from Tiger Slasher in the face of Rabies' counter flip. We have the ult there coming out, defended again beautifully by Tiger Slasher, putting on a masterclass defense there, running up as well and using the ult to go backwards. Less of a conventional play, but does get a lot of space. Great core flip angle from KBS as well, gets the barrier. Rose Orb strike through. Spartan unfortunately striking it right back at the Estelle, but I mean, what can you do? You have an X above and an Estelle below. So just really hemmed in here by the side of Auburn.
Yeah, unfortunately, this twin drive isn't doing enough favors for Spartan here against this Estelle X forward presence that he's having to face here. Especially since, I mean, Rubies did get that heavy impact, does help with kind of keeping up pressure a bit more with those dash punch presences that she's able to get. But yeah, especially on his Kai, I don't really see much more that he has to offer compared to last set, comparatively to this Estelle and the X that have gotten bulk up and that aerials comparatively. So I think we're saying that definitely come into effect these points.
Yeah, definitely a really good draft for the side of Auburn there. Spartan trying to keep it forward, though, playing far up to use the Astral Projection there, but doesn't actually get it through, unfortunately. Consuming Expanse is able to get it forward a little bit longer. Wiggly and Rabies trying to play it through here, but the top of the punch is not going to connect onto the core. Bull Rush goes forward as well. The Proximity Drone invested Bell Ringer as well. The Rose Orb goes through, but the strike is not there. That means that it goes back up to the top, and Spartan gets another clear. Giga keeps it forward. Strike forward up to Rabies. Rabies is in the corner, but great hit stun from Tiger Slasher means that there's not an opportunity for Rabies to complete the score. Barrier goes down. Auburn looking to take both the barriers and the point. A Rose Orb and the core flip as well, invested from the Estelle. Core flip forced out of this Atlas as well. Rabies with the dash punch, though, is going to send it through and put GMU on the board for the set.
Yeah, very good play from Rabies there. I definitely like how she played this kind of just game in general, especially. I think her core movement has been doing good. Her ability usage has been very accurate. And so that's definitely what side of GMU needs right now.
Yeah, they do need that sort of consistency there to be able to... They've been really good on defense. They've been really good at certain moments, but they just don't have the consistency to keep putting it through. They get it all the way to the end and they run out. But the core flip, really nicely done by Rabies, just to put a pause and throw a wrench in the enemy defense's plan so that you have the opportunity to open up the goal. But of course, we've seen this before. GMU great at opening the goal, not as great as actually scoring, and the barrier goes down here for Auburn. Bellringer and core flip invested, but a really nice Cosmic Expanse there from Spartan, and the strike shot as well gets the pure Astral Projection forward. Rabies getting hit by the arrow from now. Piercing shot tags Rabies as well, so it's a lot of damage onto this Juliet. The Bellringer and the backwards primary from the now secures the kill. Rabies just under too much pressure to be able to live there. Tiger Slasher sending it forward up to KBS. Cosmic Expanse again from Atlas. Doesn't have too many of those left. I think he already used the previous one there, so very low on cooldowns is this Atlas. Great dodge there from the Estelle. Keeps herself alive in the face of the dash punch from the Julie. Piercing shot gets a dribble, but it's intercepted by Wiggly Wobbly. Intercepted again by the Rose Orb. These midfielders just going toe-to-toe. But a great black hole pass into the dash punch. The connection finally made between Wiggly and Rabies. Finally able to get the setup, force out the abilities, and ultimately catch Wiggly off guard with that. Or, catch Tiger Slasher off guard with that one.
Hey, here's kind of the struggle for GMU. Not only are they dealing with kind of the wide range of an Estelle combined with like a more pressing force of the X, they're dealing with a lot of collateral damage here. Even just like beyond defense is doing a lot of damage to them. Even like there, I have a KO on Rabies right there. And the goal for them is really just, okay, can we get the core up enough times for Raby to score and score fast enough in order to relieve this pressure and get the core on their side to the enemy side and finally get these barriers at an open net advantage if they can, if they're lucky. But it doesn't look so good for them right now.
They are able to get one back, though, even in this negative power play. Wiggly Wobbly back on the field now, racing up to the top. The barrage goes a little bit wide there, a little bit too eager on that one. But does get the intercept with just the strikes. The speed on this Kai is really good, but that's all the abilities invested now. The Giga not getting a great connection on that one. Hitting the Estelle, but not the core. Raby's getting tagged by the arrow, so it doesn't get the strike through it. Wiggly trying to get it up, but cannot. There we go, finally, but Raby's had to pull back just a little bit. Very low on health. We're gonna have the Kai trying to complete the job in the corner while the X is brawling, but the Atlas gets the save. That intervention onto this. The Giga from Wiggly gets the connection. I'm just gonna say it's about to be a clear. It's great defense by Auburn, and then suddenly Wiggly's Giga catches it. Finally, the great Giga connection. We had a few lackluster ones hitting people or the core, but not both. But that one direct onto the Estelle and the core gets the last point in the set. Gets the set here and sets up not the best draft in the world, but definitely is nice to be able to deny or to get the 1-2 punch potentially. What are your thoughts on this one?
If I'm on side of GMU, I'm definitely looking for some scaling on this Kai. Especially with the comp they're playing right now, this Juliet and the Atlas being paired with the Kai, you kind of feel like you have to do everything yourself in the midfield. Yeah, you're gonna be the one to strike the core always. You're the one that's peeling for your Atlas. You're gonna be the one that's always has to do all that and cover the cross for your Juliet, oftentimes in more like open net scenarios as well. And we see the Kai pick up Castellas, not the worst, not the best either. The extra speed is definitely going to help them. But on the other side, we have this X, for example, getting Stinger, which I think is also going to be a big problem. Even more collateral damage is not what you want to see on the side of GMU. But we'll see how they adapt in this new set.
Yeah, we do see at least the trade-in barriers so far, 1-to-1, not 2, and then 2 later. So the team's a little bit more evenly matched now. We have Spartan hang back here trying to get into the corner, but Wiggly unfortunately missing the strike there means that Wish can keep it in the corner a little longer. Rabies trying to line up the kill. I don't think he had the dash punch there. Unfortunately, the Rose Warp from Wish is really good. Gets it straight through Spartan into the barrier, and now it's going to be a red core from the primaries of this now, keeping it forward, getting it forward very quickly. The barrier still standing here for the side of Auburn. KBS, I guess, trying to go for a bull rush there, but whiffing on the Kai, unfortunately. Piercing shot is really nice. Unfortunately, the X-Maximus, too bloodthirsty there. Hits the core back up into the corner, trying to kill the Kai. Core flip also forced out from the Atlas here, so a lot less energy suddenly, and this is going to be the barrier going down here. It's an open goal on both sides. Strike shot counters the bell ringer really nicely. Giga goes a little wide, and the pass is not completed. It was a little too close on the cut to X. Finally, though, Rabies almost getting it. Never mind, intercepted by the Crystal Thorns and the proximity drone. Piercing shot as well keeps it forward, but the strike from X does not connect. Proximity drone gets it through the Julie ult though. Rose Warp not going to find the kill onto the Julie, but that is a very low Juliet here. Potential kill angle for the side of Auburn, unless they just score up at the top there. Wish finding the angle of Spartan a little bit too far away.
Very good offenses from both sides of the game there for that point. I will say it's just honestly coming down to a matter of just small margins of error. Still, Crystal Thorns reaching past Spartan there. Kind of just the little small angles that are showing up for both sides. One to take the barrier on the side of Auburn, and one to just get that honestly last goal in. And it's going to be a game of inches here, and we'll see how both teams are able to either take advantage of that more or create more of them for themselves.
Yeah, teams are looking for just those tiny plays that they can look to cascade. He goes a little bit wide, though. That's a big cooldown off the field. A lot of damage onto this Kai as well. He has the energy to dodge, but he is low on health, so he might have to use all of his energy. There you go, another dodge coming through there. Very far away from the core flip suddenly. Boulders goes a little bit wide there. Does have a bit of a charge up on that one, but unfortunate for KBS. It's going to be Atlas playing a little forward so that the Kai can play a little bit backwards. One barrier found there, but not two. Core flip investor from Tiger Slasher there. Rabies finding a nice angle at the top. I don't think Tiger Slasher was expecting that to hit the barrier. So it's just going to go right on through, open up the goal here for the side of GMU. But can they get it through? That has been the age-old question. Wiggly up the top here, using the barrage. Nicely done to get it through the Now. Of course, only has one hit on the Now arrow, whereas Kai has just a few more.
Yeah, really well played point from the side of GMU there. I really like how they had their ball movement there, going from both the Kai and Atlas and the Kai to the Juliet there. It's really nice to see how fluid their movements are and the angles they could find.
Yeah, we have the Ash Progression keeping it forward as well. It seems that GMU is really playing a lot more as a team as it goes on by. They're playing with each other a little bit more, so maybe it was a bit of a warm-up set at first. We see Spartan playing forward here, trying to keep the X back as well with the Astral Protection there. The Black Hole is now in the middle as well, so it's a lot of damage on the table. Actually tags both the X and the Kai there. Piercing shot, keeping it forward as well. Dash Punch gets it through. Narrow sends it back, and so do the Crystal Thorns, but it's just in this corner away from the barrier, which is a really nice place to be. And Rabies trying to get the connection here. The Giga gets it through, but not quite. Good defense here from Wish and Tiger Slasher there. Core Flip here from Spartan. Going to be the Core Flip here from Wish as well. X Maximus and the Core Flip are going to be used there to get the barrier, open the goal. Rose War Piercing Shot, not enough to get it through Cosmic Expanse as well, keeping it in this corner. Rabies having to play so far back. The Crystal Thorns gets it through in the end.
I think a big factor here in this match is how the side of GMU is going to be able to take advantage of that movement speed from the Kai, especially here. The Kai's running the Slicks and the Max Stack Orb Dancer, Twin Drive, and Cast last here. And that's kind of what the side of Auburn is going to be trying to play around, is they want to keep the core moving enough, or at least in threatening spots enough where they can negate the movement speed as much as possible. But if we're always able to find more of these strikes from that movement speed, the more pressure they're going to be able to build up over these points here. Unfortunately, it's not looking too good for them now, because they are in open net disadvantage here. They are getting even up though, however. So we'll see if they can manage to even out this set.
Yeah, there is also an energy advantage here for the side of GMU. The flurry from Julia trying to tag the Now, keep it from going back. Core Flip is going to be used with Giga as well, but the Giga is a little bit too slow there to catch up to the core, and doesn't actually get the angle to put it through. That's going to be KBS getting the core. Struck Shot away, actually, with Bellringer invested as well. So not as many cooldowns available. Rose War Piercing Shot, both down as well. Pass up to Rabies. It's not quite going to be enough there. Cosmic Expanse comes out as well. Spartan sending it up into the corner. The Demon Angle found, but Tiger Slasher was aware of this one. He's not going to let that go by. Piercing Shot actually countered by a Core Flip from KBS that still puts it through, so actually really nice in the end. Just mixes up Spartan, who's expecting to deal with it at one time, and just delaying it by a little bit from that Core Flip. Really nice to see. That's going to be Auburn taking a second set. Again, X scaling really on point with this one. The more sets, the better the X gets generally. And so going to be a pretty handsome reward as well, with Hot Shot and Extra Special both available.
And especially looking at that Hot Shot here, the cell does not end up taking it. Does it go to the Atlas instead? As I was saying, what I was mainly thinking about is that the core speed is going to be really big in this game, especially with how the dynamics of like the pressure are with the side of GMU, kind of like playing more laid back and waiting for a moment where they can have Rabies strike with the core. And the side of Auburn, they want to be able to keep the cores up as much as possible, so both sides are going to benefit a lot from it. It does go to the side of GMU with the Atlas here. I'm feeling pretty good if I'm Spartan here, but hey, we'll see how this set goes.
Yeah, we have starting off with a double Sad Boys there, one on each end. The ult from Rabies is actually really good to secure that second barrier, and now it's, again, GMU with this lead. The barrage goes a little bit wide. Wiggly taking a lot of damage, but is going to be able to regenerate a little bit of that from the ult. Rabies getting in the corner once again with Wiggly down below to cover. Crystal Thorns, Proximity Drone, both used. Rabies up at the top, getting Piercing Shotted. Strike Shot as well, goes a little bit too wide after and ties up the X for a second. Bellringer gets it through, but not enough. It's going to be the Kai going off the field. We talked about that low stagger bar earlier, and it's this Julie as well, very low, getting tagged by the Estelle. Not a lot of health, not a lot of people available for the side of GMU. The barrier goes down as well. Spartan has the Core Flip. Wiggly's back on the field. Core Flip invested from the X as well, and Julie's there to cover the arrow from the Now. Astral Protection as well going forward, but not hitting the core, just stunning up the X. X Maximus gets it through, but that's a long cooldown invested there. Wish Rose Warping it a little bit backwards there, unfortunately not getting the perfect angle. Going to be the pass down to Wish, back up to the X. Bull Rush through, Astral Protection gets the counter, the Rabies up the top here, Piercing Shot, getting the hit stun, but not too much more. Demon Angle found, though. Wish gets it from downtown.
Yeah, something I didn't quite catch actually from the draft here is that Wiggly Wobby here is running the Quick Strikes, which might end up regretting, to be honest, straight up. already the Kai is going to be the one that's going to be targeted for a lot of damage. They're going to be one running around in the play the most often. And although that may seem like kind of a plus for having the quick strikes to get more of those advantageous strike scenarios where having that extra tempo can mean that they win interaction instead of lose an interaction. But the reduced energy is going to be something that he might not be a fan of over time, especially since he already lost his Orb Dancer stacks.
Great core flip there from Spartan, though, almost going through from KBS's great play there, but not actually going to this time. The point stays alive. Pearson shot as well. The Cosmic expands there. Great to see the dash punch is not connection onto Wish, but it does get connection onto the core, so the core is still in play here. Wiggly using the Barrage to get it through the Kai, dribbling up at the top here, going down to the bottom as well. The core is now in the hands of Auburn, but it is on their side as well, so they have to get it all the way past this Kai. I mean, Quick Strikes might be a little weak with energy, but it's really great for just controlling the core in general. The punch not going to get connection onto the core flip there. Crystal Thorns, time and time again, Wish just has perfect timing with it.
Yeah, that double dash range is coming in handy for Wish right now. It's adding even more pressure than before, especially with the Glass Cannon having that extra speed to get in those positions a little bit more. It's really paying them off for these offenses.
Yeah, we also see Rabies here trying to get it forward as well. 2 core flips for the side of GMU here, so they have the potential to really just hammer it through, but they have to get 3 goals here to make it forward, whereas there's only 1 necessary. So that's going to be 1 core flip there, gets 1 barrier. It's going to be Wiggly up the top here. Crystal Thorns used there as well. Strike Shot Barrage, managing to get the second one. Core flip used by Wiggly to get up to the top here with Giga passing to Rabies with the dash. Does not have the range to hit the goalie as well, so Tiger Slasher is able to get the defense on that one. Spartan having to contend with the Core Flip and a Bull Rush and Max Maximus and everything at once. That's going to be KBS using the entire kit to put it through, just wearing down Atlas, wearing down GMU, and Auburn takes game 1.
Yeah, definitely a tough game for the side of GMU, especially having the Kai and the Julia getting damage all the time with how the enemy comp, especially that X scale as well. Something I didn't really note is that X scale probably a lot of damage. Actually, I must want to see the stats here. Yeah, that X did have the most damage in the game. And yeah, I thought it was generally just an easier game for the side of Auburn there. But we'll see how they change up their comps for the next game, especially with a changing map.
Yeah, it's also important to note that Wiggly Wobbly yesterday was playing a lot of the now, and having Tiger Slasher take that away and remove the option of playing it, I think also played into this a little bit, because Wiggly Wobbly on the now was absolutely commanding, but in this case on the Kai, still very good, but without the ability to heal and without quite as much of the tools in Now's kit, not as dominant on the field on that one. So I think just really good character drafting as well from Auburn to deny that pick away. Also, most important thing to note, and the reason why Auburn won, Tiger Slasher had the most orbs. I'm just going to say it. I don't make the rules. That's just how it works. 46 orbs to 28, the next highest. That's just a win in my books.
Yeah, what happened to Wiggly Wobbly's orbs? He was the one with Orb Dancer. He only got 28, so that's not right here.
There's been some something afoot there. But we're going to be going into game 2 eventually here. Team's going to have to do their character draft and all of that. But it's going to be on Night Market, which is another one of those classic maps. And of course, CTC is going to be the final one, sort of the new big 3 of AtLab, Night Market, and Clarion. We've been seeing a lot of this AtLab Game 1, Night Market Game 2, and then CTC Game 3. So if we get to that Game 3, it's going to be pretty fun to see. But otherwise, Night Market, GMU is looking to do that. They're looking to potentially play more of a kill comp than Auburn. But if Auburn is able to kill comp on AtLab, then I imagine that they're going to be pretty good at it on Night Market as well. And that might spell the end of GMU on this one.
It will be interesting to see on Night Market, especially I feel like being Spartan and Tiger Slasher being able to kind of push up more as goalies on AtLab. They're a little bit more restricted, especially with the characters that they were playing with it now and the Atlas. And I feel like especially for the side of GMU, a lot of their offenses were a lot better when they could get Spartan involved in instances where they can create kind of like a more pressing triangle offense when the second barriers were on the same side. So I do think that kind of the general momentum is going to be a little bit different with this map. I think it's going to be some skills that were not displayed last game are going to be able to come out in this match real quick, but
Yeah.
we'll see what they come up with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I do also agree with that. Spartan playing forward really did spell a lot of difference in a lot of those points. So I almost would be interested to see him on the Mom Boots Atlas instead of the Strike Shot, just so he can play forward a little bit more and be able to hang back when he needs to, hang forward when he needs to. But he made a lot of difference in a lot of those points just from playing up. So if you're looking for goalie tips, that's one of the big ones is go forward. Don't be too afraid to step a little bit up because that does make all the difference in your team. And especially on a character like Atlas, who just has so much presence with the Astral Protection and the Cosmic Expanse, he just takes up so much space that if on Night Market, especially if he gets that Atlas, you can basically take up an entire lane with just your secondary. So walking forward basically shuts down a lane, says you can't get it through me, go the other way. So it's going to be interesting to see how the teams play this. It is going to be the hotshot aerial start, so not a lot of kill potential right off the bat. But of course, there's going to be more in the coming drafts. But it's going to be interesting to see what the teams pick out with us. Because, I mean, I'm immediately looking at, Wishes Estelle could just instantly start with the aerials. But, if anyone has a Juno, then of course Juno hotshot is a tale as old as time.
Yeah, there's definitely some interesting awakenings. It's gonna be kind of difficult for any kill comps, I think, to come out when you have both the added speed and the added core speed that hotshot and aerials give here. I'm interested to see what the bans come out. GMU banning Juno actually kind of interesting because they're on blue side. From what I understand, Wiggly Lobby does play that Juno. Yeah, the Stella's first pick. Okay, that makes sense. Ban the Juno, play the Estelle. Vice ban come out from Auburn.
Yeah, I think that's just another deny
Probably.
onto Rabies.
Yeah.
Again, not exactly one trick, does have other picks as we've seen, but notable for the Vice. And so getting that out of the way, even if it's not a super favorable start, does benefit a little bit from aerials, so not too bad to take that off the field. But I think just some great... I think, Jim, you had a pretty good idea with the ban Juno, pick Estelle, so you can sort of whittle down Wish's pool a little bit. But you pick that into an Era X, and so going to be interesting to see. Maybe they deny a Mako, so you don't get the full Mako Era X comp. Maybe you just say, yeah, maybe we play the Estelle in the goalie position, pick up a Now for Wiggly. So going to be interesting to see what they pick on that 4-5. It's going to be the Kai again. So we're going to have potentially... I mean, it could be Kai goalie. It could be Kai at midfield, and, Estelle and Kai kind of fit in both roles there. But it could be interesting to see what they pick for that last one as well.
Yeah, not a big fan of the X pick here on the start. I mean, it is a pretty good pick on this map in general, so can't complain too much about it, but it'll be nice to see what they pair it up with, whether it be like a midfielder or a goalie. Maybe putting the Era goalie, actually, which would be interesting to see, especially with the aerial start. Being able to give your team that extra speed would be pretty nice. It's going to be a Amy pick as their last. Mm-hmm. Does Tiger Slasher play Amy? I think I've seen Tiger Slasher play Amy.
Yes. But Tiger Slasher plays Amy. I seem to recall a lot of Amy playing some time ago. But especially on the aerials start, Amy goalie is very good. Now, you could also go hotshot because, of course, core speed and cooldown on goalies is very good. But the Amy aerials, I contend that it's probably her best awakening on goalie because it allows you just with that one awakening to affect the entire map. It increases your dash range, so if you have that and eject button, you basically reach all the way across, and then your other abilities are projectiles, so every single one of your projectile, or one of your abilities, suddenly has global presence. So aerials, Amy on the goalie specifically is just amazing. So it could still be the Era goalie. We could have that in contention as well. Definitely not a bad pickup there. But my guess is that it is going to be the Amy goalie with the Era X forward, and then probably Dubu forward, unless they're playing the double midfield, which we have seen a couple of times, especially at the LAN. We saw a little bit of that. The Estelle Brawler coming out here. But it could be fun as well to see just a good old-fashioned Dubu forward.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if it is the Dubu forward. That'll be funny, especially since seeing the kind of double midfield. I'm a big fan of watching it. Not ideal scenario because I feel like you definitely, generally, kind of want the double midfield as like a kind of a counter pick to like hard melee defenses, like dealing with like a Dubu or Atlas. we'll see where these picks go. I'm not too big a fan of what these teams generally like to pick. So, oh, it is the double midfield. This is gonna be
Double
fun.
midfield with the Dubu goalie. I think that is ultimately better because if you did play something like Dubu and Kai, you basically have no health bar in the middle of the map against an X and an Aimee. So I think it's good to have some kind of fallback there. But I'm still a little worried for this Kai. We saw it last game, kind of getting bullied out of the play, but I think it's only going to be worse in this one with the Aimee to just pump so much damage to the team. But then again, Wiggly Wobbly coming out here with a lot of speed right off the bat with Barrage as well. Spartan again playing up, and he's able to shut down the lane as well, pretty similarly on the Dubu as the Atlas. Wish playing up as well. The great somersault actually buying so much time. Rabies piercing shot right through, and that's going to be the first goal here for GMU once again.
Yeah, here's gonna be one of the main big differences I feel like for this game compared to the last game is that side of GMU, they're gonna have a lot more offensive presence here. First of all, it's already night market, so the barriers are closer together. But also the fact that they have this Estelle to extend that offensive reach much farther than they had last time with the Juliet. It's gonna apply a lot more pressure on the side of Auburn instead. Like you can already see here, they're able to create offensive pressure much easier this game than last game. And it's just a struggle to how can we keep the core up, not just get the core up, but keep the core up on the side of Auburn.
Yeah, and it also accelerates the game a fair bit if you're able to just run it around your opponents and not let them get experience, which does mean that you can deny the X a little bit more, prevent him from getting some good awakenings and some levels that he really needs to scale. So I think it's also a really good kind of counter pick against the X in a weird way. X Maximus also going to be used there. Rabies up top here. Crystal Thorns piercing shot, not quite going to be connecting. Wish read the play. The Giga Blast goes a little wide there. Unfortunately, doesn't get it through into the goal, but instead hits it up into the corner. It's going to be an attempted Cyber Swipe Glitch Pop combo there from Tiger Slasher. So those abilities are going to be down for a little while. Going to be forcing out the core flip here with the piercing shot as well. The Bull Rush comes through, forces out the Token Fortress. The Firewall Sentry, though, keeps it forward. It's going to be the Witching Beam as well. Wish up the top with the core flip and the Cyber Swipe support from the Aimee. It's going to be bounce off the middle here. Wiggly on the bottom here, using the Giga to get it through. Nicely done. It's going to be another point here scored by GMU. But of course, we've seen teams be 2-0 before. And I mean, Auburn in the last one did have a reverse sweep in a set before, so don't count them out just yet.
Yeah, and here's the general kind of dilemma of the Air X in general, I feel like these days, because you don't have as much speed as you used to back in the day. You have to kind of like the double duty of you have to have the X and the Era work together to not just keep the core up or get the core up, but also to score always together basically, especially against this Dubu. That's going to be very hard for the X to count 1v1 because pretty much any cooldown from the Dubu is going to be able to stop the X. And see actually as GMU here closed out the set for themselves already 3-0.
Yeah, it was a great timing from Rabies and Tiger Slasher just missing the timing, unfortunately striking a little bit too early before the Crystal Thorns impacted. And that's going to be prime time secured by Estelle, just really good for keeping the pressure up. They're not going for as much of the kills, but it does seem that Auburn is going for the kills with a 1-2 punch pickup on that Aimee. Potentially an ad rush, but no ad rush on this one. You know, it's always weird to see ad rush early because, you know, you're not sure you can get the kills. And if you're already behind, you just want to go for the damage, want to go for some survivability like the big fish. So I don't think it's a bad pickup to not pick it up, but I think that investing in the ad rush early can pay dividends later.
Yeah, I just want to note, interesting pick from Wish here, taking the Siege Machine on Era. It only provides the projectile range on Era. I guess it does a little bit of creation power, but I mean, that was interesting. But we do see the X scale a little bit with the size here. The Kai gain some more speed, always going to be nice to see. And Spartan interested in getting the Might of Colossus on the Powerhouse Pauldron's Dubu. I know a lot of Dubus like that, and it's going to definitely chip down KBS a little bit, but we'll see how that pans out for them, especially with Rabies being able to get that prime time as well.
Yeah, having some extra damage on the Dubu is definitely nice for the core speed, and also just chipping away whenever you use your abilities. That's going to be the core going straight through. They're going to be Estelle going off the field as well, and just suddenly the play explodes as Auburn is able to secure a kill, secure a goal, and really just put themselves back on their feet with this one. I talk a lot about mental when I cast, but it really is a big part. I think that's a really big mental reset here for Auburn. Because they started losing a little bit, but that just really puts them back into gear. Raby's very low in health as well, so a lot of opportunity here for Auburn to get kills, or even just keep them out of the play by being low on health. Going to run back for the orb. It's going to be the Kai going off the field, though, having to play up a little bit more so the Estelle can play back. But that's going to come at a cost. Tiger Slasher, though, will lose the barrier, not fast enough on the glitch pop, as that core speed is just a little too fast. KBS, though, with the Bull Rush with the core flip and gold. Witching Beam, actually not enough. Great layering. Force the core flip out in the end. Post Fortress is going to be used. It's going to be a clear complete for now, but the Crystal Thorns was also invested. The Tempest comes out as well. Tiger Slasher passing down to KBS, who's very low on health. A potential kill here for GMU to secure that one. But KBS with Bellringer not going to find it. Cyber Swipe, Glitch Pop, both invested there as well. Bull Rush, but not pass complete from Wish there, and that's going to be a lot of cooldowns invested. The barrage comes out. The strike is not found by Wiggly, and that's when the play continues. The Glitch Pop is going to be dodged by Rabies there. No kill on the Estelle just yet, but a tag from Bellringer is going to mean that a lot is going to happen. The Alex Maximus invests to get the kill. Somersault comes out as well. KBS marching forward here, hoping to get the support from Tiger Slasher there. It's up in the corner here, but it's cleared out once again. Estelle back on the field in just a couple more seconds if they can hold on. Firewall Sentry, Bellringer, everything is used just as Estelle comes back on. The play is completed. Goal is scored by Auburn.
Yeah, it's going to be very big for the side of Auburn here is how they get value out of this X. Having the size definitely helps for them. As you can see in these points, actually, they were pretty dominant at that point, actually. Having the X get, I think it was 2 or 3 kills, might have been.
I think
this
it might have
era,
been.
Yeah, this era doesn't scale quite the same as she used to. So especially how they can get value through the X, whether it be damage or just finding these good opportunities where the X can get a good position with the core is going to be very big for how they play this. Especially as you can see right now, KBS is already chipping down Rabies with his team to find that extra pressure in a power play.
Yeah, a nice orb pickup though. Some nice orb rotation as well. So one person is taking all the orbs, so everyone's able to get low and then get an orb to get back up to at least middle HP. But then, of course, the side of Auburn has plenty of damage to spare, so even after the healing, there's plenty enough damage to go around. Witching Beam tags up the Kai again, so he is not able to regenerate. Tiger Slasher, though, not able to get the core. The play is going to stall out a lot, which favors the low health part of Wiggly, as he has a slight chance to regenerate until the Bellringer comes out again. Bit of an unfortunate night market there, but it is a pass to Wish in the end. Crystal Thorns going to be countered by a strike. KBS gets the kill on the Kai, and that's going to be Tiger Slasher running forward. Firewall Sentry again. X Maximus used as well. Or actually, no, not X Maximus, just pure strikes from the X. Gets it through, and that's a 3-0 this time the other way. Auburn taking a set 3-0.
Yeah, if I'm on top of Auburn, I'm feeling pretty good after that set, especially because, the score may be even, but, momentum is in your favor, and especially when you're playing that Era X comp, it's especially what you're going to need to survive the rest of this series and this game, well, this game specifically.
Yeah. And we're going to have the Stinger as well on the X. We're going to have the Heavy Impact on the IME, and potentially Monumentalist on the Era. There we go. Deadeye on the Estelle is not bad. Demo on the, Might of the Colossus, Dubu, not bad. Extra Special on the Kai, not bad. But those things are only really not bad if you can live. And they're not great either. Whereas on the other side, Auburn just hit the jackpot on this one. I mean, Stinger on X is so
yes,
much extra
agreed.
damage. Monumentalist Era almost getting the kill on the Dubu there, but doesn't clear the barriers. And, I mean, Heavy Impact Aimi, one of the best awakenings on her as well. Not as much of the flashy one, but the cooldown resets and the damage are just so crucial.
Yeah, if I'm outside of Auburn, I'm feeling really good after that draft. Would maybe like to see the Amy go extra special instead, but I can understand Tiger Slasher's playing into the damage, especially it's a big factor for them. And already you can see like Wiggly Lobby is struggling to have a presence in this game because Kai's a character that wants to strike the core, and if you're getting punished for strike the core all the time, it's a bit difficult to find value in the pick for this game, especially when you're playing against Aaron X. You're always going to want to have to pinch you out and force you to either take damage or strike the core, one or the other.
Yep. Giga goes wide as well. The core flip gets it all the way over. Bellringer actually tags up the Dubu, but Wiggly is able to get back in time. But the X Maximus sends it through with help from the Glitch Pop as well. Rabies managed to get it with the piercing shot really nicely, even while getting bounced around. It's going to be the kill flip, though. Almost backwards into the goal there. but it's going to be Tiger Slasher in the end with Wish getting the defense there. Another Night Market angle countered by a somersault. It's going to be the core flip here coming out as well. Nicely countered by Spartan on that one. Wish getting it forward up to Rabies as well. Firewall Sentry used defensively there just to shut down any opportunity there. But the piercing shot does get it through the Crystal Thorns as well, and GMU is not going to go quietly into this one.
Yeah, very good play there from Rabies there. They'll both find the kill and the score there, especially with that prime time. I think they used the secondary and the primary for the kill, and then secondary and ult for the score there. It's gonna be very important for the side of GMU to find as many opportunities as they can like that, just finding just enough space for especially this Estelle to work and just keep the core up, as you can see here already. Maybe he's using that range on Estelle to get that core in there, even the primary to influence the core from across the stage here.
Yeah, you also see that Ariana coming out a little bit early, not getting interrupts, and that's going to be Kai and Estelle really playing forward in this one with Tofu Fortress to help as a backdrop on that one. And Rose Warp to get the last little touch down at the bottom there. Tiger Slasher had already used the abilities. There's nothing left there to stop that. Just a nice find on that one from Rabies.
Yeah, if I'm on side of GMU here, I'm panicking a little bit. You know, things were going so well for us. Like, the draft was going well, points were looking all right. But suddenly they're actually at a point disadvantage here for this set. And it's going to be pretty big if GMU finds this set for themselves here instead of the side of Auburn.
Yeah, you see a lot of contesting here, though, but not as... Auburn is not able to get around the map as effectively as this double midfield comp, so they really have to make the most of every offense. Wish using Butching Beam there doesn't get to the core, catches the Kai at least, which is a consolation prize. Great dodge there for Wiggly, just not getting caught up in the NATO there, which is, of course, with that Monumentalist, very brutal. Butching Beam and Piercing Shot going back and forth, Giga going a little bit wide, Tiger Slasher trying to use a Cyber Swipe there as well, but it's the Barrage actually that gets it done in the end. Going to see KBS trying to find something here, but not able to. Piercing Shot countered by a Strike. Butching Beam comes through a little bit too early, so doesn't get the tag on the core. Bellringer not able to get the core either. And it seems that Auburn is just not finding the connections they need, whereas GMU is just finding every pass in the world. Another score completed there. Rabies getting the credit, but helped so much with Spartan Wiggly just holding the line, getting it forward, and just rotating so much.
Yeah, definitely a big set for the side of GMU. I'll pop it off a little bit after that set. But let's see what they have here for this draft. See the explosive entrance going to the Estelle. Gonna be interesting, especially I think, to see where the Stagger Swagger goes, combined with like the Stagger here, both bulk up and peak performance. They're gonna definitely provide some good survivability for someone here. Goes to the Kai and the X. That makes sense here. And interesting draft.
Yeah, I do like that Cast Blast on the Era though as well. Just a little bit more creation duration doesn't really help too much. I mean, you already have Siege Machine that doesn't do that much on the Era, but especially on that secondary and the Bewitching Beam as well. Just really nice to see that one. Crystal Thorns, though, answering the barrier take on the other side, though. So Log countering Glitch Pop. A lot of back and forth on the abilities as well, which is nice to see. Just teams trading out. A lot fewer misses in this one. Butching Beam goes there as well. Glitch Pop forces out the evade from Wiggly. X Maximus as well gets a barrier. Piercing Shot not finding the connection there either. You Wish trying to get around Rabies, but Rabies winning up a fantastic offense here just by yourself there. That's going to be Bellringer sending off the Estelle. It's going to be going wide. The Firewall Sentry countering the strike, and Wiggly has no health, but does have Barrage. Auburn is trying to find the kill, and they find it with a Cyber Swipe from downtown. Nicely found by Tiger Slasher on that angle, but the Rose Warp from the Estelle that is new on the field is able to buy a lot more time. 4 seconds actually going to be the Estelle finding the kill onto the Era. The Barrage, or the barrier also goes down as well, and Wiggly's back up here with the Barrage. Goes around though, nice clear by Tiger Slasher, sending it around as well. X Maximus popped just for a little bit of size and presence on that one. But not too much else. Tiger Slasher dying there to the Piercing Shot from Rabies. He's going to power play into power play into power play, and in the end, Rabies is able to get it through, taking a lead in the set for GMU, and looking a lot more confident than they were just not too long ago.
Yeah, Rabies especially popping off that set. I think something that's very big is definitely not just like the practical side of getting these power plays on the side of GMU, but also just the mental side, because if I'm Auburn, I'm like, well, this doesn't make sense. I'm the one that's supposed to be in the power plays, not you. You're supposed to be the one just struggling and using your core control methods to get the core up and find scores that way. But finding these power plays is really going to cause, like, I think, a lot of panic from the side of Auburn here. and influencing a lot how these points are going to go if this continues.
There he goes, well, Tiger Slasher not able to get the evade save in time. Just a little too close to the end of the piercing shot. I think Tiger Slasher thought that there was just a little bit of a gap there between the end and the hitbox, but evidently there was not. Going to be the goal being scored there. Rabies with a nice pickup on that one, and now 1 point away from tying up the match, taking us to a 1-1. But a lot of energy here available. It's going to be another Quangle here, hit by Rabies there. Rose Warp into piercing shot. Tiger Slasher able to get one barrier on the answer, though, even in the negative power play. Waits out the barrage as well. He misses the glitch pop, unfortunately, so that's going to be both barriers going down. But Wish at least is back on the field now. It's going to be the core going all the way around. Spartan rushing to get back there. Glitch pop comes out as well. The Aeronado comes out as well, which is nice. The X-Maximus was already popped there, and Tiger Slasher not able to back in time. Around the world from Spartan all the way over from goal to goal. And that's going to be a 3-0 sweep in the last set for GMU. And now they've tied up the series 1-1. We're going to CTC.
Yeah, very big game for the side of GMU. Personally, I feel like that game, it didn't feel like it should be in their favor. I feel like they were just able to really execute their game plan and find those opportunities that they were looking for, especially having the double midfield against a ranged goalie like Aimee. Although yes, generally double midfield is kind of more of a pick you play to make it easier to score against like melee goalies like Dubu. At the same time, it does also still make it easier oftentimes when you're playing kind of from a more disadvantaged state of like having to deal with like more damage, for example. And you want to kind of not play for damage yourself, but more of like knockback and just finding more passing plays and just isolated opportunities against the enemy goalie. And I think that really showed this game, especially with how Rabies was able to both find those knockback KOs as well as being able to find those situations where Aimee is going to be slaying a little bit. So a bit of an unfortunate game for the side of Auburn there, because I feel like momentum definitely was in their favor, especially for the second set and maybe even the third set, at least for the beginning. But CDC, here we go. Game 3, love to see it.
Yeah. We also saw in that last game just how core control can really be used to go around the X. So it's not just about the pressure that Rabies was able to put out and not about the goalie necessarily, but X just barely got the core that game. The double midfield just absolutely shut down that pick in so many different ways. So even though there's it's a knife's edge on that one, where if you are KO'd, you're playing the squishy Kai, the relatively squishy Dubu, and Estelle, who doesn't really have too many tools to escape other than Rose Warp every now and then. But they were able to stay alive, so they were able to capitalize on their core control there. And then in the last set, Rabies turns it on the head and then gets a bunch of free knockback KOs from out of nowhere, really just turned it up to 11 for that one. But yeah, CTC is going to showcase, I think, a lot more of the core control as well. Just every variant is so different, but if you're able to core control, you can core control on all of them. Killing on CTC really only happens on a few of the variants really well. Can be very brutal. So it maybe a bit of luck of the draw on which map variants come up, but I think CTC really favors core control overall. And maybe this is just me yapping, but the consistency of core control kind of beats the volatility of the kill comps on it.
Yeah, I feel like it's kind of like a double-edged knife with not a knife, but like a double-edged sword with Clarion here, because some maps there are like more open, like for example, like the bouncy house, people like to call it, or not sure to call it, the one with the pits, like the HP draining pits and stuff like that. But also having, I think three of them are actually more closed off, more corridors, more barriers in the mid and center in the corners, to provide more like either pushing through or like just rotate it around kind of gameplay. And you kind of want to commit to one or the other if you can. So it'll be interesting to see, especially with the X. I personally think X is actually a pretty interesting pick on this map. I think it's gonna provide at least some good value. You see definitely a lot of situations where X is going to be applying pressure not just to like cover the cross, but also find more knockback KOs, for example. And also just on maps, on more open maps, they can kind of just like sit on the goalie. But dealing with a Juno is not going to be fun, I must say, for the side of Auburn here, comparatively.
Yeah, Juno, one of those picks that's very flexible, and especially if you take the quick strikes, then you can manually redirect a slime and then have your strike up to back it up pretty quickly. So a lot of opportunity there for Juno to flex on so many of the variants because, again, with the flexibility of Juno, you really can, throw slimes into those corridors and kind of play the entire map all at once, which is really nice. But we do see kind of a bit of a run back here from Auburn, the full Era X IME. So I guess they think it worked. They had some notes there. Of, they did 3-0 sweep one of the sets. So they have what it takes to play it. And on the other side, almost the run back, we have the Dubu and the Kai, and then swapping up the Estelle for the Juno. So almost a full run back, just one swap of a character. We'll see if that makes a difference. We'll see if the teams are confident for a reason, or if it's more just comfort on this one.
Yeah, but interesting to see kind of almost run back on this map, as well as also the new starting awakenings of the bulk up and the quick strikes, comparatively to the I think it was hotshot aerials of last game. Because I feel like definitely the majority are probably going to pick bulk up, I would assume. I can see the quick strikes maybe going probably to the goalies. But we'll see what they pick. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah. We can also see quick strikes on the X potentially. He's not a stranger to that one.
True.
But one of the things we could see, and this is probably just yapping and probably won't happen because Spartan was pretty good on that Dubu last time, but we could see a Dubu forward. Again, with closed off variants, it does tend to help out quite a bit, just shutting down an entire avenue. And, Juno goalie, Kai goalie, both pretty good as well. So, we could potentially see a Dubu forward. I'd love to see it. Probably won't happen, but I can hope.
Hey, I think we're all hoping to see it. I'll say it. Nothing's more entertaining than seeing that good old game of Dubu forward in a high stakes game like this, top 6 of CCL.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's also worth noting that this is the losers bracket, the lower bracket. So whichever team loses this game is out of the tournament. So both these teams made it to the top 6, well played, made it to the CCL, made it to the playoffs to begin with. And made it to the finale of the playoffs. So well played to both these teams, but one of them will be sent packing after this game. So both teams really are going to have to lock in on this one.
Yeah, definitely. Game 3s are always intense, especially since kind of both games in this series turned out kind of similar, just on sides that kind of swapped. But last game did go to the side of Auburn, was it, right?
GMU.
Oh, GMU.
I think.
My fault.
Yeah. Because
Sorry,
Auburn took him 1, GMU took him 2.
Yeah.
And so
definitely the team that got the win last are probably gonna feel a little bit better going into this game 3, especially. Definitely also that mental side of like, game's tied, but who's got the momentum? But these are both experienced teams. They've played together, obviously, all the way up to this point. They made it this far. So can't imagine that they would crumble that easily. But it definitely is still a factor here. And we'll be seeing what these teams will be picking for their awakenings and these positions in the characters pretty soon here as we load into the game.
Yeah. It does seem like it is the full run back. No funky Era goalie on this one. It's going to be Tiger Slasher on that IME. And then Era X forward versus, we'll see what happens with the Kai, the Dubu, and the Juno on the other side. It is indeed going to be Spartan back on the Dubu, running it back with the quick strikes and the pauldrons. You were right on the goalie with that one. But actually, it's Kai and Dubu taking quick strikes and then everyone else taking bulk up. So no quick strikes on the side of Auburn means that there's a little more opportunity to do some just strike at goalie play, or you strike at goalie and then because you have quick strikes, you just make it a little bit faster. But Rabies is going to be the one to pick up the first barrier here for the side of GMU. Pass up, intercepted by Wish and KBS there. It's going to be a double, not quite a double barrier there, thankfully for GMU, but it's going to be Giga getting the second barrier, opening up the goal here, and red coring the core all the way across the Slimes. The strike from Rabies, trying to get something done there, but not quite getting it through. A good defense here from Tiger Slasher and Wish. The pop of the center Atlas thing there as well in the middle. It's going to mean that Rabies gets the core for a little bit longer, but it goes down to Wish in the bottom. Log gets not quite the connection on that one either, and it's just going to cycle around a lot on this map, it seems. Fireless Sentry gets it forward, Giga goes wide, bull rush into the corner here. X is trying to get the setup here, but it's intercepted once again. Wiggly just trying to keep it forward, get it forward to Rabies here, and Spartan is also just the backup there in case something goes wrong.
Yeah, it seems that the side of Auburn are going to be playing more into that damage similar to they did last game, having all bulk up even on the Amy and the Era. Meanwhile, on the side of GMU, definitely they're going to be looking for and more core control, more okay, let's pass it around, let's get the core up, let's find these isolated opportunities against the Amy, especially with this Juno, because Amy doesn't have any sort of like fast, short-range options outside of turret, which is fair. Turret's not on like the longest cooldown in the world, but I will still be struggling. I feel like if I'm playing the Amy here into this Juno, especially. It's not a conventional brawler pick, obviously, but the issue is kind of just how do you play around the Slimes all the time, especially when the ult gets sent out and you might be alone on defense sometimes, even. Especially with the Era being forced to kind of go up and help the X a lot, unless they play a little bit differently than they did last time.
Yeah, we also see KBS almost getting killed there, but unfortunately Rabies not getting connection. Wobbly had used the barrage, but was one pellet shy of actually getting the kill, unfortunately. KBS trying to put it in the corner here. Doesn't want to use the core flip for the barrier. Is probably looking to save it to actually score the goal on that one. But Slime through the firewall sentry is actually really nice from Rabies. Is going to open up the goal, put a little more pressure here on this X to actually get it through this barrier. Which is well on the bottom here. The Log getting a bit of defense here. Somersault's countered by a core flip, but the barrage actually saves it. As KBS invests in the core flip and not getting the barrier, unfortunately. Ariano goes a little wide, does narrow the clear angle, but does still get Wobbly in the end there. Wobbly passing down, Juno jumping down as well. Barrage countering the core flip clear, and that's going to be the goal scored here, 2-0 to GMU.
Yeah, looking good for the side of GMU here, having the double point advantage in this first set. Having that Juno is especially, and the Kai especially, is actually working pretty well against this Ami. But again, every single point is a different map, so we'll see if the side of Auburn can find more success in these maps instead. And they are looking a little bit better this time already, evening up barriers to a double open net.
Wiggly is able to get the confirmed though, and GMU takes up the first set 3-0. Kai, of course, showcasing the barrage, the strike tech, quick strikes as well is just really nice to see. Hot shot likely not going to fall to Juno here. He's already hovering to take it, but we're going to see maybe the Kai picks it up early just to prevent the Aimee from getting it as well, but is going to go for the explosive entrance, potentially denying Aimee on that one. But also, not bad to have a little bit more damage on the Giga, a little more speed, never hurt Kai.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see what else is interesting here. Not too much, actually. On the side of especially Auburn, I'm not feeling too great about this draft. Rabies actually getting the double stagger, which is going to be interesting. Especially having that extra speed might benefit Rabies a decent amount this game.
Yeah, unfortunately though, that's actually going to be Kai going off the map there. Wobbly getting caught afoul of the Era NATO on that one. Glitch Pop also going to secure a barrier. The Cyber Swipe keeps it forward as well. The power play is not too bad here for Auburn. Slime sends it forward, but there's not too much more behind it. Kai now back on the field though, going to be looking to race forward here with the extra speed that he has. The barrage sends it down at the bottom and also slows Tiger Slasher, so there's just no way the Aimee can run backwards in time. You know, even in the power play, they only lost the one barrier. They'd already opened up the goal. So GMU is really running away with this game.
Yeah, in general, kind of a tough matchup to deal with always is having that melee goalie combined with the double midfield, I mean, on the for the forward line. Because the goalie, they're just kind of be able to, especially on Dubu, they're going to just use their cooldowns. They're going to get the core out. It's not going to be easy to just like keep the core isolated in the corner and just score eventually, or find opportunities so easily. Meanwhile, you got the double midfield that's both having a bigger midfield presence than you would otherwise, especially because on these like bigger maps that Clarion often has, where it can be difficult sometimes to get the value out of these brawlers outside of just more KO along the corridors or similar situations such as that, or just like sitting on the goal. That's actually a pretty big favorite from especially like higher level forwards on this kind of map. It's kind of just leaving midfield more to your team instead. And that's not exactly what's going to find too much success when you have this era on your side. And already it's not looking too great for the side of Auburn here. They're already 2 points down, but we'll see if they can find anything for the set.
GMU is really finding their stride in this one, really just out-positioning the opponents with their extra speed. You know, the era, you know, has the speed buff, but other than that, is a fairly immobile midfielder there. It's going to be Ivy picking up the middle barrier thing, though, like the little era orb. That's actually going to be pretty nice for the side of Auburn. They're not going to be able to do too much with it before it wears out. And so it's back to this midfield play, and you can see the Kai and the Juno just run all over the map so quickly. It's going to be a kill onto the era as well. The Juno Brawler coming out, courtesy of Cliff. Blessing it in the chat there. Dribbling off, actually countered by a Cyber Swipe. Somersault has to be used just to get back in time, and Tiger overextends. Unfortunately, doesn't have the teleport back, and Rabies finds the angle into the goal.
I mean, I know if I'm Tiger Slasher there, I'm a bit mad after that one. It's always frustrating to see the turret not work out quite as you expected, but frankly, that's just how turret works. The bullets aren't gonna be omnipresent. Let's see what the draft has here. Extra specials up on the board. 1-2 punch going to Juno. Going to be very, very tough to deal with on the side of Auburn here. Screw Surge is actually denied from the Amy. Extra special going to Amy. Probably denying the Dublin, and also picking up a very, very important awakening, I think, from the side of Auburn. Is having that extra special is going to be very important for keeping the core, both getting the core up and also keeping the core up, which is what they really need in this set. So hopefully Auburn can find some value out of that. But either way, it's looking tough for the side of Auburn here, unless they're down 2-0, which is statistically, basically the same as you'd expect. Not too many comebacks come from here.
Yeah, but there is a chance, especially, you know, Wish has 2 of the sparks. You'll lose 1 set if the I think the spark of agility remaining in the pool does give an opportunity here. If Auburn can get that spark of leadership, triple spark with the spark of agility, X becomes a lot more viable as well, being able to run around and hunt people down a little bit more effectively. Firewall Sentry really nice in those angles, but it's a good clear from Spark to keep it away from there. Playing it against the strengths of the opponent is always a good idea there. Core Flip is going to be used but countered by Spartan. You know, Core Flip gets the clear, but not too much else, and now it's back in your face again as just the full play. Every member of the team involved in that one, the pass all the way back to the front, and Rabies putting it in the end, just showcases how effective this double midfield play can be if you don't have a way to stop them from just dominating the core control aspects.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a bit of a struggle for the side of Auburn, continuously going up, especially dealing with the extra core speed from the Juno here. Right now we're on the bouncy house, however. A map that can favor dual midfield sometimes, but at the same time having that pressure, like the forward to just kind of sit up there and take advantage of how fast the core moves around can help them out. So hopefully they can find some success at least at this point.
But it's not going to be found just yet there. The barrier is actually going to go down there. Auburn has the opportunity to score. They still have 1 barrier for now. Don't want to jinx it too badly. And KBS almost putting it through. Core Flip forced out of Spartan, and actually whiffed by Wish as well, unfortunately. KBS sending it forward with the Bellringer. Barrage gets the counter. The Slime, the red core with the 1-2 punch and the bulk up strength is going to be really good for this Juno here, but not good enough just yet. X Maximus not going to get the connection. Wiggly is going to have to use the evade there, so no energy left there, and it's going to go through with the Bellringer. Not quite great. Strike by Spartan gets it through in that warm-up period for it. Firewall Sentry as well. Tiger Slasher trying to play up a little bit more. Strike invested there. Good patience to not panic and use the Core Flip. Witching Beam comes out as well. Up to the X Somersault as well is really nice. Raby's going for a dribble up the top that could buy some time and some space here, but it's not quite going to work out. Spartan is just so massive. He takes up half the goal box, but it's going to be the Bewitching Beam in the end that sends it through, and Auburn is on the board now, is looking to come back, and is not going to go out quietly.
Yeah, as you said, the side of Auburn is looking to scale, especially into the next sets with this era that has already 2 sparks, and one of them being leadership. So it's going to be pretty big if they can find a 3rd spark there in the next set. So honestly, if I'm Auburn here, I'm praying like if I can just find the set somehow, our salvation may be in sight.
There is a chance there, especially if you manage to get the kill on this Kai, but Wiggly's been so good at wiggling and wobbling his way around this X, able to stay alive, stay out of the danger zones, and even get the barrier here at the back end of all of that. No energy anymore, but you know, you don't need energy to score goals, you need abilities to score goals, and he has plenty of those left in store here. Juno jumping forward here with the Slimes as well. Wiggly not able to get the reception on that one, taking a lot of damage here in the poison zone. It's going to be the bell ringer to get the kill on the X, and this is the opportunity that Auburn is looking for. They have the power play. The Slimes are sending it forward, though, basically being another player on this field, as Spartan has to deal with it in the corner here with the Era and the X. The X Max is going to be popped and actually get the barrier here. Tiger Slasher not looking to play too far upwards, not looking to overextend. Core flip used by the X, sends it through. Spartan somersaulting forward to try and narrow the angles there. But Auburn now 2-1 in the set, looking to get this next one. And again, this could be a massive win if they get this draft. There could be a spark of agility in there that really lets Auburn counteract some of what GMU has been getting to do.
Yeah, but Auburn's been finding some great plays here, and it's especially good to take the not just like the 2 points by themselves, but also taking the point lead is going to especially make the side of GMU a little more nervous, because they're like, oh, we don't want them to take this set. We want a 3-0. We want to get this done and over with already before things get out of hand. So let's see if they can find some more momentum in this upcoming sets. However, they take their barrier down first in this 4th point.
GMU is looking here, but they do lose their own barrier at the back end of this. Wiggly Wobbly taking a little bit of damage, but not going to die just yet from the Bell Ringer. The Bewitching Beam comes out, keeps it forward with the X. Bull Ringer, or Borush gets it through. Kai is actually the one that gets the size buff, which is pretty nice on him when he's so fast and has quick strikes as well. Very difficult to get through. Then that's going to be the Juno Brawler taking out this Era once again, finding that glitch pop. Unfortunately, a bit of a misplay there from Tiger Slasher. Not able to get the connection, ends up hitting it into a slime, and it's just a little bit too far away for KBS to core flip it out. And so it's going to be a tie-up here, 2-2. GMU 1 point away from taking the match. Series.
A very pivotal point right here. And I hope, and that a random KO from Juno. Well, I say random, but at the same time, this Juno is running 130 power actually, and 1-2 punch. So those random KOs bound to happen at some point or another, but hopefully they cannot repeat that same mistake in this last set. They already have growth on X. Not looking too good though, however. Oh my. Unfortunate last map for them.
GMU taking the point, taking the game, taking the series, as they are able to kill the enemy goalie there, and Rabies puts it into there in that empty space. And it's going to be a valiant effort by Auburn. They almost came back. They showed their second win right at the very end. They almost got through, and of course they did take that game 1, which technically makes this a reverse sweep, although best of 3 reverse sweeps are a little easier to come by. But even still, GMU did not get cowed, did not back down, and were able to push them back 2 more games and take it and move on to what should be the losers final, if I'm correct.
Yeah, well played from both sides. It was fun, actually really fun to see this matchup. I didn't expect this to be, what'd you say, was this loser semis or losers quarters?
Something of that sort. It is 4 teams left, so I think it should be losers quarters.
Yeah,
whereas,
quarters.
No, losers semis. Anyways, it's losers something. There are now 2 teams left after this one, or at least 2 teams and losers left. Top 4 still. In the top side bracket, there are 2 teams there duking it out, and or will be duking it out, I should say. That winner's final up and coming. So do stick around, and as always, orb. And that is the only thing to say. Any last words?
No, it's an exciting series. I'm excited to see some more. Stay tuned,
right.
guys.
We'll see y'all later. Bye. Welcome back, everyone, to the winners final. The other side of the bracket on this one, still here with Killiest. We have Fairfield versus OSU, which is Oregon, not Ohio, and not Oklahoma, or any other place starting with O. It is Oregon. And so should be a fun match. Starting up on Taiko Temple, a map we don't see as much and should be pretty fun. Any words on this kind of map and any of the picks or bans, Killiest?
Sorry, I'm just looking at the map pick bands for the first time here. We have, what was it? Oh, interesting. Juno Gully is going to be on the side of, what was it, Fairfield, right? Yeah. So Stinger and Timeless Creation started a bit of an awkward start, especially on Taiko Temple, but I feel like we might see some damage come out a decent amount this game, especially with the X, I feel like, coming out. The Asher on the side of OSU, I feel like is going to be very important for them to, especially beat out this Juno by themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go for it. Sorry.
No, you got it. Sorry.
All right. Straight is here at the bottom here, forcing out the secondary from the Atlas Ash production as well, coming out as well. Dropletto rushing up to the top here with Bell Ringers, countered by a strike shot. Pinjoy taking a little bit of damage, but not too much, all things considered. Goodrop is going to whiff, and actually the Phoenix is also going to lose a barrier there as well. Just barely not hitting the drums in the center though, so not the acceleration on course speed. Peanut Enjoyer very low on health, but not going to die after a timely orb and an Atlas ult as well. Dropletto is still level 1 on this X as well, so no access to the X Maximus. Same for Laplacian OS, no Path Splitter just yet. Bouncing off the drums, that's going to be X Maximus coming online, and Asher going offline there. Nice pickup by Dropletto there. It was the first usage of the ultimate, catching the Asher off guard. Core flip from Straight down to the bottom. Nice strike shot from Names AH, though, is going to mean that the play is still alive. The goal is open, but not over. Gablast does not get the connection on the barrier. Slime actually sends it straight to the Asher, unfortunately, but in the end it does go through. The Asher protection is going to keep forward for just a second longer. Dropletto not finding the angle in between, nor the core flip either. Great secondary from Names AH there. And that's going to be almost an Imi dying to a path splitter there. Core flip is nice to buy a little bit of time, but Laplacian is able to get the barrier open up the goals. Firewall Sentry countering Diga as well, and it's a nice play from both teams. Both goals open. It's going to be... it's going to be the Imi going off field, excuse me, and that's going to enable the power play that lets Laplacian score. Peanut Enjoyer as well helping out on that one. Actually, backwards. Peanut Enjoyer scoring. Laplacian helping out on that one.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out over the course of this game here, is how damage is traded back and forth here, especially when you have to deal with the Stinger here. This map, it can be easier to kill confirm on this map than other maps. Generally a bit harder to stack damage in general, however, the Stinger is definitely going to help a lot with that, and probably push this into a game where there's more swings in general from KO than you may see from a different kind of start.
Also see the double barrier here scored by OSU. Gigablast also going to send it through, stunning up EDA Phoenix. And that's going to mean that another goal is scored, and OSU is looking to take a little bit more away from this one. Dropletto maybe still waking up on this one, not quite online yet. But Fairfield needs to lock in if they want to keep this going, because giving an early lead is never a good thing.
Yeah, definitely. Good on Strages to get the double barrier, though, and a good KO from Dropletto there, just finding the Bell Ringer to just send the Atlas straight into the core there. Definitely a good power play. Not a power play, but definitely a good advantage play from the side of Fairfield for that point.
Yeah, that it was. You know, why score the core when you can score the goalie? And there we go. It's going to be the Firewall Sentry there. Potentially a backwards glitch pop, unfortunately, there. Not perfect angle there. One berry going down. Still having one up, though, is not too bad. Not the end of the world here. Strage is trying to get the glitch pop connection, but not quite finding it. Just bounces up and down for a little bit. Still locked in the middle of this map. Finally gets over there, but Dropletto was on the top side, not the bottom side. And so it's going to mean that the X has to do a lot of running to get it around. Straight is not able to get there. But the X Maximus is going to get one barrier. Almost a kill here as well. The Atlas ult forced out there is going to mean that the pressure bleeds off. But actually a great slime from Phoenix is going to mean that the barrier opens on the other side. But Laplacian takes a barrier and a goal in response. It's going to be a 3-1 here for OSU.
Yeah, great point there from OSU there. I think generally the dynamic you're going to see from this game in general, from both sides, is kind of the Asher getting those important plays against the Juno. Having those kind of creations and abilities that Asher has against the Juno is going to be very good for them. And on the side we have a Fairfield, we're going to have those kind of points where they're kind of trying to just keep the core up as much as they possibly can. Having both the X is going to benefit from being an advantage state, and the Amy as well going to be able to kind of do their best to keep the core up and find especially turret plays. But what do you think about this draft here?
I think that even as good as Twin Drive is on Atlas, I think giving the Juno the Hotshot is a bit of a mistake, especially since Hotshot is also very good on Atlas. So that might have been a bit of a misdraft. We'll see how it plays out in the end. But I think the core speed on the Juno is going to be a bit brutal. One barrier scored there already, almost two, but a great defense. Doesn't mean that it's not quite going to come out. Luplasian not getting a kill on Dropletto either. Pathspitter does force out the evade, though. The X is very low in health, but not dead just yet. He's going to fall back, pick up an orb. And it does seem that Fairfield is a little bit clustered right now. They're all kind of lining up on the same side, the same areas. Secondary here comes out from Atlas. Does have that Twin Drive, though, of course. So it's definitely not bad. Strages, unfortunately, cyber swiping directly over the core. Phoenix dribbling it away from Gigablast, but does still lose the barrier in the end. But Strages winning a strike war there. Really nice, setting up the Firewall Sentry, keeping it in this corner to try and get a play out, doing a lot of damage as well to the entire side of OSU. Not much HP on the Atlas or the Kai, although the Blossom will be able to pick up an orb and regenerate a little bit. So not the worst thing in the world, but the Bell Ring is going to tag another 2 players here. That's going to mean that a lot less regeneration is happening, although there is an Atlas ult. Barriers go down, though. A lot of presence from this X and Image doing so much damage, keeping people out of the plays, but a great core flip from Names is going to mean that the goal opens up on the other side, and Laplacian finds the angle up to the top after the pass from Peanut, and that is going to be a 1-0 again. The Esports really just running with it.
Yeah, as I said earlier, definitely the side of Fairfield, they want to keep the core up, so having that hotshot on the Juno is going to be very important. However, on the side of OSU, they're playing a very good counter game plan of just playing, especially for these corner plays. It's going to be very tough for the side of Fairfield to deal with continuously, and it's going to definitely negate, not necessarily negate, but dampen the value of that hotshot on the Juno. And already right there, Lathashin went for a great attempt there, unfortunately unsuccessful.
Yeah, one bear though still going down on Fairfield's side. Answering on the other side is Dropletto. 2 core flips. That's actually going to be the kill flip from Strages there. Cyber swipe core flip, pretty nice combo there. I don't know if actually it was, and maybe it even happened before the kill flip came out. But either way, it's going to be the Asher off field for another couple of seconds, but they don't get too much out of it. Asher is now back on. The core flip does get a barrier, though. So that is all the core flips and basically no energy here for the side of Fairfield, but they do open up the opposing goal. Barrage comes out, Pathspitter comes out as well. Slimes keep it forward, though, with the hot shot, but it's not quite the angle into the goal. Just goes barely around, unfortunately, for the side of Fairfield. But they get the pass around, glitch drop up almost directly to Names there. It was not a perfect position. There's a chance to save it. But in the end, it's just a little too fast, and I think maybe a little too low. But Strage is playing with a little bit of fire on that one.
Yeah, those types of situations are definitely going to be difficult for the side of OSU to deal with. Having the barrier down, having that open net instead is going to be very difficult for them, especially when they're dealing with both a Juno and an Amy. So we'll see how the side of Fairfield is able to get more of those plays where they can keep the pressure up and ride momentum throughout the point. But first they gotta get the momentum in the first place, as we see here. OSU just find their second point for this set pretty convincingly.
Yeah, Laplacian able to just strike war and Asher their way through until there's no barriers left, just an open goal. And that's going to be one barrier, though, going to Strages, finding some nice tech on that one, but great secondary from Names means there's no opportunity to complete the double until right then. Never mind. I had to say something. Goal is now open, and Fairfield has a chance to score if they can get it past. Pathspitter gets it. Forward strike shot is going to whiff. Peanut Enjoyer half health, but no problems on that front just yet. Bull Rush, never mind. Bull Rush X Maximus comes out. I should just stop saying things because I'm just leading to every barrier being taken and kill happening. But a great secondary from Names. It means the play continues. Straight to get it up at the top, not quite in. Down to over Dropletto off the drums, but Laplacian gets the catch.
A bit of a difficult point for OSU here, especially taking more damage and more KOs from Fairfield here. They're going to definitely want to avoid as much as they can, especially because in general the X is going to get a lot of value from that. Even right there, again, defaulting to kind of just hitting the Kai, making them feel like they have to do everything while also taking damage at the same time.
Yeah, nice gig though. The from the Kai there does hit stun the X and lead to the core going for a little bit more of a rotation there, but in the end it's going to be the Fireless Sentry X Maximus again. They really love comboing those abilities together and just getting so much presence, so much damage in just a line to just drive it straight through either into a barrier or a goal or just get someone off the map. And just great comboing from the side of Fairfield, as I think they're warmed up a little bit more now.
Yeah, definitely, as we can see here in this opening set, I feel like generally the game plan from the side of Fairfield is going to be trying, how can we give Strages, I think, as much control as we possibly can. Like right here, Droplo's playing very well to keep the core on the side of Strages there and take advantage of it by already finding a KO from the Atlas there.
Yeah, even on the other side, the Plusian not able to get a connection onto Strages, so one barrier goes down, but all things considered, losing your goalie, and never mind, that's 2 barriers going down. And, almost the goal as well. Glitch Pop, Full Rush, X Maximus, so much damage, but there is an Atlas ult, so at least there's some amount of recovery. Unfortunately, Strages again, Cyber Swiping over the core, and that is going to be a Glitch Pop hitting the Plusian, not off the map though. One barrier here for OSU. They have the opportunity here to get a double here with the barrier beam as well. X is trying to get it through to the pass splitter though, forces Phoenix into the corner, but not quite just yet. X is able to send it forward. Asher passing back and forth to the Kai, trying to get it out of the corner. Names gets the dribble with the strike shot. Ash Protection as well sends it down low, but Juno was expecting that one, but doesn't get the connection there. Unfortunately, whiffs the strike and the slime. And that is going to be Esports preventing Fairfield from counting to 3.
Yeah, very unfortunate point there for the side of Fairfield. It was looking actually pretty good for them at the end. They managed to get the core out, but just wasn't enough. An unfortunate angle is going there. But here we have in this draft, something interesting I want to note is actually the aerials and the stagger swagger. Aerials goes to the Kai here. The speed and the range was going to be very important for multiple characters here. Stagger swagger being denied from the enemy team, I think is going to be also very big, as again, Fairfield, they want to be able to take advantage of this damage as much as they can, especially because they have this IME and X combo, which is both going to want to keep the core in the corner, but also be able to take advantage of that corner pressure with that damage.
Strages a little bit of a feint on the Glitch Pop there, trying to bait out some strikes and such and get it forward. Plusian as well, trying to push forward, but X Maximus gets it all the way around, even through the Conjuring Expanse there. Ash Protection gets it forward. Strike Shot's going to whiff though, and Plusian gets a hold of the core. Not quite. Phoenix is able to hit it directly around. Dropletto sends it forward, and that's going to be a Cyber Swipe into the goal as a very fast point occurs, and Fairfield takes the lead in the set.
Yeah, the core speed on the side of Fairfield is coming out. At least it came out in full force that set. I mean, Dropletto's running 1-2 punch and 145 power here, so it was interesting and also not too unexpected to see him red core there with just Bell Ringer. Same on the side of Juno there as well to take the other barrier. Not entirely sure who took the second barrier there, but nonetheless, core speed is definitely punishing Esports OSU in this set.
Yeah, unfortunately, Dropletto whiffing the strike there means the play is going to stall for a little bit longer. Pinardura trying to get it to this Asher, where we have seen the Plusian be so good at forcing it through, and that's going to be the kill onto the IME, which means it's a good thing that Phoenix was able to deny the Adrenaline Rush, that there's no kill reset on that one. But it's going to be the slime through the Asher. A little bit risky to hit it directly back to the Asher, but you are a little bit worried about the Kai as well. The jump in Juno is not enough time as Kai just zips in, gets the strike, and puts Esports at OSU on the board for this one. Almost said ESU, and that's completely the wrong one. OSU on the board here, as they're looking to potentially take game 1 here. I mean, they do have those 2 sets already, so they're not quite feeling the pressure as badly as the Fairfield Stags might be. We're going to have Dropletto securing a goal, getting the core flip, sending it up. Peanut Enjoyer is on top of this one, defending the goal. Barrage comes through, core flip from the Plusian, just actually gets a barrier just through Aura. He just baits out Phoenix. And we have an open goal here. Fairfield looking to get the clear around this Asher, who is a little bit fast on this one. It's going to be a kill on to the IME once again. The Barrage gets it over to the Asher, and the Juno's just not fast enough. And now OSU is 1 point away from getting game 1.
Yeah, some good plays coming out from OSU. I'm not even sure exactly where the damage is actually coming from on their side, but they're finding a few kills here and there, actually. As I say, Straight just finds a kill on that Appellation right there. As I was saying, they're finding these good passing plays, they're finding these good kill opportunities, which I think can be very important playing against Fairfield, which are going to try and stifle out as many passing opportunities and I'm going to be wanting to keep damage in their favor as much as they can.
Yeah, we have the core flip as well being used by names there, so that's one big thing off the field. Peanut Joyer very low as well. He's going to proc the Atlas ult, and that's another big part of Atlas's kit. I mean, it's great for getting the save, but it's not going to be up for another 40 seconds or so. Glyph Pop as well is not enough to get the clear. LaPlosson gets another double barrier here, as unfortunately Phoenix tries to clear up there, and there's a Kai and an Asher in your face, and that is going to be game 1 by OSU, just crowding the goal and forcing bad plays out, because there's really not a good play left.
Yeah, pretty dominant game there from the side of OSU there. I didn't actually think that they would dominate as much as they did with their comps. I feel like I just turning names off, for example. I definitely would have thought that Fairfield's comp would have done a little bit more there, but OSU just played a really good game, and they were able to find opportunities where they were advantaged, especially with that matchup that they had against the Juno, having both the Kai and the Asher to beat out those slimes.
Yeah, and as it turns out, I was talking about the Twin Drive hotshot trade earlier, but it seems that the Twin Drive wins out in the end. The beautiful use of the secondaries just shut down so many plays. And with the hotshot on Juno surely did do a little bit of work. It seemed much more that the later stages, the overtimes, favored esports at OSU a little bit more, when usually the overtime is favoring the hotshot. So, whereas Fairfield really wanted to rush the plays and get done sooner, the hotshot kind of wants to sit back a little bit more and get those red cores in overtime. So well played to both teams on that one, but esports really locking in, just taking the commanding position in that game. And Fairfield, I mean, Dropletto may have woken up right before the game, and that's probably the lore for this one, so maybe he's still waking up, maybe that was the warm-up game, but definitely not as commanding as we've seen previously from Fairfield.
We'll debunk the rumors, though. Dropletto was actually watching the stream earlier today, so he's at least a little bit awake. I know that for sure. But yeah, in general, not a great scenario you want to be in. Getting 3-0'd, I mean, it's not the worst. Especially since we're on winner's side?
Yes.
Yes, we're on winner's side, so again, it doesn't feel like the end of the world, so pressure isn't built up too much, I don't think.
Yeah, so
There we
this
go.
is, of course, the winner's final, so whoever drops down from this one faces the loser of the winner's semi faces the winner of the loser's semi in the loser's final, and then goes back up to the grand final if they win that one. So whoever wins this one is not out of the tournament yet, has the opportunity to still make a run for the winning spot. But from what we've seen of Game 1 at least, it is definitely seeming to favor OSU, just from how dominant that performance was.
Yeah, I'll admit biased. I might not be in Oregon myself, but it's the college that's closer to me. So, hey, go West Coast, go West Coast.
My condolences for all the Westies in the chat. I'm sorry about your terminal condition. It will not get better, but we can hope. In the meantime, though, we have a Hot Shot and Spark of Strength start on Night Market, and it's going to be the Juno instant ban, the Era ban, and then it's going to be the Estelle pickup here. Pretty good with the Hot Shot. The Julie Atlas, probably making use of the Spark of Strength on that Julie and just looking to play with the kill and against the enemy's kill.
Interesting to see another hotshot start on this map. We do have the Spark of Strength, which is going to be interesting to see, especially how damage may scale over time, especially for the brawlers instead. As we can see here, actually on the side of Fairfield, they opt to pick in the the Finny X and Estelle, which I think is going to be very good at actually both finding the KOs and as well as being able to just have generally good scoring pressure, which is in general pretty optimal for your general comfort, especially when you're running a less, well, not less coordinated, but lower skill level than, let's say, like Nassel or NASA for when you're running damage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's always a lot of differences between different levels of play of how well they can execute and what that even means, because at some levels, executing on a kill comp is just getting one kill and that's enough. Other times you have to get several and also save enough to, be able to get through the rest of the enemy team, and it really just varies based on where you are. So Interesting to see what they're going to pull out with this one, but it is, of course, going to be the Fini on the goal. You occasionally see the Fini midfield and, has a lot of really good power with that ultimate in that role, but you usually see it on that goalie being able to support with the secondary, the primary as well. So I think fairly standard teams, all things considered. Once again, of course, the OS team, they've matched up all of their... you don't see it in the loading screen, but they match up all of their profile pictures, they match up their player cards. They really have the teamwork on that front locked down. That maybe is why they won that game 1, but we're going to see if it goes into game 2. We already see them, though. One barrier down very quickly. A great corner clear there from Names, just a pixel away from the barrier, but hitting the corner nicely. And we see a little bit of a lead here once again for OSU going into this one. Pass up to Peanut Enjoyer with Gigablast. Goes a little backwards with Bellringer to the connection belt. The Bull Rush actually just leads to a lot of damage on this axe. And the Cosmic Expanse a little bit too early. Dash Punch as well. So both teams trying to find their footing on the new map with the new characters. Feeling each other out on this one. But not too bad on this one. One barrier still taken all the way in towards the latter half of the set. Point.
Yeah, I feel like it's a very similar matchup that we've seen from other CCL games. Well, not CCL games, but other games of a similar level where you have the team that wants to keep the core up more and would love to keep the play more spread out, as opposed to the team that's going to be playing more together and playing for more just getting the core to the brawler up when they can and finding scores off of those more isolated 1v1s or in corners in general where they can have more value from this Juliet, especially with the Spark of Strength compared to the Hot Shot. So it'll be interesting to see how they play this out, especially considering that Hot Shot's already out for both sides, which I think is a very big contributor to like power swings in these kinds of matchups. Is we has more core speed here, but both sides have benefit of having it at the same time. So we're going to see, I think, a decent amount of momentum swings throughout this match, including ones coming from KO, as we can see here. Fairfield's in a power play, a double power play even.
Yeah, that is actually going to be... the Atlas does go down with core flip, but at least Kai gets a barrier in response, forcing up core flip from the Kai, almost getting another barrier, good defense from Phoenix. Does manage to keep that from happening. Borosh comes out. There's still core flip on Dropletto there, and almost one on Strages. One strike for more. There we go. The Rose Rope gets the core flip there. Core flip from the X, actually countered by an Astral Projection from Names AH. It's really nice to see. The secondary from the Fini comes out as well. Tags Laplacian, who almost dies to Crystal Plunge, but gets a timely dodge and gets a barrier on top of it. So even though this was looking really bad not too long ago with the double power play for Fairfield, it is now an open goal here. The Fini ult doesn't get the connection either, with Dropletto just barely missing the angle. Strike shot comes out of the Fini, and we've got some interesting bounces here in front of the goal from Fairfield. They're making me a little afraid, but nothing scored just yet. The primaries coming out, the Astral Projection as well. Barrage from the Kai. Strages on the bottom here again with the core flip, with the piercing shot. Does use that there, but it's countered by Laplacian with a great dribble with the punch. Laplacian using that, getting the Atlas ult used there, and using a dodge as well just to stay alive. That's a lot off the field, but not the core just yet. They're trying to get the goal, and as soon as I'm about to say them, it's like, oh, they're about to score the goal, and then it's immediately a great clear, a great core flip there as well from Phoenix. Does die for it though, but the goal is still going. The point is still alive.
Yeah, something that I think you're going to see a lot from this game, especially, is the side of Fairfield is going to be wanting to place a lot of damage on Lapulation OS here. Even then, you can see in that point, actually, Lapulation was low for, I think, probably the majority of that that point there. And it's going to be a bit awkward, I feel like, especially with the fact that the Atlas has a range on their ult. They're not going to be able to heal Lapulation while they're all the way up, which is where they want to be, because they do have a favorable matchup to stuff it through the Fini, especially. That's not known as the best like defensive character. And if you can see it right there, though, OSU is making the best of it. They're finding those scorings already in a 3-0.
Yeah, and it's crucial in these early sets that they're very fast, that X doesn't really have a chance to get too many levels under his belt, so he's not really able to do as much. And we see as well quick strikes available for the kind. We've seen Kai's love it today, but he's going to go with the Super Surge instead, denying it away from the Estelle, and just picking up again. More speed on the Kai is always nice.
Yeah, definitely. I'm interested to see whether this missile prop goes to the Atlas. No. Very good pickup from the side of Fini there. You do not want a hot shot, strike shot Atlas to get that missile prop. we see the specialized go to the X. I think that's going to be very important, I feel like, for the side of Fairfield, having that extra damage presence, especially for not just like damage itself, but also the KOs. It's going to be easier to find those KOs, especially since generally Dropletto is obviously the national player of the team, so it may be more difficult. I know Strangers is kind of the GOAT though, so who knows, maybe he's doing pretty well on the quick confirms as well.
Yeah, you'll see the barrage being used at the bottom there by the Enjoyer, piercing shot as well from Strages, but Barry goes down with just Dropletto's strike there. Laplacian very close to death. One Fini card from downtown could take out this Julie, but so could an Estelle piercing shot again. So nice to see that one. Half the HP of Peanut Enjoyer goes away with one Fini card. That Missile Prop putting in a lot of work. Strike shot as well from downtown as well. Missile Prop is really nice to have on a goalie. You get so much more range out of it, of course, which lets you have so much more pressure. Dropletto trying to get forward, but the strike shots from Names, because even though he didn't get Missile Prop, he still got the Siege Machine, which is a little bit more range. That's an unfortunate Night Market bounce, but also an unfortunate Kai death there. As Dropletto is able to take him off the field, dribbling with the Bell Ringer as well. Self-pass with the Night Market angle is really nice to see, but the secondary from Names is actually enough to get the clear on that one. Strages trying to get it forward to the X. Barrage comes out, the Ash Protection does as well. Strages gets the strike off on it, has the core flip on this Estelle as well. Misses the piercing shot, unfortunately, and Laplace, just with the position, he's able to force out the core flip with the threat of the dash punch. Barrage comes out from Peanut. Names has the core. Crystal Thorns goes wide a little bit too early, expecting down clear, not the up one. It's going to be the card whiffing, but unfortunately Laplace does not get the connection. Eventually, though, the core gets Dropletto and goes into the goal there. Nicely found to the top side while Names is hovering on the bottom.
Yeah, not the worst outcome, I feel like, for the side of OSU there. Especially the fact that Dropletto was able to not get the score off of that core flip there. I think it's going to be especially important to see how they play those situations out, because in general, Fairfield is going to be the ones with more energy, as OSU is going to be taking a lot more damage. So it's going to be very important to see them kind of deal with these core flips, as well as find these times where energy is general neutral to swing things in their favor.
Yeah. We do see the Dropletto with that core flip there is going to be using it there and face the Ash Protection. Baits out both the primary and the secondary of Atlas, but Names does get the clear in the end. The barrage just goes around the core there. Unfortunate from Peanut there. Phoenix is able to get the clear there completed. Dash Punch not connecting onto the Estelle. Expecting a little bit more knockback from that Ash Protection, I assume. Piercing shot, X Maximus used. Peanut Enjoyer very low on health, but not going to take it out just yet. The Fini ult is really nice, the big finish, but gets countered in the end. Laplacian with the core flip in front of the barriers is able to complete the double. Names with the dribble and the strike shot gets it over to Laplacian, but the Rose Roll Crystal Thorns, the barrage as well, not quite enough to get it through, just not quite the range on those projectiles to touch the core. But Peanut Enjoyer up on the top here, forcing out the core flip from the Fini, a bit of a dribble off of the center of the Night Market there. It's going to be another around-the-world shot here with the core speed, but the barrier is still standing. Names putting on the defense there, and the dash punch straight in line with the core flip there. Nicely set up by Names and nicely executed by Laplacian.
Yeah, great point for the side of OSU there. I feel like I'm really liking how Laplacian's playing this matchup currently, because you want to see that Juliet in there. They want to see the Juliet finding, especially those double barriers are going to be generally easier for Juliet to find than other characters, I personally find, when playing Brawler. So it's great overall play from the side of OSU there at that point.
A great play there with Drop, using the X Maximus to get the dribble, sending it straight through the Kai. Of course, with that specialized training, it hits pretty heavily as well, so you're so focused on the damage, and the core just goes straight through with the hit stun. That it's so difficult to think it's like, oh, I have to survive to use the X Maximus, but sometimes it's just you have to tank the hits and take the damage, knowing you'll probably die afterwards, but at least there is an afterwards. But it's so difficult to make those decisions in the heat of the moment. You have Dropletto completing the double as well. Strays getting the bottom one, Drop getting the top one. Bellringer going for the dribble, but no score just yet. Dropletto has core flip again already. But Barry goes down there. Nice find by the side of OSU. We're looking to come back in this one. That's a dash punch. That's a kill in response, though. But it doesn't matter as Laplace just goes to the top, and Phoenix just was not able to get there in time. Names H and Laplacian. 1 kill, 1 goal. Doesn't matter that the Kai dies. He is a worthy sacrifice.
Yeah, very unfortunate trade from the side of Fairfield here, especially since Dropletto was this one to spend the core flip on the kill compared to Laplacian, who just used the good old dash and punch for their kill instead. Definitely a bit unfortunate
Unfortunate defense there. Strategies and Phoenix not quite agreeing on how to do it. Thought that each one would go for the other, and they stalled it out just long enough for Kai Barrage to take out one barrier. But they get one on the response. It's going to be a kill flip, though, coming out from Laplacian, and a pass down from the Kai means that it's another score by Laplacian. And I gotta commend OSU is just feeding Laplacian so many good opportunities here. I mean, we had the core flip from the Atlas earlier, the pass down from the Kai there. Just making it easy for the Brawler to get it through. And, you know, not all of them have been easy, but those kinds of cases just showcase the beautiful team play available here on the side of OSU, and kind of showcase some of the holes in Fairfield's team right now, is they're just not able to control the field as well. And we have the peak performance on Julie, which is going to lead to more speed and more health, so it's harder to kill her too.
Yeah, again, I actually think that Fairfield play at set really well. But looking at the Awakenings here, we have, let's see, oh, the Deadeye going to the Estelle. This Deadeye is going to hit, the Deadeye Estelle is actually going to hit really hard. And as well as this actually extra special going to X, I think is going to provide Fairfield a good chance in this set, especially for the KOs that they've been looking for, as well as, well, in general, I think that they've kind of shined the most when they were able to find more core control and passing plays, kind of just make themselves more space in general. But especially finding that damage is something not to complain about whatsoever.
Unfortunate from there, Phoenix just not able to get back in time. That is the weakness, of course, of going for the strike shot instead of the mom boots. Harder to reposition, harder to get back in time. And so, unfortunately, was really well exploited there by OSU. We see some dribbling play along the top here, trying to get it to Laplacian once again, but a good intercept from Dropletto and Strages means that the barriers are going to hold for a little bit longer, yet the piercing shot finds a nice angle there. Names it a little bit too high. Phoenix getting a nice strike shot as well. A strike shot from downtown from Names AH, though, is able to keep the core forward, and that's a dash plunge onto the X. It's the power play here for OSU, but the piercing shot through the Kai means that a barrier goes down in the negative power play here. As Laplacian is trying to get the second barrier, is able to get it, but there's nobody up top, so it just buys a lot of time. And that's actually going to be the night market angle, just barely into the goal. What an incredible find there.
I had no words for that angle. I mean, if I was Names Are Hard, I'd be a bit upset over that one, I must say.
Now you can even see that's going to be an X Maximus kill there onto the Julie, so a power play here for Fairfield. No time to talk about the last point. We're in the middle of this point here. Another barrier, or another double barrier is taken here. Dropletto doing a lot of damage to the Kai. Crystal Thorns as well sent it through the Atlas. I was going to talk about how funny it was that, you know, Names AH is going there and using the Drakkar question mark emote on the corner, but Fairfield is just going pedal to the metal and not giving us a chance to talk about anything. It's just go, 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 kill, 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 score, 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 score.
Yeah, big, I feel like, point for these points is just like who's going to be able to pinch who, right? You have the Laplacian on the Juliet, be able to find some kills, be able to like pinch one player on the sides right there with Pietro, especially having the speed to get in those kind of positions. Meanwhile, you have Dropletto being able to find some kills as well for himself on those sides as well. And it's been a big decider for how these points are going.
It's a great angle found by Phoenix there to let the barrier stand for a little bit longer. Laplacian does get one off the back of it, but it is not a double. It took a lot more effort than the Julie was initially expecting on that one. Laplacian also taking a lot of damage here. Finial comes out as well, but the punch from Laplacian is able to secure the barrier. And no Julie kill just yet. The missile prop on the Fini card, though, does get that last barrier. Laplacian not able to win the strike war there. Nicely done by Phoenix, but in the end, the punch is what does it. Phoenix just letting the core go a little bit too low, and again, Esports at OSU is 1 point away from securing the entire series.
Yeah, a very pivotal point, especially for the side of Fairfield, having this energy. I think it's going to be very important how they do in this early part of the set. Already find the first barrier is going to be a very good start for them.
Great big finish, though, and just great strikes in general from Phoenix means that the barriers are still standing despite Laplacian's efforts, but that is going to potentially be a double. Great core flip from Strages is going to mean that it is no double, but at least Laplacian does force out the core flip, that all-important ability. Piercing shot countered by an Astral Projection really nicely as well. Crystal Thorn is going to be invested, but not get too much out of it. Laplacian takes a bunch of damage, doesn't get the barrier just yet, and a lot more damage as well, as Julie is right for the picking on this one, but that double take or triple take does not hit. And we have Dropletto trying to get forward with this core flip, trying to use the X Maximus. We even have the Atlas coming out to restore all of the HP here. But we have the core flip coming out, the Astral Projection, and the Cosmic Expanse both used there, and the barrier is defended from them, so well played by Names AH. Of course, you have to invest a lot, but you get a lot out of it. The point still stands, and that's going to be Phoenix, unfortunately, hitting his own barrier there with the triple take, and the flurry from Julie gets it through. Laplacian is able to get the final point that OSU needed, and of course, they're standing there in their line with their emotes, showcasing their team play, and that got them all the way to the 2-0 versus Fairfield, and taking them to the grand finals.
Yeah, esports at OSU looking really strong this set. Our 2-0ing, I think that was a 6-0 actually, if I'm not mistaken here.
I believe it was.
Yeah, it's showcasing a lot, both their team play as well, just their ability to maintain their composure, even in times where it felt like may have been disadvantaged for them a little bit during certain sets. Continuously pumping out these set after set, regardless of however the Awakenings or anything else came out.
Yeah, was well played though. The Awakenings, pretty good. And there was a lot of opportunities for both teams to make use of things, but at the end, OSU was just more dominant, not giving their opponents the opportunity to really control. We saw that when they let up and when Fairfield had the opportunity to make use of their Awakenings and their kits, they really did give OSU a run for their money. I mean, we had so many quick sets here, so many explosive moments from Fairfield, but they just weren't able to have the consistency in those. They weren't able to have the control on those. So gotta hand it to OSU for just controlling the game itself on that one. Although I have a hunch here that Fairfield might be running for the Sad Boys play angle, or the Sad Boys run, where they go to loser's bracket, run it up all the way back, just so that they stay warmed up. I think I have a feeling that we're going to see them again in the grand finals, duking it out. But of course, it is going to be a bit more of a journey for Fairfield on this one, a journey that we will continue to see later on. Any last words on this one, Kiliast?
No, it was a great time. Excited to see how the rest of the CCL plays out. Definitely will be checking this later today to see just how things went.
Yep, here to here. Stick it around to see how it goes, because it's going to be a lot more fun, a lot more games coming out. But we will be heading off here, handing it over to our other talented casters here. So stick around. See y'all.
Hello, we are back here with the loser semifinal match between the UCF Rods and GMU Patriots. And I'm up here with my friend
Pato.
Pato.
Thanks, Coach. It's nice to be here casting young college students this time instead of crusty old national players. And we're going to see, actually, we might see quite a few of them depending on how the day plays out. But for UCF Rods, they had a pretty good run until they did lose to Fairfield Stags in the winner's semifinals earlier, and now they're brought to the loser semifinals to give it their all against George Mason for a chance against a rematch against Fairfield Stags. And of course, in the opposing side are George Mason Patriots. Um, they've had they've lost actually against the other UCF team, UCF Frogs, and they had to play a tight game against Auburn to come up to the loser semifinal. Neither of these teams are undeserving here, but both of them obviously have the roster and the capability to go up higher and potentially even make it to the grand finals and face off against esports at OSU. So we have a pretty stacked bracket ahead of us. But how do you feel about the best of three? We have Clarion Test Chamber coming up, and then
Yep.
I think what was the next one? Night Market? Okay.
It is CTC, Taiko Temple, and then Night Market if we
Taiko.
have a game 3. Yep. Obviously our game 3 Night Market, probably the most comfortable map for most teams. It's been in the pool forever. But yeah, as you said, both these teams have had quite a journey to get here. Hopefully that experience helps them prevail here in going into this game 1. But I think that, like, GMU is this team that's been in almost essentially every single CCL like finale tournament, made it, had a lot of good runs, but not quite able to make it. But now with all the old blood or whatever gone, with no Lakeland, no SLU, no UCLA, etc., GMU trying to, like, maybe see if they can pull one out here, and become the new, our first new champions of CCL in a bit. And the game 1 draft is looking pretty good. With the Asher era Dubu on one side, pretty safe characters. I think a lot of, like, the execution on them is pretty straightforward. While on the other side we have the Atlas Estelle Kai. So it's gonna, might be a little bit harder to directly score because there's no brawler, but the Estelle does have that scoring capability.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely think that we've seen some double midfield action coming out of GMU, and they've been making it work with Spartan holding it down as Atlas goalie. But yeah, it's going to be really tough to get through this Dubu of Aimi. It's going to confuse me all game, I think. But yeah, it's a really solid Dubu, and yeah, it's going to just be hard to get through all the creations. But they've been getting the first barrier already, does Wiggly Wobbly and Rabies. They're just looking for a level 2 here so that they can get the Crystal Thorns online, so they can get the Giga online. Aimi obviously getting the creation, Tofu Fortress coming online, and Rabies and Nats kind of duking it out in the top side, with Nats retreating back to the orb, but unfortunately the level 2 spike for Asher was a little too late. The Path Splitter did not come out in time, so Gopher is down, and Rabies, a dangerous attempt with a piercing shot, but gets thwarted away, and Spartan did have to use the Celestial Intervention to potentially save our Estelle. But on the Gates of Obscura variant on Parent Corp, we're going to see these two midfields constantly being brought low, but Aimi is the one actually being taken off the field now, and Wiggly White coming in with the barrage held by the Asher primary, trying to do make the best of the power play as they can, but all of the abilities coming out so far have been deflected pretty well from the side of UCF.
Good passing, but just not able to finish out. As I said earlier, the lack of the brawler is really gonna cost them. They do have the scoring potential with the Estelle and even the Kai, but they don't have that stuffing potential outside of the Estelle primary. So it's gonna just be a little bit hard to actually confirm on the attempts, even if they get probably more of them than they would if they had a Juliet or a Zentara.
Wiggly Wobbly having to run away to his orb now, and Spartan answering the flip, keeping the barrier alive is going to be so important, especially with Nats just brought down low, but still being really threatening with the Asher. The Gig comes out, the Thorns comes out, but Aimi just patiently waiting. This Dubu mental made out of stone so far. Nats trying to get taken off the field. Rabies is sharking for an opportunity, but does have to save the ability, but not if Wiggly Wobbly barrages in.
Yep. Dubu forced into a tight spot there. Can't really clear it into that barrage. A little bit risky to clear down, but seems to be the right option there as a nice score by the Wiggly Wobbly Barrage to take the first point of the game.
Of course, all 6 players have actually taken Spark cooldowns as well. So whoever wins this first set, whoever can dominate the Spark economy can, it looks like, might snowball in that direction as well. Seems prudent to point out in our first point, in our second point, and Raby's trying to control the midfield, but Nas dashing in, beating the barrier out against Spartan, who had to use his abilities now. Aimee does use the log, but gets the core away, and now Spartan forced in a tight corner again, but has an actual projection left. Aimee sacrifices Tufu Fortress and the top barrier, does get to clear out, but once again, Raby's just controlling so much of that space. Peewis has to burn her secondary to get back into position. Unfortunately, not in time. The Crystal Thorn comes out to a flip Raby's, who uses it to score against Dubu.
Yeah, the reaction speed test as old as time here. Aimee on the Dubu, just not quite able to find that strike in time. But it's tough. I mean, even the best of players will get reaction speed tested sometimes.
Yeah, of course, definitely nerves into play as well in the game. You know, it's the playoffs now. It's the loser semifinals, and again, both teams do want to make it all the way. Wiggly Wobbly with the core flip, but Nats 18 is the one with the size, and the Asher just prowling over there. Spartan rotating away to Radius, who does use the Rose Warp to ensure the clear, and Wiggly Wobbly caught between a rock and a hard place, but does escape with their lives and the core flip, which is being used right now. But a great lock from the Dubu, making sure that the core is out of danger zone and into pressure for UCF Broads here. But Spartan just so good, just clearing it out, especially with Rabies just looking for an angle onto Peewis, just get a kill potentially, dribbling it around, but Wiggly Wobbly finds the time to rotate back, and once again, UCF Broads find themselves on the back foot of the barriers, just losing one, and Spartan just clearing it through now. Oh, but great play from Nats with the barrier, gets both and is able to use primary, but Wiggly Wobbly is the one with the size this time, and they need to keep this forward pressure up because now George Mason Patriots is the one with the open net behind their back.
Yep, and I think that finally the ability to pass along, like around with all the space they have with the Estelle and the Kai isn't as impactful on a more closed iteration like this Clarion iteration, the Orb one. I don't remember their names, but it's really costing GMU here, as you know, they're now the ones without the barriers, and they are gonna have a harder time finding these angles without being able to just like pass in open spaces.
Peewis's Maelstrom was dangerous there. Wiggly Wobbly, of course, respected, but they still find a rotate around. Aimee having to burn the Dubu's Tofu Fortress as Nats tried to find a pick onto Rabies, but Rabies was on top of it, did use their evade. Spartan with a flip, though, and an expand, so it's going to go right back to Rabies. A great dash from the Dubu, though, making sure not in the range of the beam. Spartan in perfect position to actually reach the core there. It's not going too fast still, even though it's overtime.
Good rotation there. Get it to Peewis. Let Peewis try on this side. Now Nats can try to push up with this Maelstrom here, and looking, it's going to force the flip out of Spartan. Really good roll to stop that Rabies attempt, because that could have been the end of the point of the set right there.
Yeah, both forwards playing really aggressively and finding a lot of points. Unfortunately, doesn't link to a goal. Peewis does have a flip, though, and has a secondary come in with the Maelstrom, but a great Giga from Wiggly Wobbly, as well as the expanse from Spartan, does mean that Rabies can get the core out and into offensive mode, but this is a Dubu with a flip, and Rabies doesn't have energy to counteract that as well. Going straight back to Spartan, though, which lets him set up the offense. Once again, the Rose Warp goes a little bit awry, but Wiggly Wobbly and Spartan is going to be able to find a play against Nats 18, who does have a flip of their own. Giga Blast off to a strange angle, but still not leading to a goal, and a great link to Peewis, but Wiggly Wobbly was there with the barrage to save it, using the core flip as well, but it's so hard to get the core out in this variant. The offensive pressure just continues with the Brawler, and there we go, Wiggly Wobbly off the field. Power play finally. Peewis misses a beam, but the core goes straight through. Nats 18 finding the thread that they needed.
Yeah, sometimes. So this offense from the UCF wants to keep it in these corners as much as possible because they have the Asher and the Era with the the NATO and the ult and just the amount of stuffing pressure Asher has. But the opposite is true for GMU. They want to be able to move it into open space over and over again because they're always going to get to these like loose balls first with the Estelle secondary and the Kai movement speed. And that's why those close maps are definitely favorable. And unfortunately, GMU, as I said, that shows that they can just move it up and down as many times as they want until they can score.
Yeah, I mean, the Stride Street variant, if only UCF Frauds were able to get Air Variant all the time, but unfortunately that's not the case, and we're going to see Wiggly Wobbly rewarded with some strong awakenings here. What do you think, Appa?
Yeah, I think that Primetime, huge awakening, you don't want the Air to have it, but Quick Strikes is another great one, especially if you're a character that is going to be like forced to strike in these like tight corners a lot. And that's kind of what, you know, UCF wants. They want to be able to put it in these tight corners. But if you have that quick strike, it's just the extra strikes you get makes such a huge difference. I think that Primetime, though, is going to help a lot, considering the amount of like good attempts already they're struggling to find, and that Primetime is like a denial of an attempt on its own. So I think that's a really big awakening to do this.
Yeah, that's really nice for Aimee, but yeah, it's kind of like a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, because if Wiggly Wobbly didn't take quick strikes, I bet that Aimee would have taken that quick strike, and it would have helped a lot on the defense. This is the sound wave variant. I don't know the names either, Alpha, actually, but they trade barriers each, and now the core has so much potential to just travel fast right around the edges, like as you're seeing here. And Wiggly Wobbly looking to catch the core. It's still moving too fast and a second barrage coming out. Even that, not enough. Aimee's barrier still holds strong. Ravy's coming in with the Crystal Thorns. P.W.I.S. slowing down both of the midfielders, letting Nats 18 just catch up and find potentially a kill. No, Wiggly Wobbly on top of it does evade, but this is the Kai's last evade. Has to watch out for positioning. Rotates it around Aimee, but Aimee does learn to flip, so the barriers hold strong once again as Spartans Celestial Intervention coming in strong, even using the Expanse to outlive Nats 18's Pass Splitter, which was a really, really scary moment there for GMU, but they handle it superbly.
And there is the core flip on Rabies, but the core flip on Wiggly Wobbly is a lot of offensive pressure lost, because when you don't have the stuffing power, that core flip is sometimes the best option you have. A lot of core flips are going out right now, though.
Yeah, there's I think 3 core flips used between both teams in the span of like 5 or so seconds, and Aimee finally loses the second barrier. Spartan all the way last is a second to go. Nats 18 to dash was a little too short this time. This does let Rabies have one more chance with the Rose Bar with a Giga from Wiggly Wobbly. What a snipe from downtown.
Yep. I think Wiggly Wobbly just trying to do that prediction probably wasn't even expecting it to hit on that angle, probably expecting to hit on the top, but perfect Giga Blast there, and it looked all calculated to me.
Yeah, it's definitely calculated. I mean, these guys are in higher education right there. They're smart. They got this. Aimee loses the barrier against the stuffing war. I mean, surprising amount of stuffing from both Estelle and Kai here.
Yep. The Estelle does have the primary, and the Kai has options as well. But you know, what ends up happening a lot of times is even if like you can't stuff it right away, when they use their abilities, because you're hitting it around them, it makes it, like stuffing with like less a lot easier. So the ability to stuff it with just a Giga Blast like that is easier because the Dubu has to play around the pass as well, and which means he can't lock himself into that primary animation right away.
Yeah, that makes sense. And we also just saw Spartan expertly deal with overextended Nats 18. So that was great plays coming out from George Mason Patriots, and they have the momentum here in the second set as well. And it's gonna be starting to look really scary for UCF Ross if they don't find some life, or find some signs of life, some win conditions that they can adhere to, and that might be the start, because Nats 18 gets a great double barrier off. Aimee stalling the offense just like that, and now another creation coming out from Nats, just pushing it towards Spartan over and over again. He does have flip though, but he has to burn it almost immediately. As I say that, P.W.I.S. is looking low, has to retreat to the orb, double attempt at a kill coming out, but P.W.I.S. does survive all of that, so retains energy and is going to be unstaggered soon. Nats 18 coming out with a dribble, backwards dribble, very clean, but unfortunately that does mean that Rabies and Wiggly is going to be able to pivot back and help with the defense now. Wiggly Wobbly without an energy is prone to getting knocked off the field, and P.W.I.S. coming in, but Nats, a little bit of a miscoordination there, runs for Wiggly Wobbly instead, and Rabies gets the core in to the second barrier and is going to be able to find a Crystal Thorns angle as well. Aimee preemptively using the backwards Tuku Fortress, very nice defensive one. Didn't end up needing it, but very smart plays coming out from UCF Ross.
Yeah, a lot of preemptive stuff are just coming up now. I think the players are getting a little bit more anxious to just try to make something happen. It's going to mean that certain attempts aren't going to look very good when they fail, but definitely if it succeeds, it will look awesome. So, a lot to look for. Oh, the kill from Nats as well, but unfortunately timed, as Rabies is able to collect the core and put it in with the primary.
Yeah, Dubu unfortunately did align itself with the core, which let Raby just find a perfect piercing shot, and now George Mason Patriots are looking to run away with it and take the first win of the set. They're on set point here.
And
So,
this is what the problem with Spark starts. You'll see these like 3 Spark
Triple
drafts, and now
Spark,
like
yeah.
you can't like the most you're gonna
Sure.
get is 2 now. So, but I mean honestly, I'm not upset if I'm a 2 Sparker in this game. I think the strength would have been a really good pickup, but Nat's opting for the speed, as well. The leadership a little bit weaker when you only have 2 Sparks with it, but the extra focus timing on with the prime time by itself is good, as well as making Arrow beams just shorter cooldown with the new picked up cast slash. I think that even though UCF is down here, they picked up some good awakenings in that draft.
Yeah, that's really nice. Yeah, Wiggly Wobbly did opt for the explosive entrance over the Castle Lash, which did let P-Wiz pick it up. P-Wiz actually kind of get trapped by the Toku Fortress, but did end up not losing both barriers here. Aimi was on top of it, and now Spartan Wiggly Wobbly, oh my gosh, just rotating the core around both defense members of P-Wiz and Aimi. They're finding some kind of angles, and a Giga Blast coming in, knocking Aimi off the field, and this is a power play coming in from GMU as they look to pressure through Nats 18, who has to use their ability defensively, and the dash just missing the core. And there we go, George Mason Patriots on the 3rd set looking dominant here.
Yep, that explosive entrance really made that Giga Blast have that extra punch, and I think that may have been the difference of why Aimi died to it actually. So maybe the true winner of the draft was actually just the GMU Patriots.
Yeah, Wiggly Wobbly looking strong, does lose to the Asher barrier being there, and Aimi does end up losing the barrier just by hair's breadth. So now 1-1 barrier situation. Raby's coming in with the Rose Warp. Great one, but Aimi does answer with an equally great save. Wiggly Wobbly trying to find an angle, very cognizant of Nats 18, fishing for a kill on that side street. It's a dangerous place to be if you're a Kai against Asher, but nice rotate down, even tries to giga past Aimi, but Aimi was very patient, and the pass splitter slightly too late. Rabies is going up now with a core flip, gets the core trapped between the two fortresses, and it works out for Aimi. This time he was coming in with the Maelstrom, and Nats 18 taken off the field, and Wiggly Wobbly also taken off the field. He was using the flip, trying to make something happen, and does get the barrier off, and they're going to be able to weather the storm of this 2v2 situation, as Nats 18 is the one coming in first, but 1 second later Wiggly Wobbly comes back as well, and now both teams are in full 3-on-3 mode as Maelstrom once again coming in, but is in a completely different direction this time, isn't going to find any kills. Nats 18 looking for an angle to pass the push, but Spartan thwarts it with a well-placed strike shot, but he was nice redirection, but unfortunately misses the goal. Raby's coming in with the Rose Warp as well. Wiggly Wobbly rotating it down, but nobody is there so far. The Tofu Fortress is going to answer. Wiggly Wobbly taken off the field once again by Nats 18, and this is a great point for UCF Fraud so far.
Yep, these kills are kind of what you need. You have the brawler advantage, so you need to be able to leverage that. The ability to threaten KOs. You don't even have to get the KOs necessarily. Just the threat makes Wiggly Wobbly walk out of it there and get the free clear, because he can't just sit in that corner and bully the Fubu if he has to worry about getting Asher dash button.
Yeah, Wiggly Wobbly constantly rotating to the bottom, but this time P-Wiz is reading it, and now Wiggly Wobbly, no energy, does get the second barrier there from Rabies, and Spartan using the Celestial Intervention this time to potentially save the Kai from dying. And P-Wiz and Aimi finally have their defensive on track, but oh, P-Wiz strayed a little too close to Sun herself, and now it's Rabies and Wiggly Wobbly having the forward deal push again versus two humongous brawlers, Nats and Aimi. The flip being used preemptively, unfortunately doesn't get the goal, and Aimi reaction check once again. And now it's match point for George Mason Patriots.
Yep. Close points, really, but just the extra edge, I think, that GMU, perhaps from the more experience of the roster, is really mattering a lot. And, you know, this is going to probably end up being the 3-0, but I can definitely see a world where in a game 2, where a lot of these points go the other way off of maybe a different draft or different awakenings for our UCF Frauds here.
Yeah, I mean, Spartan just somehow being taken off the field, and I mean, because these points are so close, this might be just what they need to get back as UCF Frauds, as P-Wiz goes for a great beam. Unfortunately, it doesn't lead to a barrier. Nats really wants to get it here with the Maelstrom as well, but Spartan is back and they clear without losing a barrier. That was 13 seconds of dangerous defense coming out from George Mason Patriots, and they make it work. Nats 18 rotating up to Spartan, who does use an expanse. Wiggly Wobbly passes to P-Wiz, who is going to use that flip to get that top barrier now. Rabies and Spartan trying to defend, but that Maelstrom was very nice, and they finally put themselves back on the board as UCF Frauds.
I think that tempo leverage they got from that one kill on the goalie, and the basically meaning the core never left the side of GMU, And it's a lot easier to score if you're permanently on offense. That's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you just never make your goalie touch the goal, you're gonna eventually win. Wiggly Wobbly, a great movement, wiggling away from Nats's dash punch there does let him live. Aimee does concede that lower barrier. Spartan holding onto both barriers for now, and Rabies trying to get that energy burst. Nats is going to burn it first, rotating it to P-Wiz. I mean, amazing rotation from the corner stuffing team here. And this variant actually is the corner stuffing variant coming out with the pass splitter, but Spartan somehow makes to let Peaks out that astral projection, which lets him diffuse that offense here. But once again, the core is coming down. P-Wiz trying to run back. Rabies using Crystal Thorns, using the Rose Warp, using anything they can to turn the offense back on the side of George Mason Patriots. And the Maelstrom push coming in. This is looking really dangerous. Wiggly Wobbly using a Giga Blast without much fruition, but that barrage is going to do it. Rabies has to save himself. Spartly puts down that Celestial Intervention. P-Wiz gets a beating, but doesn't die, doesn't get knocked off the field. And this is looking really scary as the core gets closer and closer. Spartan is the one who takes the Smite War win. Wiggly Wobbly looking low without energy now. And Spartan running down, trying to switch places with Wiggly Wobbly. Wiggly Wobbly needs to get back on the field now because Rabies is all by her lonesome. Trapped in a 2v1. A great strike shot from Spartan as well as the Expanse. But now, one barrier, one flip use, two flip use, three flip use. But no goal found. Maelstrom coming out, and P-Wiz finally connects with the strike. 2-2 tying up, and we're going.
Yeah, it's like counting sheep. 1, 2, 3 flips.
Yeah.
None of them were able to put it in, but I mean, at the end of the day, the only one with the flip right now is the goalie for UCF. So actually, have the energy advantage kind of going into this final point of set 3, potentially game set. So it's always a nice thing to have.
Yeah, Aimee did use that flip in the nick of time. Unfortunately, does lose the top barrier. Now Rabies is the one potentially who is very close to a core flip. Just a few more abilities, a few more strikes should do it. Actually, just gobbling up the orbs. I think they're going to try to set up a core flip play here the way she was reading for that one. And actual projection coming out, a rotation to Rabies, just what they needed. Aimee preemptively using the Tofu Fortress, and Rabies read that, holding on to the core flip until the critical moment where it's going to come in handy to get that lower barrier, to get a snipe, potentially anything. There we go. It's used to get the lower barrier, but held wonderfully by UCF Broad. So nice rotation from Wiggly Wobbly, just trying to thread the needle in every situation and finding a lot of cases. But the triple defense coming out from the blue team UCF Broads here is coming in great. Spartan coming out with the Expanse. Nats blocks it with their body. And now Wiggly Wobbly trying to rotate the core back up to Rabies, who should have their Rose Warp up. Crystal Thorns coming out first. And oh, the core slips through Aimee's defense. Aimee's iron defense. Aimee is close to a flip though, and Wiggly Wobbly is looking really low. And this is a dangerous situation. P-Wiz, yeah, great pass to P-Wiz as well. And Aimee has the core flip, but now both teams have to deal with an open net behind their backs.
Yep. Here's the tornado. The flip's coming out, but it's gonna get denied by the Azure secondary, and we will have another set on our hands. Huge comeback, potentially the start of a comeback in this game. We shouldn't have counted them out yet. That's for sure.
That's true, yeah. And we see P-Wiz finally deserving first pick in the draft, and we see a lot of good awakenings here.
I think that size could be pretty nice on that Asher, because you're the brawler. You want to have the largest strike hitbox in the game, so you can win the most important strikes. And that is going to come out here. The peak performance with the bulk up is another thing to look at. P-Wiz is already kind of able to hit red cores in overtime because of extra power. Will definitely help them out a lot. The hot shot though will allow, like, this 1-2 punch hot shot heavy impact build is going to allow Rabies to send the core at Mach 20 as well as doing a lot of damage as well.
Yeah, so we're going to see a lot of core speed here, a lot of potential damage, and Wiggly Wobbly, once again, he's been getting targeted a little bit, dying a lot in the last set, and having to just spend all that energy so quickly. Rabies actually having to spend that energy as well, and on these side streets is a dangerous variant to play with if you're a double midfield comp, trying to get to the corner, but Nats is there clearing it out with the Maelstrom as well. But the Astral Projection hitting the core once again, but is going to lose to the log. Rabies core, Rose Warping down, but P-Wiz's core flip is able to clear the core out, and Wiggly Wobbly almost dies. Spartan certainly thought so too, and the Tofu Fortress kind of working against the Aimee, happening again, a Dubu moments, and now P-Wiz kind of clearing it around downtown with Aimee, but Wiggly Wobbly keeping the core in there, and Spartan buying time for Rabies to get back into the fight. A great Expanse coming out, and Wiggly Wobbly is going to lose to P-Wiz in the strike war, but the lock does go around, and they have a second chance now against this core flip Dubu. And Nats 18 just looking so big, but Spartan just refusing to engage in any sort of strike war with Asher, just opting to use their skills, and a great Giga Snipe from Wiggly Wobbly, but the core still does move so quickly, and it's getting out of danger.
Yep, these error strikes are actually red coring. because of how much power she has. 198 right now when she primaries herself, which is crazy. So definitely watch out for that, because the arrow might be able to start scoring from just midfield without the Astra's help when you're striking that hard.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, P-Wiz buffs herself once again, and it's going to look really scary. Does rotate the core around the arrow, though, this time into the pass splitter, unfortunately. But, oh, Wiggly Wobbly got reaction checked, I think, stuck with the barrage animation, perhaps, because P-Wiz just struck it past them.
It was literally what I was talking about. Didn't need the buff, though, but the extra core speed makes it so that Wiggly Wobbly's always going to be stuck in that barrage animation, and Spartan doesn't have the time to react to that core going past Wiggly Wobbly. So really nice stuff. That extra power really making a big difference in this game so far.
Yeah, Rabies, though, playing like she wants to win, getting the double barriers, and now Wiggly Wobbly coming in with the high speed EE, helping him out in the speed department a little bit as well. He was coming in with the Maelstrom, though, and that's going to be a handy double barrier coming in with the creation, and a core flip coming in, rotating the barrier being slightly too small, and Spartan is able to clear it through, and even gets the strike shot. I mean, Spartan is holding like a champion here, and Rabies and Wiggly Wobbly sync up their primaries to get through, using the Atlas variant to clear, to make sure that Nats's clear angles are limited, but now the offense passing between them is also limited. Wiggly Wobbly setting up with the core flip coming out. He was preemptively dodging, which was a very good evade there, and now Spartan has to deal with this huge Asher in their faces. Wiggly Wobbly does use a Giga Blast, and redirection from P-Wiz with the beam lets her get control of the core and score.
Yeah, P-Wiz definitely looking like the MVP this set after a very questionable series of decisions from Nats, walking the core back into their own net and then core flipping and then doing nothing. I was a little bit confused about that, but good job for P-Wiz to pull it back there and potentially, puts us in a position to where we might have a set 5 here.
Yeah, set 5 is looking very likely on the horizon, actually, because UCF Frauds are looking really strong this set. They're up 2-0. Wiggly Wobbly already pushed back, and Spartan without an energy and used the core flip and lost the barrier, so not looking too good for George Mason University. But if anything Spartan is on top of, it is making sure that Nats 18 doesn't scale out of control in terms of size. Like he is saving that strike shot, saving those abilities so that there's right there. Yeah, it's
when he gets secondary, he can get out, or if he gets
Spartan
like
save
that,
him.
he can get
Spartan
out.
save him. There you go. So nice piece of sportsmanship there, but the core flip, unfortunately, from Aimee, and a nice dodge from Rabies. Make sure that they won't see a power play here. UCF Frauds have to still deal with a quick Wiggly Wobbly here. The barrage slightly misses, preemptive backwards. Tofu forces once again, but the response is thwarted now here from UCF Frauds, and they're trying to get back and forth passing angle, but Rabies, a perfectly timed piercing shot, keeps George Mason Patriots in the game and potentially might let them close it out.
Sometimes you just need to see one go in, and that can be the ball that rolls. And honestly, I think that for Rabies, that was the one that needed to go in. I think she's gonna put another one in just a second.
Yeah, I mean, Rabies has been playing out of her mind all game. I mean, all of these players have been playing at a very, very high level. So yeah, great Giga Blast coming out. Spartan clearing the core, and what a save from Aimee. Nice somersault, getting the iframes on that core so it won't be affected by the barrage. And Rabies gets a snipe. I believe that was with Rose Warp. Nats 18 off the field, and once again it's power play here from GMU, which is what we've been used to seeing the first 2 sets. And Rabies even getting the lower barrier off of that, and they're pushing here. It's so hard to clear from here. Wiggly Wobbly forcing out the Tofu Fortress. Rabies trying to rotate through, but Nats is back. Power play is over. But it does leave UCF Frauds a little bit more battered and bruised, and Pass Splitter coming through, but Spartan is there. Is a little late on the trigger with the expanse, though, which means that barrier open for GMU, and they have to deal with the consequences of that.
Yeah, open barrier here, and a dead Rabies here. That was actually, I think, a core flip loss as well, and P-Wiz is going to put it in on the rebound. Probably the worst time to die was right then, and now we are getting a set 5 with all the momentum all of a sudden in UCF Frauds' hands. Maybe not the frauds. Maybe they're the true frogs here, actually.
Yeah, but the better frogs, the UCF better frogs. But yeah, we're going into this draft. We're gonna cap it off here. And what do you see? What do you think about this alpha?
Yeah, I think you don't want to let Asher get another size. I think that's helping a lot with both her killing and her scoring. It's gonna be denied here by Rabies. I think the Monu could be taken. I'm surprised the Asher didn't want that. But I guess Asher with like any of the bottom 3 could be okay. I probably would have looked at that Glass or the Ad Rush. I think Glass is a little bit more sketchy when you have as many things to hit you as their team does. But, the Ad Rush, you're finding kills. Just take it.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very clutch kill off of Nats to put UCF Frauds in set 5 position. So, yeah, surprising that the ad rush wasn't taken, but the orb was instead. So now we see George Mason with a little bit of a timer up their heads. They don't want Nats 18 getting 5 orbs on one set, and that's going to be looking really scary. I mean, Wiggly Wobbly already being kind of pressured off that field, and that kill pressure is sometimes all you need, and an actual kill is sometimes all you need. And Nats, giving it to Rabies, though, might be a little questionable, and Rabies finds the goal, and like you said, sometimes that's all you need.
Yep. Once the first one goes in, sometimes that confidence can just, the confidence is missing, comes back, and could be the difference between a win and loss. And really nice goal to start off the set. And oh my goodness, the Dubu is dead. Raby's finding everything right now. She just wants to win this game. I'm sure everyone in the game wants to win, but Raby's really making that statement clear.
Yeah, I mean, finding the kill and using that power play to eventually get the first barrier down is going to be huge. Unfortunately, Spartan did lose the barrier on the back of that before traveling too quickly, but equalizing the barrier really good, and finding these random kills onto Ivy might prove to be huge. Rabies once again going in with a piercing shot, finding the perfect angle as well for the rotate, and now George Mason Patriots, they have an open net ahead of them, and they can just rotate all day around this Asher and Era. And Castler coming down, Spartan is going to use the core flip and gets it away. And Rabies finding the goal. And wow, this set's just trading momentum.
Rabies decided that she's the brawler and she's going to put it in. And honestly, that exercise made it so that now all of a sudden Asher isn't, just the largest person in the game. Right now you have that exercise to at least somewhat contest with her. She's still larger, but you're also large and in charge here when you get that big fish. I believe Dylan Surplus's favorite awakening.
Yeah, this is a really scary situation if you're UCF Frauds or a UCF Frauds fan. Aimee having to put out the log with a piercing shot. Backs up enough, though, did Aimee to dodge that piercing shot and won't get scored on. Nats almost has the core flip here, and Aimee does have the core flip. So on the defense-wise, they might be pretty good, UCF Frauds, for a little bit, but they do need to make something happen on the offense. They need to take down that last barrier that Spartan is holding on for dear life, and the core flip comes out from Nats, trying to rotate to P-Wiz. That's their favorite angle to do, but this time it was red, and GMU tried to rotate around using that quick variant of sound barriers on either end of on all the corners, and now this is looking really scary with the core flip. Aimee has to respect that and use it, and that's really smart. P-Wiz going down with the bottom, very cognizant, but the Expanse also coming out, and Wiggly Wobbly finally dodges the secondary of the Asher. It's going to keep them in
here. Watch
game,
Rabies.
and Rabies is going to solo it past Aimee. And
I don't think the primer was needed. I don't
what a
think
way
it was
to end
needed.
it. Extra style points. Extra style
It
points.
was the extra style points, yep.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, that core flip, Rabies just held it for the entire point until she had the open shot at the middle of the field, took it and made it, and great game. Honestly, I think hopefully that's the prelude to this entire series, like, because if we get 3 games of that, we might have a series on our hands here.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think, like you said, Alpha, it could have really gone either way. And UCF Frauds really showed it. If some of the awakenings were in a different order, or some of the angles were slightly different, it could have gone their way. And they got to remember that as they go into this next map, which is actually, I believe it's the map that they chose. I believe they chose Taiko Temples here, so they're going to be playing on their terms now, and we'll see how they make it work. But as for this game, I mean, what a series of holds from Spartan, and Rabies, what a way to play it out.
Yeah, Rabies kind of just needed to hit that one goal, even though they lost that fourth set. Had needed to hit that one goal to, just remember that the core can still go in. The hoop isn't tiny; it's pretty big. So then you just got to hit that one to start a spark, and that's kind of what happened. I think Taiko Tempo, though, gonna be a little bit scary if GMU picks the same comp, because I think that the corner stuffing abilities from this Asher era on that map is a little bit more oppressive than it was on some of the Taiko variants there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's going to be. I think Rabies and Wiggly Wobbly are both midfield players, so that they're going to have to work a little bit more, get more creative on their comps as well. Because because on a corner stuffing map like Taiko, it's going to be really hard to just play around. Because Wiggly Wobbly, honestly, I'm so impressed at how he managed to just find pass after pass, and even getting some very sneaky barriers of their own, like just between P-Wiz and Aimee, who are great players of their own as well.
great strike warring, actually. That was, I think, the biggest takeaway. Wiggly Wobbly was not going to lose. The only strike wars Wiggly Wobbly lost is when they were shrunk for 30 seconds from Castellast. Honestly, the Castellast was a huge pickup because of that one fact. But once again, I think Wiggly Wobbly is, obviously has the speed character, it becomes a little easier, but at the end of the day, you still got to strike at the correct timing. And Wiggly Wobbly just on point in that game. Kind of, obviously all 8 goals to Rabies. That's like the hero that you look at. But those strike wars, those goals don't happen if you don't get the core to their side in the first place. And the strike wars really mattered a lot.
That's right. I mean, some brawlers might disagree, but there was no great brawler without a great midfielder. That's right. Then maybe you disagree, Alpha, because you're a D brawler. But yeah, I mean, on the other hand, I will say like P-Wiz and Nats 18, they have run a great clinic with their passing plays as well. Just Nats 18 rotating it to P-Wiz off the flip, and P-Wiz just finding angles. That was a really scary era by the end of it there.
Yeah, the era scales, they say the era X comps. Obviously it's not an era X, but the era is part of that comp for a reason. Those are some of the craziest scaling comps, and it's because era has so many great awakenings that can just alter the game. Even with the Kai had like obviously like I think 2 dash extensions, but even then if air just hits 1 shrink on you, I don't care if you have your dash on because you're gonna be still moving slower than a rock. So the era able to get, and also that spark of focus from the leadership makes that primary just as even more potent because you get it that many more times. So I think those drafts definitely were good by UCF. I think maybe some more, I guess, experience helped GMU pull this one through, but I don't think that UCF necessarily played much worse that game. So we'll see going into this next game how much they can pull the experience they just got from that to even out the scoring.
Yeah, I mean, and absolutely, surely we don't get a starting awakening being a spark, and then have 3 sparks come out the next set, and that was a little
Crazy.
bit, yeah.
I was gonna say something in the first draft that we don't see any sparks this draft, so we're gonna see 3 the next one. I didn't say it, but it
Well,
actually happened.
sometimes it happens,
Uh,
and good thing you didn't curse them because it
yep,
happened anyway, right? So,
yep.
but yeah, I mean, it's gonna look it's definitely gonna be a close game, the second game as well, and I'm so excited to have that for sure.
The screen says night market. I'm a little confused. I thought,
Yeah,
are
that
they
was
really?
I need
Said
to I
Tycho.
need to I thought it was
Yep.
Tycho too, but if it's night market with this draft with Stinger, Demolitionist,
Yeah.
yeah, what does it look like? I mean, like I think Spartan being allowed to get Atlas twice in a row is kind of criminal.
Yeah, I think
Oh, it's
okay,
Tycho.
yeah, it is
Tycho,
Tycho
but
Temple.
everything is the same, right?
We got the confirmation from our producer. Thank you, Saya. It is Tycho Temple. Just the everything else, I believe, is going to be the same. The Stinger start is always really scary. But we're not going to see that Vice. Obviously, that is like instant ban. Did not want to see GMU. I think both Rabies and Wiggly Wobbly. I've seen them play that character, so they're both little demons on it. Honestly, even Spartan probably plays it. They're all Vice players, I think. But that Stinger going away, I still think a lot of that Stinger in the pool is a lot of damage. Um, and I think, well, it's kind of funny because I think UCF literally got the exact same. I think both teams got the exact same composition, if I'm reading
Yeah,
this correctly.
right. Yeah.
So both teams handshaking. I actually think that, ironically, the Stinger start might not be what you take if you are UCF because that demo when you have that extra size that makes that corner offense so much more potent, and also it's so easy to double barrier when you get the refresh on cooldowns from the demolitionist. So I wonder if we're just going to see triple or even 6 sizes here. It's possible that the Estelle and the Kai take the Stinger to try to like threaten damage, but it's like I wonder if it's gonna like if they have it's gonna come down a lot of coordination, I think, because it's like even if you like the damage is very narrow, even if you get the stinger off, unless you're timing the abilities correctly, and you don't have great kill confirm. So you have to be very efficient with how you use your abilities if you're gonna find kills with this composition. So I wonder if they just go demolitionist and say, you know what, we're not gonna try to to sink this because it's not consistent with our composition, and we might just see 6 demolitions on the Stinger start.
I mean, both teams, I think they've really shown, even though they were getting kills quite a bit that last game, I think both teams have really shown that they favor core control over just straight up killing.
Yeah.
I was seeing a lot of even Nats who wants to corner shove his Asher found themselves just constantly rotating it with P-Wiz. So yeah, I think it might end up being exactly like you said. But yeah, especially with the goalies, right, being Dubu and Atlas, I don't think it's going to be hard to kill with the damage as until they coordinate with each other. So this might be a little tougher. And yeah, if we see a 6 demo start, though, that might be really interesting to see who is the chosen one that takes Stinger in the upcoming draft. But for now, we're loading in, and yeah, you said it's 5 demos with Rabies. Of course, it's Rabies picking up.
Of course
Stinger.
it's Rabies. If there was one person to pick on that team, it was gonna be Rabies with the Stinger. Putting the little emotes like, "Wow, how come I'm the only one? How come everyone else is big?" But
Yeah.
you know, it's gonna be tough because when you get a side start, like, or any start that like significantly alters the stats of a character, like every character in the game, and you don't take that, it becomes significantly harder to play, like, make basic functions like Strike Wars, because you're just going to be smaller than everyone else in the game. I think it's going to be something to look at, because I think Rabies, a lot of times, not taking side starts, even if it wasn't this type of start, is dangerous off of that single fact alone. It's the same with stacks on stacks as well, where like if everyone is faster than you, they have a lot harder time interacting with the core just off the fact that everyone else has the stats and you don't.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I guess the trade-off is that she will have some unparalleled damage, especially when she starts scaling, but yeah, we'll have to see if it comes into fruition. So far now, though, Rabies and Wiggly Wobbly have been doing a great job of rotating, but it's a little bit harder to shove in, as you've said, and now Imi is going to find themselves holding on, losing a barrier, actually. So now the barrier count is equalized, and both teams are having potent corner shoves, but Spartan is the one with the core flip here, and the expansion's coming out, just buying time for days until that fast splitter. But even so, Nat's 18, making the net open. Spartan having to burn the flip, but the Poop Fortress is already there. The Tycho moment coming out. Spartan does react very well to it, and Strike Wars Nats again. Wiggly Wobbly and Spartan teaming up that time. And now corner offense, Imi rolls the wrong way, and now it's looking really, really scary, but P-Wiz is almost out of core flip now. They can potentially make something happen if the Era can get the core to the other side and keep up with it, but it's overtime now, so the core's traveling really, really quickly. Nat's coming up, staying up, but the Astral, the Expanse is there. P-Wiz almost out of core flip, just barely with the Maelstrom, with the beam, surely, but even that is thwarted once again by Wiggly Wobbly, just evading out of it. Very cognizant of the energy economy is both teams, and that Crystal Thorns, that barrage was looking really scary. Rabies using the beam, but this time Imi had a log set up and ready, and now P-Wiz the only one with the energy, uses it, loses the Strike War. Wiggly Wobbly just does not lose these Strike Wars, and a really scary bounce off the Tycho with the Maelstrom coming in. Nats 18 waiting for it, but Rabies somehow beats that as well, and the Astral Projection with the barrage is going to send it back to Imi, who has to step out of his comfort zone to reach that Tycho bounce, but Rabies going in with the Crystal Thorns. What a finish.
Yeah, what a point. That was that looked like 3 points in one right there. I mean, I hope not every point's like that, because you're gonna lose your voice pretty soon if that happens.
Yeah, no, I need to pass it, but just kept going. It was an absolutely wonderful point from GMU here.
Exactly. But once again, I'm seeing a lot of these situations where Rabies just can't win the Strike War. I'm gonna have to rely. Luckily, you are playing Stealth. You are pretty reliant on your abilities. You don't need to win every Strike War, but it's gonna hurt, I think, as this game goes on, just the lack of size, and we can kind of like come back to this topic, you know, as the game goes. But I think it's actually a pretty important lack here this game for GMU.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, especially since you're up against the Era, who's going to be shrinking you and making the brawler bigger. And just in general, right? You don't want to be in a size disadvantage already against Era. So Rabies having to use the Rosewarp there. Imi is ready for a roll, and a great Astral Projection letting Wiggly Wobbly get the control of the core, but the pass splitter is so good. Losing the first barrier was Spartan, and now a great threatening Maelstrom from P-Wiz trying to rotate down to the bottom corner. Wiggly Wobbly dodging all the skills that they throw at him. What a great wiggle, rotating around, and Rabies gets their first barrier in the bottom of on the back of that, and Wiggly Wobbly all healed up and ready to go. Waits out the log, goes Rabies there, and that's distracting Wiggly there at the top, but the core rotates just right back up to him as he was just on top, just marking the Kai, making sure that he can't spread his wings and fly, and a great preemptive beam from Rabies, unfortunately slightly off angle, but combined with Spartan is going to be able to get an open net. Oh, and the
my
Rabies
goodness.
flips! And Ivy flips preemptively, but no! Rabies just waits it out.
Unfortunate. I think about half of Ravi's goals this series have just been off of those center flips. Really good job flipping. I mean, some of them have been a little bit more suspect where she'll flip and then like a spell beam and then when it's not necessary. But those, like, she's had a lot of good flips this game. And what a game after, as I said this, after 2 overtime bangers, we get an 8-second point. Like, that's a mega strike is right there.
Didn't even need the core flip there. I mean, Rabies deserves that, and she's going to see like a bunch of awakening, extra special prime time. And what does she take here, Appa?
I like prime time. I think it's really good, especially when you're already going Stinger. Just to double down on that, I'm gonna throw primers at you, and either you or the core are gonna get hit, and you're gonna die if you get hit. I think quick strike is pretty big here. Alice did not want Era getting that quick strikes. Wiggly Wobbly is already gonna have a hard time as it is getting perma shrunk, and having to win these strike wars. If that quick strikes Era comes out, I don't feel envious for Wiggly Wobbly, but. I think, don't get me wrong, I think Explosive is great too, able to speed both herself up and her team with that explosive entrance there.
Yeah, speaking of that size topic, how do you feel about Wiggly Wobbly compromising the Might of Colossus and letting it fall to Nats 18 here?
Yeah, I think Wiggly Wobbly decided, okay, there's a spark on the field, and I also just want the movement speed in the first place to make these interactions easier. I'm just gonna say it's fine if they get the size. I can always stack size on the next one. Or worst comes to worst, you know, maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe we just makes it easier to kill him if he's bigger. And that's is what happens right there.
Wow, that was crazy find on the kills from George Mason Patriots here. And Nats does come back though to an intact defense. Pewis and Aimee have been holding on, and Spartan getting there, trying to rotate, finding a rotate. Nats predicts it, but Spartan also saw that the angle was not there and just passes it down, and now a triple defense coming out from George Mason, and they find a way out. Wiggly just waiting there, doesn't lose to the trap of corner pressure and dodges out of the way of the somersault from Aimee. Is going to let him take the barrier now. Spartan misses the astral projection, which means that he had to strike, but still finding the offense continuously until Pewis was finally able to step in and get the core out. Rotating it around was Pewis here, who has energy, who has a vertical Maelstrom set, and Wiggly Wobbly has to use their energy now. It's going to be a little scary, but the barrage, the tip of it, still catches the core the barrier, and now open net for UCF Frost behind them as they try to make this pressure work, but Spartan still finds an out clear somehow, and Rabies! The distancing, the spacing was perfect there.
Yep, great score. You know, sometimes they say that, you know, some call this the double midfield comp, but, you know, at the end of the day, Estelle is the brawler of this comp. She does have stuffing potential, and on top of that can make the same type of predictions as most midfielder comps can, and that is an example right there of such a case.
Yeah, I mean, Estelle's range just shocks me every single time it happens, and Wiggly Wobbly finding a way around the Dooku somehow. Once again, triple defense coming out now from UCF Roz as he tries to stop the bleeding, and it might go the other way. You know, maybe sometimes all they need is one, but so far Spartan's not even letting them get that, as he uses his astral projection to open up the net, and now Rabies is there with skills just on cooldown, ready to go with the Crystal Thorns. Finally, the preemptive Tofu Fortress. Look how cool that was. It's working out. The Rose Warp going astray, and Nats finding the kill on Taiko Temple, and with the pass splitter, unfortunately wasn't able to find an angle, but Spartan cuts the pass as well, and great play coming out, and George Mason, they're running away with it once again.
Yeah, brawler moment, centering the core for Estelle. Let's not do that. Let's keep it on the edges and just win the free barrier, please. But, you know, really good kill. I think that part of the reason why last game ended up becoming close is kills were being found, right? And at the beginning of the game they weren't, in the middle of the game they were, and let's see if this kind of happens for, again, for UCF, because if they can start finding kills, I think their ability to win this game becomes a lot more reliable, because just the extra pressure of, you don't even have to necessarily get every attempt, but the extra pressure of them knowing that they have to play around that means that Wiggly Wobbly can't just hug these edges every single time and win every interaction, and Estelle has to like be a little bit more cognizant of her positioning or she's gonna die. And that extra like hesitation they have can a lot of times make the game so much easier and open the game wide open.
Yeah, I mean, so far they haven't found kills, but doesn't matter because Nats just flips just like that. And yeah, 1 point, they're putting themselves on the board.
Yep. Core flip is one of the greatest scoring abilities in the game, the great equalizer, if you will. Any character can use it, and because of that, you can score with essentially any character. And a kill from the Arenado, and this is a great point. Spartan might die too soon too. You gotta watch out for that. Same with the Ravies as well. Both are low. Ravies just gonna like, I want to hold my core flip. I don't want to die with this core flip. You guys can take the point. Great job. Go next. Next point. You got one more.
Yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense, right? If she uses the core flip, and then maybe they buy time for Wiggly Wobbly, but Ivy had a core flip behind, so it might have been a lost point anyway. But yeah, Wiggly Wobbly is going to have to do a little bit more wiggling this time. P-West keeping the core in the corner. Nats 18 was able to find it out there, but unfortunately the core does slip through regardless. Spartan and Wiggly Wobbly just trying to fight against this Asher, who is super huge, by the way. And the Crystal Thorns, great one by Ravies, who does have that flip saved from last game. And P was trying to just find the corner, trying to buy time for Nats 18 to slowly walk up there. Even if it's a big Asher, it's a little bit of slow Asher still. Ravies finding the piercing shot, using the flip, baiting the flip out of P-Wist, getting the corner pressure themselves. Wiggly Wobbly respecting Nats because he doesn't have the evade, but still Ravies just finding the corner stuff time and time again. Spartan dodges out of the pass splitter. Ivy does have a Tofu Fortress behind it, but it's really soon gone. Nice redirect from P-Wist, making sure that the core is in a dangerous position, and Nats finishes off. So both goals open, and the Maelstrom push coming in is going to be super strong, especially with this Asher with the flip, and through two people does Nats find it. And now UCF Rods coming back swinging.
Yeah, I have an observation, all right? Every time I see a CCL team core flip on like the edge, like middle edge area when they're on offense, it's always a pass. Whenever I see an ISS or OSS team, it's always a shot. I think it's so funny. It's like, can we like, you know, maybe mix it up a little bit, keep them on their toes? But every time I feel like I watch like the core flip it like from like the middle on offense, like the top, like the edge of middle on offense.
Yeah.
Not like in the net, but like up there, and then the core flip and strike it straight down and let their midfielder do it, or vice versa. And every time I see that exact play in like OSAS or ISS, it's just a shot, and I'm so it's so flabbergasting. It's like you gotta mix it up, you know?
Yeah. I mean, hey, that's opted for the shot, and it worked, and that's all that matters. If it goes in, it works. And
hey,
oh
nice
my
kill from Nats there.
goodness, yeah, finding the kill and.
It's what they need. They need to find these kills. It doesn't matter if you get them every time. Just the ability to threaten it, like the ability to say, okay, you guys have to play around it, makes the game so much easier to play for UCF.
Yeah, I mean, just making sure that Wiggly Wobbly can't just hug the bottom corner as he finds those like tight angles around Ivy, right? Yeah. So it's working so far in the energy economy, heavily in favor of UCF Rods. But tell us a little bit more about that draft, Appa, because I saw Spartan get denied Monumentalist from Nats and pick up Twin Drive instead. How does this look?
I mean, in an ideal world, you get your arrow with that Monu, but
yeah,
sometimes the ideal world isn't always fruition. Instead, the Monu on the Asher is still pretty massive. Like, that is really obnoxious to deal with, especially with the the fact that you also have to deal with an Arenado and an Asher ult that big. Like, I don't envy playing defense when you don't have that many like abilities and stuff. It's like Atlas can kind of get it through, but the Estella and the Kai don't have very good options into those abilities in general. So we're gonna see how much they're gonna struggle here. But also Monu makes the dash punching a lot easier. Your primary is a lot more threatening when you have that Monumentalist.
Okay, yeah, I like that. So, and we also have Timeless Dubu on Ivy, so it's going to be looking really scary here for GMU. But they've been holding so far.
Extra special.
Oh gosh, you're right. Yeah, this Dubu might be a monster, and you see Ivy playing with so much more confidence here, just walking up to the midfield, throwing down these logs because they're lasting forever. Look at that, Spartan can't rotate there. Yeah, but still finding these angles to clear against Nats and P-Wist was Spartan, and Ivy back on the defense now, having to hold. Ravies has the core flip now, and these core flips have been so effective for her as the Crystal Thorn comes out. Ivy rotating it back down to P-Wist, and core speed is going super fast. The core flip used, and that Dubu Fortress was a little bit suspicious, but Ivy still manages to find the out clear. Wiggly Wobbly can't play as far down as he wants. P-Wist is there with the core flip waiting to execute him. So he has to play a little bit more conservatively. Rabies tanks the log, which is better, and still finds the angle around Aimee. The somersault missed and finds the piercing shot. I mean, Rabies just pulling points out of her hat.
Yep, I think that was a very fortunate bounce on Rabies. Put it right in the right position as well. But sometimes those type of situations are gonna happen, and you gotta be ready for them. Rabies was perfectly ready for them, and trying to actually shotgun the Dubu there with the primary, but not quite gonna work. Core flip coming in. First time I've seen that not a pass, but I don't think really passing was open there. But yeah, I mean, we have quite the game on our hand. 1-1 in sets and in points in this third set.
Yeah, that's 18. Slightly big, using that size to their advantage, gets to get a lot of core control around, but Spartan is going to expanse it out of there. P.Was wants to keep it in that corner, but not if Rabies has to say anything about that. That log's doing quite a bit of damage, but Rabies is the one who finds the kill onto Nats 18 there. Great piercing shot, and Aimee stalls time for Hoop Fortress, but rotating it back up to Wiggly Wobbly, using the Taiko drum to their advantage, but has to win a series of strike wars, and they do. I mean, Aimee buying perfect time, just waits out that power play. And now UCF Broad's turn to shoot and kill Spartan, the critical player here. And Wiggly Wobbly was just timing that core flip and still didn't get it right. Tries to go for a hopeful out clear against Nats, who was of course ready for that. And now with the Maelstrom, it's going to be sealed.
I love the passing. I'm just gonna say, I love the passing. It's honestly the greatest thing about CCL is the passing. The teams love it. Sometimes it's obvious and sometimes it looks stupid, but it really is helping a lot. And I think that's the reason why that I always say that gets obliterated. But reason number one why UCF has a lead in this game is just fantastic passing between the two players.
Yeah, they've been finding each other all game, and Aimee, even though he did end up trapping, I believe that was P.Was who died, or Nats who died? P.Was who died? Yeah, but still, he makes it up for it by holding both barriers until just now. Rabies coming in, though, and Nats is going to take her off with the field with the core flip, and Spartan read it as well, but wasn't able to save her in time. He was waiting for the save the Celestial intervention. So the latest possible point that expands, though, just lasting forever. Spartan putting on a clinic, but still with the Asher Beam, it's going to be the power play ends up damaging George Mason's Patriots perhaps irreparably here. As Wiggly Wobbly looking low, Spartan looking low. They're both going for the orb. Spartan is the one who takes it, and he unfortunately wasn't able to reposition in time for Nats.
And all of a sudden, we have a set lead for the first time in the series from our Florida UCF Frauds team here. And I think this could be a turning point in the series, theoretically. If UCF comes with the win in this game, the Pandora's box has been opened, and who knows what can happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Peak actually not being taken by both forwards of GMU. Actually, Asher is the one taking them now. And we're going to see it round off with Glass Canyon potentially with Spartan. Yeah, how do you feel about this drafting, Alpha?
I like it. I like the peak performance from the Asher, but I am a little bit concerned when you have that Rabies build a little bit. Luckily, so far, it hasn't been too impactful, but I think that extra heavy damage is going to make these kills a little bit more consistent. I think Rabies has been scammed a few times now, and I think that heavy might help a little bit, since considering the prime time was hurting in a sense because of that, but I think the heavy will help a little bit. But I think the peak performance is the real thing out of this draft. Nats has so much stagger, 2,200. It's getting, I believe, I can't. The spectator won't tell me, but I assume it's somewhere in the ballpark of like 8%, 9% movement speed at least from it. So it's really good pickup here.
Yeah, I mean, almost that 500 speed is Nats, just base speed. Yeah, so this is terrifying, especially with that Monumentalist. Wiggly Wobbly is wiggling properly, though, and that barrage was amazing. And oh my goodness, off the slightly missed corner clear, Rabies just finds the goal.
Calculated Taiko angle.
If you make a mistake at this high level of the game, it's gonna end up costing you. And GMU, they're finding their foothold back into the game. But Nats, P.Was, and Aimee are here to stop it. That Crystal Thorn from Rabies, though, just wonderful play time and time again. Wiggly Wobbly picking up the orb, trying to keep the corner pressure going, is definitely, you can see like how concerned he is about staying too far down when Nats is just hovering over him. Spartan finally losing that top barrier of their own. Rabies pressuring Aimi, gets it through with the piercing shot. Celestial intervention coming out from Spartan. Rabies gets the stagger back into that game that much quicker. Wiggly Wobbly fighting against P-Wiz. Wiggly Wobbly is a strike war master. He's not losing these and finding the piercing shot once again, but Aimi definitely clears it around this time. Spartan watching the Maelstrom, making sure it doesn't affect him negatively, and he picks up the core flip, using it immediately to strike it around Aimi, who has to deal with his own Tofu, and that Giga Blast is going to seal the deal. George Mason Patriots, they find a foothold back and regain momentum.
Yep, maybe I started speaking too soon. I mean, you gotta win the game. Just because you got the lead in the game doesn't mean you've won it yet. GMU coming in clutch when it matters most here, and hopefully they can bring this to another set 5 game, because we wanted more than one. You know, as I said earlier, really good logs from the Zulu as well this game have put so much offensive pressure. Lets P-Wiz move up and more than she would otherwise be able to, and what a NATO, and essentially makes these corner offenses that much more suffocating.
Yeah, when the corner offense gets started, when UCF Rods gather together, they get in that huddle, they're like, let's do corner offense, guys. They make it happen, they make it work, they know what they need to do, but sometimes Spartan and Wiggly Wobbly are able to outmaneuver that, and they got out of that with one barrier, which I consider very lucky, actually. Rabies,
yeah, I mean, I would take one every day of the week.
Yeah, please, just let it be one. And they do, it works. Then Rabies answers back with a barrier of her own, using the piercing shot as well, just perfectly telegraphed. I mean, gets the orb, and that might be a game-changing decision maker, depending on how it goes. Rabies just bouncing it around, trying to make sure the cooldowns come back. P-Wiz is looking really low on the other side of the map. Charges up the Maelstrom. I think this is going to be a global defensive one. Doesn't kill Rabies. That would have been disastrous if it killed. And Spartan, unfortunately, goes for a strike shot, misses the core, and the core falls in, the pass splitter. And UCF Rods, they have Aimi with core flip, and they're at match point.
I'm telling you, this Monu Astral is a scam. The hitbox is not what it appears to be. It's bigger. It is a scam and a half. And the edge of that Astral ends up sniping that core flip, I'm pretty sure, and makes it a pretty bad core flip.
Yeah, I mean, so far the wonderful offense coming out from Georgia Patriots, and they're looking really strong on those like little blitz sessions, getting the top barrier from Aimi time and time again. And Aimi does have a flip. Nats is looking really low though, so if they can get Nats off the field, if they get the open net with 2 barriers protected on their side of the field, Wiggly Wobbly really comfortable against hugging the corner against P-Wiz, which makes a lot of sense. He doesn't have to. P-Wiz is going to push it back like Nats can.
Oh no!
Losing the barrier, Aimi almost losing the goal there, and the piercing shot from Rabies was waiting. Aimi,
she has another one though. She has another one.
They have to wait for it. It's prime time, and a perfect core flip from Aimi. Great angle coming out. Wiggly Wobbly and Rabies both jumping on top of that core, and Nat's great dribble, but Spartan is just going to clear it out with the Astral Projection. Is Rabies' turn, and Wiggly's once again, and the barrage getting it through between Aimi and P-Wiz. I think P-Wiz is flowed.
That was a strike, and then the barrage slows the air, so she can't make it to there, and Duma has to roll and misses the roll. That was a crazy sequence.
No, you can see P-Wiz getting so slow, but I mean, and it's Rabies, it's the Rabies show now, and Rabies has her pick of these 8 final awakenings.
I wonder if the 1-2 punch came out in this situation last time, but I wonder if that's gonna happen again. I just want to point out that sparks are on everyone different. I don't know. Maybe we're valuing sparks more than I would, but like these single sparks on 3 different people is kind of crazy if you ask me. And this time Orb Dance is not going over, but the bulk up and the peak is actually so scary. Now it's just like hopefully can figure out to leverage this extra power and speed that they have, because they are, in my opinion, the strongest character in this game right now.
Yeah, Nats is the strongest by a mile, actually. Wiggly and Rabies both double denied. And oh my god, that Tofu Fortress just knocking Rabies out of the park. Wiggly brought down to a scary situation, but the Taiko did save him this time. But P-Wiz and Nats, they can get an offense going. They decided to do corner offense, and they're going to do it here. Nats kind of rotating out of the corner position, though. And the core's going to slip out, doing corner offense once again. There we go. Asher winning in the corners time and time again. A proven fact. A nice beam. Baits out the expanse as well. Astral Protection coming out from Spartan. He's throwing everything he can to get a core clear. The pass splitter goes awry, but Nats is here with the core flip unfortunately used and whiffing air. Wiggly Wobbly running through with the barrage, and Rabies is up there with the Rose Warp. Lock comes out. They try to stall out the lock. They're not going to get it done though, and Spartan unfortunately was mispositioned for that situation. He did not see that coming. that way. And Raby's coming out with buying some time with the beam, rotating it down back again now is this midfielder, and rotating it back up. They're trying to find a corner that they both can agree on. And unfortunately, it was a little too late. The core's back rotated out, and P-Wiz, just that angle that she likes so much, just cross-clearing it to the top corner from the bottom.
It's so great against melee goalies because there's not much they can do. They just have to hope the expanse hits it, and if it doesn't, you lose. And great job from P-Wiz taking the first point in this potential series-altering set here, whether we get a game 3 or not.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, a blast at the Narnia right there.
I mean, the Brawlers don't see it coming. They don't see the Estelle beam, from the mile away. But now power play for GMU as P-Wiz has to burn the core flip defensively. Rabies does save the core flip and holds on and gets the lower barrier. Uses the core flip for this one, rotates it around to Wiggly Wobbly, and now they have an open net to wail on. Spartan just holding from the midfield, even using the Asher protection. Great hold from the Asher though. Nat holding onto that core for as long as possible. Spartan finding the angle around P-Wiz. Ivy has to use the core flip now, and Spartan rotates up in time to receive it. A great dribble from Wiggly Wobbly, but does mean that the P-Wiz gets control of the core with the Maelstrom, gets it out of harm's way, does GMU, and this Rabies setup, we see it time and time again. Triple defense on the side of UCF Frauds, and that's what they need to deflect Rabies' Crystal Thorn. Spartan is back once again, and they're going to weather out the attack, and once again a full energy Asher going out. Rabies forcing Ivy to use the backward Toki Fortress, and they're going to wait it out, and now they have a cooldown. Asher using the piercing shot. Ivy clears it with the log, slightly misses the corner though, and the barrage is going to make it happen. And tying it up, George Mason Patriots, when things seem dire, they find it. They find the points.
The heavy impact built difference here. These primaries are hurting. The extra, I think 20% impact it is. 22% impact. I guess you can minus it by the 4.5 prime time, so it's like 15% extra, but it's a lot of extra knockback on those primaries. It's resulted in 2 kills now this set.
Yeah, those 2 kills were like you could say raw, but they were exactly what they were calculated. They were exactly what George Mason Patriots needed.
Exactly what they're looking for.
So Wiggly Wobbly and Spartan both low energy. They have to deal with this Asher who can just beam on their faces, but the midfield is ruled by Wiggly Wobbly and Rabies right now, and the Celestial Interventions is healing back up that low health high, and P-Wiz using the core flip once again to pass to Nats, but unfortunately it doesn't result in anything this time, and Rabies just threatening Nats once again. And if that Asher dies with another core flip available, it's going to be a crazy moment for George Patriots. I can see it happen.
I think Rabies is looking for Nats, like, stay away.
It's looking so scary right now, but Wiggly Wobbly running a clinic on Imi. Imi does use the Torpor Fortress to save it in the piercing shot, and the Maelstrom delivers Wiggly Wobbly to the core, and the flip used by Rabies is looking really scary. Nats has the core flip though, using the pass splitter, but unfortunately the core is cleared by Spartan just in time, and they lose the barriers. Imi rolls, Nats has the core flip, Asher on full defense, using the core flip, trying to find any angle, but that's not the right one.
This is why I tell brothers don't core flip on defense, because you put your team in spots like that. Unfortunate. Set it up and basically for a perfect offense from GMU there, and we might have the game, the series right here on our hands.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, right? Imi and Nats are huge right now. Look at that Poop Fortress just staying forever, right? So this can still go either way, Alpha, right? They have a chance.
And as we see right there, both barriers are gone, and this is a dangerous offensive situation. They're able to weather the storm for now, but how long is that going to last when they're down 2-0 barriers here?
Yeah, I mean, the times that GMU has been looking most confident is when they have the 2 barriers up, and I don't think they've been that often in the reverse situation. This is P-Wiz rotating around. Nice strike shot by Spartan, who has a strike, who has the quick strike, by the way, and a nice dribble from Nats, but the expanse comes out. P-Wiz rotating back up to Nats right now. Bravy's coming in with the Rose Warps, blocking the pass angles, and now core centered. P-Wiz trying to use the core flip, trying to pass to Nats once again, but Wiggly Wobbly is there this time. Wiggly Wobbly is there trying to set up, trying to run around the pass splitter. Nats buying time, trying to buy time for P-Wiz to come up and get anything going. But once again, it's Asher taken off the field. This is not how they want it to happen. UCF Frauds. The log is staying forever. Rabies and Wiggly Wobbly just streaking up the field. Nice stuffing with the Giga Blast stun as well. Spartan just trying to set it up. Wiggly Wobbly almost has core flip as well. I mean, great roll.
Rabies is farming clips right now, guys. Watch out.
Yes, I mean, the core's just rotating back, and Wiggly Wobbly almost have flipped. Spartan has flipped. He can hold a session setup if he really needs to, and he's been capable. I mean, Spartan has been holding like so many times, and I mean, the angles are really confusing, especially with the tofu, and he messes up. Eventually, if you're human, you're gonna mess up some point. Wiggly Wobbly with the core flip, it's gonna be a pass. Alphabet calls this, and Rabies with the finding the piercing shot. Oh my goodness.
What a series! And GMU's gonna come out 2-0, but they were not unscathed in that series. They bled for that win.
They did. They bled and they got it though. And I am so impressed at the work that they put in. That was some crazy stuff for both teams, Alpha.
Yeah, for sure. You know, Nats finding those KOs in those in those third, fourth sets, or second, third sets, gaining themselves the first lead of the series, but just not quite able to close out against the more experienced Spartan Wiggly Wobbly, who have been in these situations so many times, and hopefully for them, they can come home with their first chip, because they've been in literally every single CCL, I'm pretty sure. I don't think they have missed a single season of CCL, these two players.
Yeah, and they really showed it, and they're so comfortable in playing with less conventional brawler like Estelle. And yeah, Rabies just finding 8 goals once again, just stuffing it through. Wiggly Wobbly on point, finding the passes, especially with the core flips. And once again, Spartan just so solid, so reliable in the back line, barely making any mistakes that I could see.
Spartan is a true Spartan out there. He's holding the line.
Yeah.
300 to 300 to 10,000 right here, Spartan holding it down again.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. I mean, just look at the numbers though. I mean, had to also make a similar amount of saves. That was absolutely crazy. But what do you think was the tipping point versus, all these sets, they went really close, but at the end of the day, George Mason's the one that came out victorious.
I think, honestly, in the last set or two, the side of UCF, the nerves were starting to kick in a little bit. They had, they felt they had the game. This is the first time they've had a game, in a position where they can actually win it. And same with in game one, they were in that set 5 as well, and they could not close it out. I think that experience is going to be valuable for them in the future, but unfortunately, the experience from GMU was just a little bit stronger, because I think these teams are incredibly evenly matched. And this series could have went either way, but I think the extra experience from GMU, understanding, don't panic. We set up our situations. We can look for kills to try to make this game a little easier for us. Those great kills from Rabies coming in just were the tipping point. I think that the lack of the kills in those last sets from UCF was the real Achilles heel of this series.
Yeah, so George Mason Patriots move on to the losers final now, top 3, I believe, and now they're going to find the match against Fairfield Stags. So that's going to be a one to watch, look out for. But for now, Appa and I are going to be going, and when we come back, we'll be back with more.
and we are back here with our losers finals, and we have the GMU again. Fairfield coming from the winner side, and we'll see if the team on the winning high is gonna take it, or Fairfield wanting to get their revenge on OSU will take this match. We'll see. And hey, it's Hoppabug and I'm Pato with Pato here again.
That's right, and I think there's a real wisdom behind what you say, Appa, because yeah, sometimes when you're playing multiple games in a row, people are gonna think, yeah, you're tired, but actually like it serves as a perfect warm up. And meanwhile, if you're waiting from from wherever you were on the winner's side, your hands get cold and you start forgetting what you were doing, and you kind of gotta warm up again all over in set one. So we'll see how it goes. I mean, obviously, Fairfield Stags, which has Strages on their team, they have plenty of experience in these situations. Dropletto, certainly no stranger around the block himself. So we'll see how they've been keeping warm, and we'll see what they pick, what they draft, and I'm excited. I'm excited to see the losers finals.
Think we were having some pregame conversations here and kind of see what we wanted to see here. I brought up that I wanted to see some more control of the game from Dropletto. So the Rasmus type pick, where you can take control of the game. The X kind of is great when you're playing at the your little Nassau bubble, when okay, this is what your midfielder is going to do every single time. But in this like more chaotic environment, I think the Rasmus will shine a lot more. I think that I want to see it. I think Dropletto is one of the best Rasmuses in the world. And I want to see that more control of the game style from Dropletto, because once again, when we load into the game, Dropletto, at least from expectation standpoint, is probably considered the best player in the game. So you want to see that type of the philosophy from the character select, in my opinion.
Yeah,
Here's the character select.
Yeah, there we go. It's Atlas Lab, one of the most unique maps we have in Omega Strikers. Period. We do have a side start, and we have no Rasmus. I'm sorry, it's not happening apparently.
And you can do stuff on. It's probably Asher Brawler here. You can do stuff on that too.
Yeah,
No,
for sure.
it's gonna be the Asher goalie and the Finny Brawler. Watch out!
Dropletto, stupid, sexy Finny goalie. Yeah, I can see it. But no, it is the Asher forward, and we've actually seen a very similar comp here, minus Finny plus Dubu, and then we have exactly what UC Frauds ran, and now it's once again a comp that GMU has to deal with. But this time, Dropletto is just gonna get some kills.
Oh my goodness! See, this is what I wanted to see last game from our fraud team. All right, I mean, I wanted to see these kills, and Dropletto finds the kill on the goalie, straight to offense, take double barrier, go, and immediately score. Very clean first point here from the Fairfield stack.
Yeah, pedal to the metal for sure, and Wiggly Wobbly playing nice play around the but Sad Boy's angle coming out, putting a damper in the Estelle here. Spartan is yet to be level 2, so not a lot of creations yet compared to Dropletto, who is almost actually reaching level 3. Dropletto is really getting to play this game, and I think it's like you said, Appa, Dropletto's having more control, even pops the Atlas Lab variant, who Dropletto was aware of, but I don't think Wiggly Wobbly was, and oh my goodness, so much damage, so much potential for KOs here.
Yeah, what an immediate burst from the Fairfield Stacks. And yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they came out swinging, and I think, we were talking about, they might be cold, they might have gotten a little more ice. That's clearly not true. They're finding a lot of great angle strategies with his Kai, with the energy burst as well. Energy Kami looking so strong here for Fairfield. And, great clear out by GMU, though. And Spartan is level 2 now, so the Token Fortress is going to help so much more. But can they stop the bleeding is the main question. Ida Phoenix on the back also has a core flip, and Raby's unable to find a pick onto Strages, but Strages is looking really low. This Kai doesn't have a lot of energy, a lot of stagger to work with, but not if Dropletto just finds kills on Spartan time and time again.
Yep, great job from just like this is what he needed to do. He needs to take control of the game and then you can let Strages be able to push up once you get that man advantage, or the positional advantage created from either farming these kills or at least pressuring them off the situations and immediately going for the score. This is exactly the type of gameplay that Fairfield needed to do, even in the other game against OSU, and they're showing it here. I mean, maybe that loss, that fire for the revenge is actually stronger than the hit when they're high here.
Yeah, they're looking at it, and Dropletto gets size. Quick Strike's just falling all the way down to the Dubu. But we do see Stray just pick up 1-2 punch here, denies the Juno. But like, how do we feel about these series of awakenings here?
I'm thinking that the size on this Asher with double size is just such a, like, so much power, not like actual stat power, but so much like game control power is being allocated onto this Asher. She's not going to lose Strike Force anymore. So you have to keep it around her, but when you're this big, it's so hard to keep it around someone who's half the map, and it's just like, I mean, there's gonna be a power play here, so we'll see. But these Ashers are almost just threatening lethal on these edges off of how big she is.
Yeah, Wiggly Wobbly and Rabies kind of switch positions, but Rabies finding some slimes that are winning games. I mean, great barrier takes, and then straight through Eda Phoenix here. And that's exactly what GMU needs. Once again, they're on the ropes. They see momentum gone, and then they find some random goal off of their hats.
Yep.
Truly patriotic goal. Eda Phoenix, nice strike shot, gets it out. Both barriers are holding strong for both teams. Spartan, though, has no energy, and he has to really watch out. Dropletto's been farming kills the first set, and losing the strike war against this double-sized Asher is very scary. Eda does lose to that piercing shot, though, and Raby's trying to set up in the brawler position now, but Dropletto has so much control with the energy burst as well. Wiggly Wobbly has no evade. He has to respect the Asher. This time coming up for Rabies. His dangerous jumps out of there. Yeah, and Eda burns the core flip, and Dropletto is just hovering. He's just going to get kills, not even using the core flip. A great angle from Rabies. Spartan has to jump, but Strages with the barrage just pushes it through.
Yep. And what we're seeing a little bit more fight back this set, but every time immediately after these KOs come through, immediate goals. It's just like bread and butter. GMU needs to figure out, okay, how are we gonna avoid giving Asher just these free power plays, because it just keeps happening on every set, on every play.
Yeah, Rabies using the core flip and then gets stopped immediately by Dropletto, looking really, really scary. This added size is helping Asher so much, and Rabies immediately respecting just no thought about Wiggle, just hovers, goes back, gets the orb, and that just stops the offense that they want to have going for GMU here. And Strages, this Kai has been holding on to that energy burst, and he can use it in a situation that he really wants to, because Dropletto has so much offensive pressure just on his own, running for Rabies there. Rabies does dodge out of the way and gets the barrier over Phoenix, and Spartan just has to link it to his two forwards now, but the defense is proving to be really hard. Atlas Lab variant goes away, so the clear is going to be slightly better. Strages fighting against Token Fortress, but Wiggly Wobbly gets it in. Eda Phoenix is there, though, so now Strages and Dropletto have to deal with an open net behind their backs. Wiggly Wobbly, once again, it's their time to shine. Nice Rose Warp, unfortunately misses the angle, and Dropletto wins the strike war over Spartan once again and equalizes the barrier count. Both teams have an open net, and Strages beats Rabies out. Dropletto beats the Giga. Unfortunately, that went straight into Spartan's hands. And Wiggly Wobbly is there to triple defense from the blue team with Atlas Lab variant. Strages just trying to find any sort of link to Dropletto, but it's proving to be a little bit difficult as Rabies uses the Atlas Lab variant to their advantage, even using the flip, but Spartan holds the core in place, unfortunately, with the somersault, wins with the log, but loses with the strike, and Dropletto finds another goal.
Yeah, it just, you chose the double midfield comp, but you're always on the back foot. That's not what you want. When you have the double midfield comp, you want to be able to hold it on their side of the map so their brawler doesn't get any value. But that's not what's happening. What's happening is Dropletto is able to sit in the net all game, threatening kills or threatening strike wars from, just being twice the size of everyone else in the game. And it's like, it's just so punishing when you pick a comp like this and it doesn't work out. It's the other side of the coin when you talk about double midfield.
Yeah, this is looking really scary. Dropletto's looking low, but so is Wiggly Wobbly. And if you really have to decide who's more in danger, I think it's Wiggly Wobbly who gets staggered off, but the slimes fall down. Ida does put down a big finish. Unfortunately, doesn't get used. And Dropletto just once again on the top of the net. Wiggly Wobbly Rose Warping Ida. Great preemptive one, but oh, a great snipe coming out from the piercing shot. And Rabies threads the needle, and just everything happens at once. But GMU pull another one out of their hats.
It's always worth it, though. It's all the kill. The kill is always
Yeah.
worth it.
Yeah.
As a brawler player, I'm gonna say.
Worth it. That's right. And once again, Wibbly Wobbly kind of falling back, trying to buy time for the orb. Spartan and Rabies doing their double defense, but the energy economy for George Mason Patriots are in shambles right now, and Dropletto and Strages are allowed to build up to almost 50 energy, while Wiggly Wobbly and Rabies are hovering at like 15. And so this is looking really dire in terms of that. Ida Phoenix gets a great clear out. Wiggly Wobbly is there, but they're going to be able to defend with the Kai and the Fini both there to strike. And Dropletto once again just coming up. And every time the Atlas Black Hole pops, it's at a detriment to George Mason here. Ida great holding in the midfield, and Spartan gets it around finally, but the big finish is there. Strages redirects it, and now a corner shove into the Atlas Lab forces out the Tofu Fortress from Spartan. And Dropletto and Strages, they've been saving up this energy. They have a core flip. They're going to use it one defensively, get the barrier, and Dropletto now almost full energy Asher. One more barrier beam, one more strike should even do it. Gets it with the barrier beam, and now if the Asher gets a core flip in the middle somehow, it's going to look really, really scary. And he gets it straight in the middle, maybe too much in the middle, but that's how the offense goes for Fairfield Stags right now. It's looking good.
Yep. Sometimes you just gotta click the button because it's funny.
I guess so. Yeah, Rabies wins against the big finish actually, but unfortunately no more offense came out of that. Wobbly was too far backwards because of all the pressure, but they do equalize the barrier count. Dropletto finds a kill somehow though, and that's going to be a power play despite all that happens. Spartan is going to get his energy soon. He's going to get a core flip soon, and Dropletto almost slightly misses the angle though, and they're splitting the goal very nicely. Spartan using the core flip into the Tofu Fortress to ensure to, and the core just finds its way in. George Mason, I mean, they're making this game competitive.
Yep, I think the biggest thing is they found the KO, but we're not able to score. See, the efficiency on this Fairfield in that first set was just too good. You couldn't let them just find that kill into a score right away. So really, like a good job just maintaining patience between Spartan and Wiggly Wobbly after the kill, and just held out. When you get to overtime, it's kind of your advantage. You guys have the Juno. You have a lot of abilities to get to the cores, you know, in open space as well. So when it gets to overtime, that's kind of your time to shine. That's likely when you're gonna score. The Asher is a lot less, I guess, power when the core is faster, because she can't set up as easily when you can just hit it around her. And I think that's kind of what the win condition here for Jimmy is gonna be.
Yeah, I mean, Dropletto actually getting off the stage with that trap between Spartan's Tofu Fortress and a hard place, and now Ida Phoenix and Strages have to deal with this ruthless push from GMU, and the piercing shot's gonna make it happen. And GMU found their pressure, found their way to win con, and it's to put Dropletto out of the game and push it through the rest.
Yeah, I think that's the obvious win con going in for GMU. If Dropletto can't take control of the game, then we're probably winning the game. But and once again, I mean, Dropletto is doing a great job, by the way, in this power play. They're able to hold so much control despite that being down a player.
Yeah, absolutely. They did lose a barrier off that, but this time they bled a lot less. Stratus is put down low, but does have a lot of energy, even using the Giga aggressively there. And Dropletto is back in the game here. And Spartan, having to use the Tofu Fortress, Stratus coming in with the core flip, is kind of scared to use it, but is going to die for that without using Ida Phoenix. Great save coming out for the top barrier, and now Dropletto forced to be on defense. Is just kind of combating it with strikes. Nice redirect for the big finish, helping Ida Stratus out, and the strike shot miss is costly though, and Rabies is just setting up slime after slime, and the nice piercing shot is going to seal the deal. George Mason, they're leading 2-0 here on the third set.
Yeah, and this is the dream situation for Junior after a disastrous first set. Basically able to make it so Dropletto isn't finding the kills is the number one thing, right? You give him the kills, it's doomed from that point. But on top of that, also just limiting his ability to score as well it's making it so much harder for Fairfield, because Fairfield is a very forward-centric team, right? They want to basically, leverage the fact that, okay, we probably have the best brawler in the league, to use that to score and create a lot of pressure. But what's happening is GMU is playing both around Dropleto and forcing Dropleto into spots where he's either going to die or he has to back up and give up the spot, and it's just a great job from GMU. And Dropleto's also not able to find these kills as well, which is pretty big.
Yeah, he didn't find a kill, but even so, I was very impressed. He still found the core and used it to take the lower barrier, even if he didn't take Rabies off the field. So, great sequence of events. Oh, Spartan reacted to that, was very nice. But now it's Strages who has the core flip, and he can set up with Dropleto all day if just given just a slight amount of space. Rabies doing a great job of dodging with that Juno, and now Strages trying to get there, trying to set up, but his secondary just popped, and he's nowhere near position, and Rabies just pushing it through to, oh, the Sad Boys variant coming through once again. And Rabies looking really low and having to use the final flip. And so now this is a low Rabies with a dead Wiggly Wobbly, and Dropleto trying to find a kill, trying to find a goal here. And Strages is going to flip it and convert. And that was how Fairfield Stags wins their games.
Look, that's the ISS flip. That's the one I want to see. Not this like
Ego flip.
I love both. Both are good. All right, both are good.
Whatever goes in is the go-to flip. Whatever doesn't go in is the new, diamond flip,
Yeah, exactly. If it works, it's good. If it's not, it sucks,
That's right. And it works. So, Strages is clearly the go-to player in CCL, and Spartan double barrier line game lost. And this is looking really scary for GMU, but what a clutch flip from Spartan. And Rabies might be able to finish it here. Unfortunate sync up with Wiggly Wobbly's primary, though. And now Dropleto is going to find a kill and the goal, and it's all tied up.
No easy sets. No easy sets is the key of this tournament so far from what I've seen. Because there's never going to be... Whenever you see these 2-0 sets, it's probably going to go back to 2-2 in just a second. Don't even take your foot off the gas pedal. These CCL players really... These players never give up.
That's right. They know when to I think it's a script, honestly. I think it's a written script that's going to go to set 5.5, and great big finish coming out from Ida Phoenix, and Rabies pushing through the bottom with a bunch of slimes. But this is exactly why I think Fairfield picked up that Kai. That barrage can beat so many slimes. There's just so many strikes. And now the slime eating the log, coming through, and great flip from Strages, but equally great answer from Spartan. But now Dropleto with the core flip is going to get a double barrier with Strages and can almost kill Rabies. Rabies just running away, opting to get the orb on the other side of the map and risk dying there and give up on defense a little bit, but Dropleto isn't going to miss this one.
Yep, and all of a sudden we went from down 0-2 to winning the set, and that could be a series winning set right there. Not just a game winning set, because the amount of momentum shift from going from about to be up a set to down a set, and now you're at set point in this game, and these game ones really can shift the momentum of series pretty easily. Obviously it's too early to call anything, but I'm scared. And look at these awakenings. A more peak performance allows Dropleto to have more control of the game. This movement speed as well as the extra stagger, making it harder for him to be killed, lets him go into more dangerous positions because he has more stagger. As well as the extra explosive entrance from Strages, I just think are such critical awakenings here for the side of Fairfield.
Yeah, for sure. I think Dropleto has the Nats 18 God build that we saw yesterday, not yesterday, just the earlier series, and Dropleto is looking super scary because of it. Strages and Ida Phoenix making sure they're really comfortable with swapping around positions with each other, and that's what I like to see in these CCL teams. Strages running down with a secondary pop, but behind them, Fairfield Stags, they have to deal with an open net, and this is such a hard position to be in. Spartan, meanwhile, is holding on to one of his barriers, and this double midfield comp is finding more life as time passes. Strages finds a great break, though, with that barrage seemingly lasting forever. A great barrier being Rabies just inserts herself into that, though, but now this is Dropleto with a pass splitter once again. Yeah, clearing it out, but oh my goodness, Wiggly and Rabies just keeping it in for days.
Yeah, that's what you want in your midfield comp. I think there was a little bit of confusion between the midfielder and the brawler. In the goalie there. understanding where they need to clear. I think the play is always you want to clear it towards it. You don't want to keep it in the middle of the field versus the Estelle Juno. But unfortunately, really nice job capitalizing on that from the GMU Patriots, bringing us to the first point.
Yeah, just a triple flip out for Fairfield though, so we gotta be dangerous. Stratus does use the first one, and Ida's holding in net with the second one. Dropletto wants to get the core to himself so he can make like a meaningful offensive play with his core flip, but this might look really scary. Great flip from Ida, great reaction time. Dropletto hovering around the Atlab variant, but he can get a kill on Rabies without it. Spartan almost going off the field, but using everything in his arsenal to keep the barrier alive. But now even that falls on this power play, and Dropletto gets the core down to him and gets it, buries it in the bottom of the net.
I just love the strike layering on offense there. Dropletto just holding the strikes, saying, okay, what's going to happen is they're going to play ping pong a bit, and then on the second round of ping pong, that's where I'm going to strike, and that's when I'm going to go in. And he does exactly that, able to get that barrier, and then immediately able to set up for a pass to the score. And great job. Just this entire series on offense from the side of Fairfield, they are putting up a clinic on offense.
Yeah, Straight and Ida syncing up and getting the core out of there. Spartan was waiting at the top to rotate around though, but the Atlab variant, Dropletto has so much health, he is not scared about popping that. And Wiggly Wobbly and Rabies have the opposite of having too much health. They have to warp out every time they see that happen, or else they're going to pay dearly for it. Straight just moves the strike core against the slime, rotates it down to Dropletto, who I don't think was quite expecting that, and the piercing shot gets it through once again. And great passing play from the Fairfield duo, forward duo, but now Rabies with the slime is able to get it out, and even jumping, just rotating around to offense, but that edge of the Giga catches her and takes the Juno off the field. Great rose work from Wiggly Wobbly, but Ida Phoenix isn't going to lose that one, and now Strages and Dropletto just syncing up the strikes, syncing up the passes, and they're in the right positions for each other. The barrage, Dropletto immediately clears the black hole again, but the bunch of slimes in the corner making it really difficult for GMU, and great reaction from Spartan against Dropletto's potentially Damon being played there. Yeah,
it was definitely lethal if it hits. Even if it wasn't, Dropletto had the purpose. And what a goal from Rabies, putting it in that open field. We might be. Okay, I'm not gonna say. I will not say it this time.
You won't influence it if you don't say it.
I will not.
That's right.
Whatever happens, it's not my fault.
Yeah, but I mean, look, we got another fun game, and that's all that matters. That Crystal Thorn, though, and that Rose War from Wiggly Wobbly, but Stray just does win. Oh my goodness, that chunk of damage that Estelle had to suffer, and Wiggly Wobbly has to abort mission to run away to that orb, and Dropletto is going to take advantage of that stalling and use it to beam it through, but no, the barrier still holds. Spartan and Rabies somehow hold in a great midfield defensive play. Spartan even holds that, and the rotation down from Stray just seals the barrier deal, and a barrier beam, but slightly off angle from the goal means that Spartan is able to clear it, but it's still a power play from the Fairfield University, and Wiggly Wobbly looking low. Isn't going to be that much help if Dropletto gets a barrier beam off and a barrage coming through, but they weren't able to get it down to Wiggly Wobbly. Spartan had to bear the brunt, and Spartan bared it perfectly fine, and he has no energy now, and oh, the slightly greedy rotation to Wiggly Wobbly. Dropletto capitalized on that so quickly.
That's some national experience right there. Understand, okay, this is, the goalie does not want to keep playing ping pong, especially because Strage is going to always get to the core before their midfielder, and really recognizes, okay, the best play from the goalie is just to clear it down, and I'm gonna play for it. And great job.
Yeah, I mean, it just worked, and Tofu Force is going down, means that Strage is coming in. Dropletto jumps in with a barrier beam, but core slightly too small and gets out of there. Wiggly Wobbly trying to find an angle to Rabies. Strages is there though, and that log coming through and that slime coming through still was almost not enough. The Atlas Lab popping means that the clears are going to be easier, but so is this forward duo rotation from Fairfield.
Oh, no.
Strages going off the field. Rabies finding a kill at the perfect timing, and now lets them turn to offense. Ida, unfortunately, the primary wasn't enough. Both flips being burned means that Fairfield has to commit a lot and still loses the second barrier on this power play. Such a critical power play, and we're seeing Wiggly Wobbly looking really low, and they want to beat the core flip out of this Estelle. Dropletto's looking mighty low though, but still on the hunt. Wiggly Wobbly's gonna flip, but Ida reacts to it in time, gets there. Oh, and the ring! Oh my goodness, Dropletto, what a show! Wiggly Wobbly got slightly too greedy with their low health. Dropletto punishes them and gets the goal.
Yeah,
and
that was crazy finish. I was like, all of a sudden, like, oh, Dropleto and Sturgis have it in the corner. This is their chance, and they were able to clear it out. And then open field, no health. Estelle with the core flip, but unfortunately, great reaction. And it's like it goes back and forth. You know, it wasn't a 5-set series, right? I mean, our hearts can take a little bit of a breather there, but this is potential. This is a series that has potential. GMU, I doubt they'll give up just from a game like that. They will come back. And 7 to 11 goals, but you know, funny number, but I think that might be the other way around next game.
Yeah, I mean, that was a lot of kills that Dropleto got, but you could really see George Mason Patriots get used to the kill angles. Like they respected it every kill, right? I think it takes them a little bit, but they're like, okay, Dropleto can kill us, and he will, and they start respecting it more and more. And Dropleto had to think a little bit more each time about how he's going to plot the demise of George Mason, but and it worked out. And yeah, it's a great start for them, and we'll see how it goes because we're going to be moving on to our next match shortly.
Yep, I think going to this next match, if you're GMU, gotta think, okay, let's not let Dropleto get 10 kills again, because that is not a recipe for winning the game.
Yeah.
Maybe they need to like look for just playing the field more, playing the open field more, because when they get the open field on offense, the Fairfield struggled a lot to play defense. Phoenix wants to throw Finney primaries offensively to help with these offenses, but because of that, they're usually going to be lacking cooldowns going onto defense, and can GMU leverage that to their advantage and essentially score with it, or will Fairfield be able to just keep scoring before they get the opportunity? I think if you're GMU, you have to be thinking, okay, we need to be able to get this out. We have the double midfield composition. We need to just be able to win more of our midfield interactions and keep it on their side of the field, so Asher doesn't get as much use, and also just don't die to the Asher in the first place. Meanwhile, if you're Fairfield, you have to be like, okay, we want to keep it on. It's the opposite way. You want to keep it on the other side. You want to keep it on Dubu, so Finney can keep using these cards on offense and putting damage and threatening basically projectiles across the middle on the GMU composition. And if you have to play against that as GMU, you're probably losing the game. So you really, it's really about who can keep core control, because core control leads to goals, but also leads to damage and kills as well. And that's kind of just how these teams are playing. They want to find this core control so they can create these opportunities for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're actually going to be on Oni's Village for the second game, and we have a peak performance Might of Colossus start. So it's interesting because we do have a size draft, but also, if everyone's taking speed, I feel like this is one of those games where you kind of have to take speed along with them.
Yeah, I think we're talking about in that I think there was a Stinger Might game from last series, actually a Demolitions game from last series, that there's some awakenings that when they're starting awakening, they like change the function of the game because they alter the stats of everyone in the game. And if you don't take them, all of a sudden you're going to be behind. Now this is an interesting one because both awakenings do that. But peak performance on Oni Village, the extra speed is so big on these open maps because it enables you to just play. If you have the most speed in the lobby or more speed than someone else who's near you, you can hit it into open space and always get there first. And the ability to do that enables so many offensive sequences. And I think that we're likely to see a lot of peaks. But, maybe we see a brawler wanting to go Might. And sometimes it's fine because that extra power and size is still also very useful on any map for sure. But even on a map like this.
Yeah, I think we're actually seeing. Let's see, is this Fairfield? Yeah, Fairfield is still red here, and they are locking in Dubu Estelle this time. Okay, surely, yeah. Okay, so this is. I don't know if this is just like a UI thing or not, but like it's looking like they're almost switching the composition from last game. So they're like, yeah, you can take the Kai, we'll take the Dubu Estelle. We like that.
definitely curious that GMU also banning the Juno after picking it themselves. Maybe they're afraid of like Strages. They like, okay, if we can't have it, no one can have it, right? But it's
Right.
not like Juno's seen as like a particularly gross character on this map in the first place. And I'm surprised that the Estelle is able to go over to Fairfield here. I guess GMU prioritizing the Kai, but honestly, I think I might prioritize the Estelle on a map like this when your opponent is going to be picking Dubu every single time, or like a more defensive goalie. Because I mean, I know Spartan can play more offensive goalies, but he's forced onto this, this more defensive on this type of map. I think that the Estelle priority is even more important than the Kai. But I mean, maybe they have a read that I don't.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like, Rabies was playing so well with Estelle as well, and Wiggly Wobbly also was playing so well with Estelle. So it looked like it was definitely GMU's
Yeah.
signature pick. But yeah, they did offer the Kai, they traded with the Estelle, and now they have, I think this is Spartan as the Asher goalie, and we're going
With
to see the
Zentaro, yeah.
Zentaro. Yeah. So
We're
I
gonna get
actually want
Juliet
to.
Frostfire.
Yeah, so we have a full Frostfire comp actually from Fairfield. So lore comp on one side and eclectic group of mercenaries for blue team here. But I actually been meaning to ask, Fairfield has been constantly banning out Spartan's Atlas, which I thought was a very key piece in GMU's game against UCF. But how do you feel about this Atlas ban? Do you think it's like as critical as you thought? Because Spartan held it down with Dubu perfectly well.
I think the Atlas isn't as big, but on a map like this, it can be very frustrating if you're drop little and you set up and then you just get Atlas projectile like primaried. I do agree that maybe there's other bans that are more impactful, but at the end of the day, what the brawler doesn't want to play against is the most important. And if the brawler is like, I don't want to play against an Atlas, like I'd rather play against anything else. Sometimes you just take that because when you're when your star, I guess if you want to say, is Dropletto, just ban the one that you don't want to play against. You know what I mean? Like, I
Yeah,
think they're totally fine taking every other matchup as well.
okay, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. And speaking of the brawler goalie matchup, we're seeing Julie brawler into Asher goalie, right? Unless it's gonna be Kai goalie, and I'm mistaken. That sounds
I
horrible.
don't think that's
Forward.
gonna be
So,
it.
yeah, but I thought traditionally Juliet into Asher is a losing matchup, but this was clearly Dropletto's preferred pick, right? He had Rasmus, he had Kazan, he had whatever he wanted to do, but he chose Julie. Like how is there something that I'm missing?
On this map, honestly, it's not nearly as obnoxious as like more close maps. Because what you're gonna do is you could take both starts as Juliet here, but you're probably going to look to take that like slick kicks and then just dribble around, and because you also have that Estelle, you can utilize the Estelle primaries to push the Asher out of positions, or even send it to this towards the Estelle and let Estelle do it for you. And it really makes the Asher uncomfortable because she's not able to hold the position as she would be on like a Night Market or a Taiko Temple, because of that concept.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, so we are seeing okay, so I don't know. Okay, so we might get a remake because Ravi just picked X. I thought it was his end, but I don't know. It might be a bug on my side. Okay, no. Okay, we're back. Okay, so we can talk more because I was gonna ask if these both brawlers picked a non-size related brawler, right? We see Zen, who doesn't care too much about size. We see Julie, who also doesn't care too much. I was wondering if it's because Peak was on the board and they all wanted to take advantage of Peak.
Yeah, I think once again, I think that I would assume everyone but Juliet takes Peak, and maybe Asher could take the size as well. Oh, no, excuse me. Everyone but Asher takes the Peak. That's what I was trying to say. Yeah, everyone but Asher takes the Peak. I think I don't see a universe where anyone might except maybe Juliet. That's what I was trying to say. I was trying to say the exact opposite what I ended up saying. But yeah, everyone. I think Peak is more important on most of these characters. I think I could see a universe where Juliet wants it, but I would probably still rather have the Peak on this map, and Dropletto will be opting for the Peak. Interesting enough, A Phoenix will opt for the Might. It's not something I would say, but I think that if you're going to choose someone on the team to pick Might, it's probably the goalies who don't care as much about the movement speed because they're going to they ideally want to stay in the same pocket if they can.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it's Oni's right. The first barrier is notoriously fake, and Ida is going to be perfectly happy just walking around on his 2 square feet of land, which is the lower barrier this time. But we do see both teams lose their barriers, which is okay. And the Kai on Wiggly Wobbly is going to look for an angle for Rabies to dash in. This time the Oni's play comes out with the passive, gets it through Ida Phoenix. Even if they're so big, you just strike second. And Strage is coming in with the Rose Warp, but the Barrage pushes it through. Wiggly Wobbly, great place.
I was trying to point out also Rabies on the Zentaro. First time I've seen him play a non-midfield champion. And honestly, it looked pretty good in his first point, so obviously small sample size, but great secondary so far. Have been putting a lot of offensive pressure between the two of them, and I hope to see this more because like I feel like if you're locked into one playstyle, it's a lot harder. And good job from Dropletto recognizing that Spartan was not in a position to hit primary to stop the dash punch. So when you're playing this Juliet versus Asher matchup, a lot of times what you gotta do is you have to just, like, you can't make it, like, obvious that I'm just going to dash punch, because you're just going to get primaried back every time. You need to use your abilities in a creative manner to, like, maneuver either the core around or to go for dash punches when they're not, like, expecting it. And sure, it's considered a hard matchup, but on a map like this, I actually like the matchup.
Okay. Yeah, that was Professor Aquabug, who is the master of Julie. But we're seeing a corplet come out from Straight, trying to pass there to CCL angle, I believe. Gets denied by Rabies, and this time it's Dropletto who has the corplet, just setting up, trying to kill Wiggly Wobbly, making him burn the flip, using the corplet himself, and there pushing it through with the dash punch. And there it is, the ISS, well in this case, I guess, the Nassel special.
In that spot, if Wiggly Wobbly moves up there, he dies to dash punch. If the dash part hits him, that's enough to kill him. So he has to stay in the back, but the problem is, if Dropletto holds like the punch will still hit stun, and the further you are back when you're hit stun, the less time you have to like actually strike it. So it was basically going to come down to whether Wiggly Wobbly could buffer strike in, because Dropletto held it for so long. It really got into his head right there. Great job from Dropletto.
Yeah, absolutely, and just hitting Spartan. Unfortunately, doesn't get the barrier, but Ida Phoenix looking dangerous, and Rabies just finding a spot in the net for the core.
Yeah, I think this is gonna be a classic Oni Village banger. But I think both, but it's kind of like one of those games where it's Oni Village, but I don't think it's gonna be a defensive showing. I think it's gonna be an offensive Oni Village game, right? I've heard some conversations about how Oni Village isn't even the longest, game time per game, and this is probably why, because we get some offensive showings like this on Oni Village sometimes, where sure it can be like a struggle to break the barriers, but sometimes the teams are just so locked in and they just get the barriers anyways. And great job from Rabies.
Wow.
Look at, I mean, I don't know where this Zentaro came from, but maybe someone else is on the computer, because Rabies is popping off on this character. Let's see this character more often.
Yeah, that was absolutely crazy. I mean, if Rabies can hold this amount of control on Zentaro, a brawler she's never seen before, or she's never shown us before, and then carry it over to the next few sets where awakenings are going to be bigger, cores going to be faster. But if she could just win strike wars like this, but fortunately this time the rest of Fairfield stacks were there, so they do hold on to the goal. But it's looking really good for GMU right now, even with that passive, and Wiggly Wobbly pushing it through the barrage. And wow, what a turnaround on composition for George Mason.
Yep, I think the Zentaro pickup is huge, but even better than that, the play on it has been fantastic so far. Obviously, one set is a small sample size, but I'm already excited to see it. I think the prime time to enable more primaries is always nice. Not anything like pretty huge here. Trying to settle for either that Super Surge or the Explosive probably if you're gonna take the dash extension. So it's understandable just go for the prime time. Also, giving that a Stella prime time is also really scary. So a lot of reasons for that. I think the biggest takeaways is the fact that we got there's 2 sparks down, but Dropletto took one of them, and Ida Phoenix took the other. I think ideally you don't want Dropletto to ever get Spark of Strength, but that's the only thing I really care about. If Dropletto gets focused, it sucks, but it's whatever. Probably not even worth denying. But I would actually deny the strength, and immediately another goal. before I could hand off the cast to you.
No, I mean, this was a 10-second goal. George Mason are so on top of their offense right now that Fairfield's having trouble adjusting defensively, and it's really working out right now. This primary Zentaro, this primetime Zentaro, along with a Kai who has cast to last. This is looking really scary on these offensive conversions. I mean, they're finding the ways around Ida Phoenix so quickly into the start of the round.
Yep, and right now, I was about to say that the court has been on the side of GMU, so it's been pretty dangerous. But Spartan is just so composed in this pocket on this Asher pick. We'll see how long that's able to last. But so far, he's definitely not having to face the same type of pressure Ida Phoenix has had this game.
Yeah, and that's absolutely true. I mean, Ida Phoenix is a huge Dubu, but once again, Rabies and Wiggly Wobbly have been so in sync on their offense. And Stranger and Dropletto both have their core flip though, so if they're gonna take a barrier, this is, they do have the resources for it. Dash Punch does come out from Dropletto. He has speed in the midfield though. He has that Max Soul Julie, and oh, what a Giga just straight past. I don't think anyone was ready for that.
I mean, you can still say H-check. I think that's no reason to say H-check right there. But crazy Giga Blast. That will be on the highlight reel for sure.
Yeah, I mean, just perfect angle from Wiggly Wobbly. Just calls out Fairfield for not being ready. Dropletto does have full energy Julie here. Does get the top barrier, but Spartan once again holding strong onto the lower corner pocket. Going to dribble through, but Spartan once again ready. Strages is trying to sync up now. Strages is the one with the slick kick, so he does need to play on the core a little bit more. And I think they're looking for it. They're trying to set Strages up here so that he can get it back to Dropletto, who will use his energy, but right now he's getting beat off the field by Rabies. He's below half health and he has no evade, but still nice core control coming out from Strages. Great defense, and Ida trying to rotate it around, forcing out Wiggly Wobbly to use his core flip and then answering back with a Tofu Fortress of their own, but Rabies finds the angle and threads the needle. Finally, Dropletto has his spot on top of the goal, but still a little too far for a nice dash punch angle that he's looking for, and Spartan doesn't even use his core flip, and Rabies just kills Ida Phoenix and George Mason. They're running away with it.
So Drop did have dash punch in that sequence, but if Drop goes to that dash punch and Spartan reacts, it's very possible Dropletto just gets primary to death there, primary flipped and dying. So Drop with a little bit of hesitation and costs the goal. But sometimes you just gotta make the play, even if it doesn't necessarily work, because when you're in these spots, like, you can't let them just run you over a 3-0 set like this. It's just a tough spot. The Spark is gonna go over Wiggly Wobbly, not allowing Dropletto for the focus. But I think the one you don't want to allow is actually the strength one. The strength one is the scary one. I think the agility plus strength is like 40 power plus I think 12% speed when he already has peak already. So now Dropletto is actually the most movement speed in the game outside of Kai when Kai is secondary. So it's just like it's scary stuff. I think that I don't know. I don't like the draft.
Yeah, it's looking the draft might have been a bit rough, but it's still looking pretty good for George Mason. But as I say that, Dropletto does finally find that angle, but still Rabies just ruling the game with the Zentaro. Yeah, so much presence in this entire game. Getting barriers, just getting kills, and getting goals.
Who would have thought the one game they don't pick double midfielders on Oni Village?
Yeah, the double midfield comp not pulling out double midfield. That was absolutely crazy. But once again, Dropletto sharking around, finds a nice angle, but Spartan is on top of it. Just burns one primary. But Dropletto does have energy burst, so he's coming in with the flame flurry, gets the energy burst, gets the barrier. I think he wanted to strike war win first, but unfortunately Spartan wasn't letting that happen. But still, great checkmate situation from Dropletto, and Ida has to burn the Tofu Fortress away.
I hear the dribbles.
And yeah, I see the great dribbles from Dropletto. I see the punch, and Strages is pushing it through as much as he can, but Dropletto still used to get through the Titans that is Spartan and Wiggly Wobbly, which is a funny thing to say. But Strages trying to pass it to Dropletto trying to intercept the core with the punch, but once again, another resource loss. Wiggly Wobbly just all too comfortable just splitting filling the net with Spartan, and that's making it really hard for Fairfield to find an opening. Stratus did collect a core flip in the midst of all this, though, so he can potentially make offense happen. A great clear from Spartan does send the core right back to Fairfield, but still the defense was too good. Ida answers back with a 2-4, just going to go back to Spartan and drop Leto, just trying to find any angles they can. And Stratus is just trying hard to find the speed to get the core to drop Leto, but he finally does. And one attempt is all it took. One core flip is all it took for drop Leto to find that goal.
You see, drop Leto is constantly trotting the other side from wherever Spartan is. Wiggly has done a great job this game, by the way, because Drop has reaction speed tested Wiggly so many times, and Wiggly is not fighting. But that's how you play in this matchup. You don't have to hit it at the Asher over and over again. You can hit it around the Asher, and that's exactly what Drop and Stratus are trying to do. It takes more time sometimes, but it's how you beat the Asher. And you know, it's doing great this set so far. They hopefully didn't just jinx it.
Yeah, I mean, that was really good. Ida Phoenix just R'd Wiggly Wobbly to force him to be waiting out that, and Spartan's primary beam coming out, and Drop Leto just used a Flame Flurry for it, but Drop Leto almost with the core flip, Spartan almost with the core flip, but he doesn't want Spartan to get it quite yet. He wants to have it all alone for now, and he is at that situation where he has a core flip and the other team's goalie doesn't, but the orb comes up and that time is over. So Ida Phoenix does have a core flip now, and Drop Leto has a core flip, but Spartan also does, but he's going to have to use it! Oh, what a mess up, and Drop Leto finds it. You can't mess up around this Julie.
Drop also had all CDs there, or I believe didn't have primary, but had secondary and flip. Actually, probably could have dash flipped Spartan if needed be, if Spartan actually went too far on the edge there. But obviously, scoring without flipping is even better.
Yeah, so now we see Drop Leto and Ida keep their energy burst. Spartan, I guess, good news is that he didn't use it, but there it is. He saved it for this moment and wins against the Crystal Thorns, but Drop Leto's waiting.
Perhaps the most critical moment of the game so far, because you know all of a sudden they have a set back and Drop Leto. I'm telling you, you can't let them get that fucking straight, because that is where he runs away with it. I think Quick Strike is on the fastest member in the game is very dangerous. I think 1-2 punch is very dangerous. I think I would take Quick Strike on this map, but 1-2 is very reasonable. Especially when you have that much power.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Asher took hot shot instead of Quick Strike as well, so it's going to fall all the way down.
Yep. And a really good job. I guess maybe no one will take. There it is. I was to say, there's no way no one takes Quick Strike, right? Like,
oh no, no way.
Yeah, Kai getting that Quick Strike is actually kind of scary though. Wiggly Wobbly, this throughout today has just been a strike board demon, and giving the strike board demon more, you know, ability to strike more is not something you want to do. But I still think that this Juliet build is online right now, and you're now playing to keep away and score before Juliet kills your goalie, because it's gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean, look at the speed Drop Leto. He has 630 speed without just with the maximals. That's crazy. He can reposition anywhere he wants on the midfield line, while Strangers and Ida Phoenix try to figure out a way to get it to him. Drop Leto limit testing there, almost knocking Wiggly Wobbly off the field. Doesn't happen, and a great Giga actually answers, making this point a little bit dangerous for Fairfield. Spartan, a little bit of greedy clear. Drop Leto was there to intercept it, and Wiggly doesn't redirect the core. And now Drop Leto has an open net. Spartan has the dash forward with the Flame Flurry coming out. I think that was a flip from Drop Leto, but
though on Rabies.
Yeah, 1-4 flip on Rabies. Stratus does push it through, and Rabies just trying to stall time, waiting. And a great pass to Drop Leto, who gets to the top of the net.
Yeah, and this Juliet is online now. It's inevitable. Juliet is inevitable here with this build. You can't give her this fucking space, guys. You can't, guys. Don't do it in your games. Don't do it in your games.
Thank you for the second lesson. But yeah, I mean, Drop Leto is looking very, very strong. Stratus just needs to get it to him, and he can dribble. I mean, Wiggly Wobbly, though, has been playing so well. A great log by Ida Phoenix, thwarts Rabies' attempts, and Spartan moves back, gets away from the piercing shot, rolls it to Ida Phoenix, who rolls away, but still, it's okay. Drop Leto might get a double barrier. No, but the angle's slightly off. Ida's just going to clear it back down, gets it away to Wiggly Wobbly for somehow, and Drop Leto still, now the world is his oyster. Spartan respecting it and barrier beaming it, but oh, the angle was off. It goes through the barrier beam, and now Drop Leto has a dash punch. He has a core flip, and Spartan needs to play a little bit more aggressively, or else Dropletto is going to kick him into the net and out with the core. And Stranger's just getting the Rose Warp through to Dropletto, and this formula is working for Fairfield Stags, and they have a barrier up behind their backs. They have an open net in front of them, and Raby's great Oni's Blade, but it's been a while since we've seen her be able to get through, and Dropletto, what a core flip right through Spartan.
Yep. Putting on the performance, taking back this game from the jaws of defeat, Dropletto. What a game so
Huge.
far.
Yeah.
As I said earlier, no easy wins. No easy wins in CCL.
No easy wins. That's right. Ida Phoenix is going to be perfectly okay with losing that bottom, but maybe that top, I don't know, would be a little dangerous. And George Mason looking to make a comeback on this set, even in these types of times. And once again, they just find a point from a random pocket from behind the vending machine. I don't know, but when they need it, they have it.
Yep. When they need it, you have it. Exactly what you just said. Ida Phoenix is going to have this core flip, though. So, honestly, giving up the point, whatever. Still have another 2 you can give up. But Dropletto is very scary. Doesn't have any energy, though. You got to watch that. If Dropletto gets flipped, you can see either a goal or a kill. Something's going to happen, you know? That's the button that you know. So, oh my goodness, that was about to be a crazy setup, and it still worked, but Dropletto here doesn't have any abilities, but so fast, he's always gonna get to the core first.
Yeah, I mean, he's building up a crazy amount of energy, and Ida Phoenix just corner clearing it through with stages, but oh, Spartan slightly short on the dash, and we're all tied up. We're going to set 5.
Yep. And Estelle is going to pick up this MVP. Dropletto will be picking in the 3rd slot. A lot of awakenings for Dropletto here. Even Glass Cannon on this map is kind of scary. Maybe for the Estelle, honestly. The Stagger Swagger will be picked up. Bulk Up is going to be taken. I don't know if that's... I guess you have Peak. I don't know. But Juliet, see Juliet taking the Glass Cannon. The other team... Like, if I'm Zentaro, or like, I have to be primarying this Juliet to remove that Glass Cannon. I cannot let that Glass Cannon go up. You have prime time, so it's not too bad, but like, that's a scary awakening right there when you have this build.
Yeah, absolutely. Wiggly Wobbly is going to have to be on point about knocking Dropletto down just like that, using the Giga to reset Glass Cannon stacks, but Dropletto is already so quick. Oh, great wiggle from Wiggly Wobbly though, getting it out. But still, Stranger and Dropletto just keeping the pressure on, keeping it in the corner pocket, and I think they can play very patiently, like they are. They just have so much speed, and they're just going to keep it in this pocket. Not every strike is threatening Spartan, but eventually it will, like this setup timing. Ida Phoenix's Tofu Fortress is also there to add on and cut off the map a little bit, and Spartan is huge, though, I will say.
Spartan is going to get his cooldowns back, but it was very dangerous because he was actually out of cooldowns. If they weren't able to get that out in that sequence, it was probably a barrier loss. But now finally stabilizing GMU in this set. We'll see what that means. But honestly, the problem is GMU has not been able to go on offense for more than like a few seconds, as Straight is going to put it in this time.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like, yeah, GMU's offense hasn't been sticking, and that's, I think, making all the difference, because once it gets out on the midfield, Dropletto and Strangers have just so much speed over the Zentaro and Kai. And once again, we see the offense coming out, Strangers is there, and Rabies isn't able to connect to it this time. And yeah, variations of this have been happening, and that's exactly why Fairfield is getting that edge in this part, at least. So Wiggly Wobbly rotates around to the top, trying to find some angles. Strages is actually a target of some bullying here, as Rabies coming in with the energy flip and gets the barrier despite Ida, Phoenix, Dropletto, and Strages all being there. But they do hold it at 1 barrier, and that's completely fine on Oni's Village. And Wiggly Wobbly fighting against Dropletto, buying some space for Spartan, but Dropletto comes in with a dash punch. Spartan ready for an answer stack with the primary of his own. And now finally we see some GMU offense coming out. Strages pushes it through with the piercing shot, and that's what it takes. And now they're back on the offensive, is Dropletto and Strages, and Dropletto is so fast and repositioning that they can work this Oni Village verticality so well. Wiggly Wobbly getting in front of Ida Phoenix, answers with a log. Dropletto suddenly gets the 4 again, a great redirect, but Spartan is on top of it. Spartan has been so cool and level-minded this entire set. Using pass splitter, he's going to answer with his beam and holds on to his core flip as well.
Yeah, great defense from GMU. Spartan is in the zone, comfort zone, set 5 comfort zone right here. But once again, even Phoenix is playing good defense. When you see Phoenix like holding these situations down, obviously not as much pressure anymore, but when you see Phoenix holding it down, it's just really disheartening because now this is the only village that we think about when we go into Oni Village games of just like slogfest of no one being able to score. And we didn't get this for 4 sets, but all of a sudden, set 5, it's inevitable.
Yeah, the Oni Village time creep is happening for sure. And Ida did burn a core flip there. Yeah, and Spartan almost dies. Oh, Rabies actually dies. And Spartan coming in. Oh, Wiggly Wobbly misses the core flip. I think Nerve's attentions are very high right now with the plays that we're seeing. Spartan is going to hold though, and this power play is going to go for nothing with Rabies coming back. And the pass splitter comes away, but the core is already so far away. And I think this is the overtime effect. But Wiggly Wobbly just wins Strike Wars against Strages like 3 times and gets the lower barrier. Dropletto couldn't answer, but he does have a core flip, so it can turn on its head at any moment. But right now, this is the best situation that GMU has looked in the last like 3 or so points.
Yep, they're still having a lot of pressure, unlike the first 2 sets where basically all the pressure was on EW Phoenix. But Spartan is just playing out of his mind.
That was a crazy clear through the middle as well. Spartan still holding on to his core flip and can use it offensively. Oh, a strike miss from Ida Phoenix means that they can set up their offense once again. GMU coming in, the log is there, answered for though with Rabies' well-timed strike, and now Rabies is going to beat Dropletto. Comes in with a dash slightly too high for the core though, and now back to Spartan, who clears it as Strages was there with the piercing but wasn't answered. Wiggly Wobbly lives! Wiggly Wobbly lives! And Rabies calls Ida Phoenix out, but Ida Phoenix clears downwards, which is super locked in right there. And is able to clear a goal, but Rabies is set up in the middle, uses the core flip, but slightly off on the angle dribble. Ida Phoenix falls, and now it's a power play, and that's the one Rabies is gonna need to get GMU on the board once again.
This is the Oni Village gameplay. We're here for guys. We waste 5 sets, 4 sets. What a game! What a series so far. Oh, Spartan playing out of his mind. Wiggly Wobbly also playing out of his mind. Rabies, a little bit nervous, but made it work. Was able to get the KO when it mattered most.
Yeah, I actually really love it. Dropletto pushing it through Wiggly Wobbly, getting the core up, rotated. Spartan does not want to be here, but one beam is all it takes. And Ida Phoenix also just super improved, I think, over the first 2 sets. He's so locked in. He's using the abilities, even gets the Strike War win clear, and the Tufu Fortress at the perfect timing. Dropletto gets a kill onto Rabies. Ooh, somehow. Maybe that was Strages with the piercing shot, I'm not sure, but Dropletto now Flame Flurry coming in, forcing Spartan to use his core flip, and is gonna win. No, Wiggly Wobbly and Spartan throw themselves in between the core and save the barrier. And now we're back again. It was gonna be potentially a fast game, but not anymore. Rabies holding the core, waiting for Wiggly Wobbly to reposition. Wiggly Wobbly going to the brawler side because he has the abilities. But now, and what a great clear from Spartan right between Strages and Dropletto. And Wiggly Wobbly respecting the Juliet, not trying to get too close to the speed. And a great push through the logs and a great Strike War win from Spartan, but has to get it away from Strages, which means Dropletto gets the barrier. So both goals are open on both sides, and we have a very, very close point to what could be whoever wins this goes to match point. So this is gonna be crazy, and a great flip from Strages, super aware, and a redirect from Dropletto. Match point for Fairfield Stags.
Okay, but hear me out. Look at the energy bars right now.
Yeah,
it's gonna get dicey. It's about to get dicey. This next point is gonna be a crazy one.
Yeah, lower barrier falls. Wiggly Wobbly gets the core flip. Rabies gets the core flip. So double core flip on the side of the 4s. They want to hold on to this. They don't want to lose to a random dash punch from the Juliet. Passing it to Rabies. Strages using the piercing shot, but that's just realigning it for Rabies here. And Rabies wants to get forward and use the core flip and trying to combo it, but that was like three Fairfield University players in a straight line, and that wasn't going to happen. And now Rabies trying to beat Strages, but now the energy economy has flipped on its head, and now it's Dropletto with the core flip. Now it's Strages who almost has a core flip, but a straight core gets the barrier. Dropletto finds the kill though, and this is Dropletto with the core flip. This is Dropletto with Strages, and they're just gonna pass around each other. Rabies doesn't have enough speed, and this could be it as Dropletto and Strages. They just have to set up for each other. A bad dash, but the core flip's here, but no, not enough, not in time. Dropletto punches it through. Oh, what a cinematic ending.
Dropletto dancing right before finishing. Honestly, if I'm the goalie, that throws me off so bad. That is some next level tech right there. What a series. Fairfield able to make it out, but GMU did not want to give them this win easily. As I said earlier, in CCL, no easy wins. You know, there's no easy wins. You gotta work for it, and that's what happens here. Fairfield gonna be moving on for the rematch against Osu here. And I don't know what. Do you have anything else to say, Pato, about?
Yeah. What I'm saying is that if Dropletto waited like a millisecond longer, the orb would have popped immediately on top of Spartan, and he would have had core flip. So if Spartan got the orb and he pressed core flip, he could have theoretically held. I don't know. That's my. But it was really clutch, and I mean, crazy, right?
Yeah.
Like Julie just got so quick, so fast, and it was amazing to see the adaptations that Fairfield have been able to make during the sequence of this game.
Yep, and GMU unfortunately is gonna have to go home here. But heads high. They played fantastic this season. Weren't quite able to make it, but I believe that means they were third place this season. And
right.
you gotta start from somewhere. But Fairfield we're gonna see they're gonna get their rematch against Osu in finals, and we're gonna have a new champion, CCL champion on our hand. Yeah, I mean, stay tuned for that. That's exciting. We're about to have the most exciting finals maybe ever of CCL.
Yeah, but it's not gonna be by us though. But we'll be back with some different people and some different games.
New faces, new games. Let's go.
Let's go.
Hello, everyone. I am Brickbat. I am here with Vaughn, the one and only, to cast CCL Grand Finals. And it's been a very long season. We are finally here at its dramatic conclusion. And who else to be here on this story arc than us, other than who I believe are the main characters of this story, OSU, Oregon State here. None of these players have really made a name for themselves in the pipeline, in the NAS pipeline. These are still players that have improved so much and have played in the CCL, especially name player for a very long time, and they're going to be up against the powerhouse that is Fairfield University. And going to game number 1, Vaughn, I know you have a lot of thoughts about this matchup. Feel free to share them.
I sure do, Brickbat. It's been an honor, honestly, to watch OSU throughout the seasons. CCL regulars know that I'm a really, really big fan of this organization, especially because Names AH has been here since the beginning, but he's never made it this far in the bracket. They got 3rd place 2 seasons ago with a slightly different roster, looking to try to make it all the way to the top of the mountain this time around. And CCL is not easy to win, but it is easy to score a quick goal. Well done by my favorite player of all time in CCL, Peanut Enjoyer. That's my guy. Keep an eye out for him, Brickbat. He's on his path to Estelle. He's really had an A+ season. I think I have him pegged as the best performing midfielder in CCL in this winter-fall 2025 split. He really has quite an electric Kai and Estelle. So you're going to watch him slowly pick apart this ranged backline with Laplation, who's the newest addition to this roster, putting the finishing touches onto each goal. So really the question is Phoenix going to be able to hold with this Finny pick that we've seen him having going on so far? So this point's going to be the first true test. Once those barriers are down, we can see what Phoenix does here, Brickbat.
When a named player, good strike, almost scores a goal right then and there, but Strage is looking to march the core forward. Instead, it's going to get cleared down towards Dropletto. Cooldown's going to be used just to get the core in front of Name Agent's face, but there's still a flip. The KO going to be found. Oh, the piercing shot almost takes it away from the Finny special. However, the goal is not going to be scored just quite yet. Flip down, though, for the goalie of Fairfield University. Dropletto looking to make some work, but not even going to take away the core flip. Good snipe as well into the Finny to get her out of the picture. Peanut enjoying Laplation now have an opportunity to score, and there is no resources actually burned on the side of OSU. 2 flips to go into this 3rd point.
That's a great situation to find yourself in. Something I really am enjoying as well. I've mentioned that Peanut enjoys Estelle as lethal, but I want to talk a little bit about why. We see that he's doing something very good that Estelle's sometimes struggle with, which is he's using his abilities not to get the ball up as much, but to interact with the opposing goalie as their brawlers taking shots. We saw the piercing shot from Estelle completely taking out Phoenix as Asher went to score. And then on the follow-up, Peanut Enjoyer was able to layer his ultimate ability on top of Laplation's push to make sure the goal was secured. And we're probably going to see the set end right here because of that. And there it is. It's just nice and clinical. And I love the fact that they saved that flip on Asher until it was truly impossible to clear. An incredibly clean first set, Brickbat. I like that a lot. And honestly, if the play keeps up like this, I don't know how much these awakenings are going to matter. We'll see what they take in the draft, though. My eye's on that hot shot for being extra potent on Estelle.
Saw that being used, or some abilities being used to a lot of effectiveness off of Peanut Enjoyer. The Adrenaline Rush, I think, is going to be an interesting pickup. Not something that you'd want to run towards on the Asher, but we did see 2 KOs already come out of Laplation coming into this first set of the series. So here's to see how that's going to turn out. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think, honestly, this Asher character is just suspiciously good at getting KOs, and part of the reason is how her secondary works with her speed. And so if the Asher is able to pressure the opposing forwards of Strategist and Dropletto by having the speed gate and playing around these dash punches, I don't think that Finny will have the tools to stop Hot Shot Estelle and an Adrenaline Rush up Asher. So it's going to be up to Strategist and Dropletto to play around that appropriately, which they have the speed to do so. So we'll see if they can use that in this next set to actually make some ground, because really Names H is under little to no pressure. As we see, he kind of gets to use his strike shot, his primaries with reckless abandon, because the ball is just constantly on the side of Fairfield. So they're going to have to figure out something fast, or else these points are going to keep sliding right on by them, Brickbat.
Yeah, and I think that just goes to show, right, Peanut Enjoyer, kind of the person that you mentioned we should keep our eyes on during this series, playing so incredibly well, able to preserve the resources where he needs them preserved, and able to save them to pressure EDA Phoenix and make sure that Dropletto, right, the star player of Fairfield, never gets the opportunity to show all of his tools, all of his prowess, right? So you don't have to worry about a single player if they're never going to get the core. And as of right now, OSU is playing around that perfectly. That being said, first hiccup feels like for the team has come around. Laplation going to be KO'd, and a flip has to be used by Peanut Enjoyer defensively here.
Something I find quite interesting too, which I think could be part of the reason why Fairfield's having such a problem with the core control, is it looks like Dropleto's opted for the spec training, which means he's a lot slower. When compared especially with the Asher with Ad Rush, it's truly a big difference. Ooh, nice save from Phoenix. We're going to see if they can keep it in control. Nice laner as well, make sure those goals aren't going to be scored. But like I said a million times, Peanut Enjoyer, so good at holding his abilities to make sure that ball goes in. And even despite the kill, it's just so hard for them to gain control over the map. The speed difference, regardless of the fact that we have Finny and Kai, some of the fastest characters, the triple glass cannon on this OSU squad, I think, is a big difference maker, because you constantly have to take it off of this Asher, or else she's going to run around much faster than Rasmus, even if he has a secondary up. So I think that's part of the reason why Brickbat, this Fairfield squad, isn't able to take as much control, because look how fast this Asher is right now. Just moving around the ball and not even having to touch it. So this double mag souls that they took, or mag souls on Asher, excuse me, combined with the glass cannon combo, is proving quite effective. I think this was a great choice by OSU in this game one.
Yeah, incredibly smart. That allows Laplation to kind of have his role here, both offensively and defensively. But right now, the defense is going to be put to the test. Peanut Enjoyer not able to get the strike that he needs. Name AH is going to have to watch as his final goalie barrier goes down. Almost a goal found by Strages here, but the play is not going to be over yet. Dropleto looking to keep possession in front of the net, and there it is. The Whiplash able to stun Peanut Enjoyer before the strike could be made. Finally, Fairfield is going to find themselves on the board.
They can fight back. Rasmus Kai, known for their ability to stuff quite easily, and if Atlas's Expanse has been burned, Strike Primary is never going to do you wrong on these characters. So we're going to see if they're able to replicate that, as Dropleto is taken very low, so he's going to have to watch out for this Adrenaline Rush. Whenever it's given, it's almost the end of the point. And even if Asher didn't get it itself, this power play probably is going to result in both bears. I think it's very difficult for Finny to hold these points, but I'm mistaken, and as Rasmus spawns up, it's looking like an even barrier, Brickbat.
And Strages with his flip here, we'll see what he's going to be able to do with it. The pull comes out from Dropleto to find an interference, but wow, that flip is just gone. Laplation, another KO on the Asher right now. Not going to find too much value off of the speed, but a KO is going to be more than enough for Name's Age to walk up here. Secondary from the Atlas goes down preemptively, but that's just more of an insurance policy on this offensive play. And despite the KO, Name's Age still looking to posture aggressively. This is looking to be a very interesting defensive play coming out from OSU. Flip going to be used as well. Dropleto not able to counteract it. Push away from the Atlas is going to come through as well as we enter overtime. Another KO found by Laplation, almost off screen on the goalie of Fairfield University. Dropleto, though, good whiplash is going to open up the net. The pull's going to be there, and the 1v2 is made on the offense. Dropleto brings us to a tied set, 2-2.
If Dropleto is able to get 1v1 with the Atlas, he does have the tools to succeed. It is quite difficult for Atlas to correctly play around all of Rasmus's abilities, especially if he has a secondary going, but I really want to highlight Laplation's OS's role in this game. He's using that middle speed gate, like I mentioned, combined with his glass cannon speed and power, and he just comes out of nowhere like a shark in the water. And these power plays he's finding, regardless of his XP in comparison to Peanut Enjoyer, have been a huge reason why OSU's been finding a lot of success. So I think if they're going to win this set, he's going to have to probably find one more, as these early barriers are going to have a lot of pressure on Name's AH.
No resources right now, but all he needs is the barrier to even this up. But Dropleto has a 50-50 shot, and the 50-50 he wins. The secondary on the Atlas not big enough, and Fairfield University sweep up the set in reverse fashion. Strage is going to earn himself the MVP.
This is exactly what he needs to, because I'm eyeing that aerials there. I don't think the Stagger Star will give him as much value as he needs. If I'm this Kai, I want to be outpacing everyone that has the glass cannon, and that's exactly what he goes for, which I'm very happy about. So if you're the red team, you are very pleased with this draft, because you're going to get something on everyone you want. You can get the speed or core speed on Rasmus that you need. You can get a Timeless Creator on the Finny, make the ult that much more potent. This is really quite a boon for Fairfield and gives them more tools that they need to succeed. I don't mean by any stretch of the imagination that OSU's draft is weak, but I really would have preferred that Estelle leave up Missile Prop for Atlas to give him more of that midfield control and KO potential, while she could have opted in for something else. It's not a game-losing decision by any means, but we'll see if it actually comes to impact the rest of this game, as Dropleto's been finding a lot of success 1v1 with Atlas, and I think that would have helped deny those opportunities more.
Totally agreed with you on that. That being said as well, Names AH no stranger to some controlled aggression himself if given the opportunity. It's going to be Dropleto, though, the one on offense right now. The pull comes through, but not going to find the time that Dropleto wants, but a 2v1 opportunity presents itself, and Dropleto immediately capitalizes on it. Laplation able to find the reversal, though, and an amazing score. The momentum of that offense did not stop. Both Peanut and Jory and Laplation putting a lot of pressure onto Phoenix here. They were able to capitalize off of that.
God, and it's so hard, too. I mean, how do you stop Asher Primary with Estelle behind her? It's just, there's so much pressure on Phoenix once those two get into position, and honestly, the only position that needs to matter is Asher, as she gets a double barrier out of nowhere, and all of a sudden, the side of Fairfield is really on the back foot because Atlas is going to be able to push up behind his Asher and make sure that the Asher gets the opportunities they need, while Peanut Joyer has a flip as well. So this is looking dire. It's huge hit stun from Phoenix. That's going to be a big difference maker. That magic trick has more than one benefit as Laplation does the Asher thing. Oh! Ooh! Oh my god, what is it going to end? It's not going to end just quite yet, but Stratus is in position. Flip for flip, gets the expanse as well. Just flips everywhere. I think that's 5 core flips, and it's up to Dropleto, the hero of time. He has his 6th flip. This is what the Denver land practice was all for. He has the opportunity to get the 1v1 if Stratus can get the ball up to him, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen right now, so the match swings back into a bit of an open game state.
Yeah, we're finally entering overtime here. Dropleto, you see him charging at the core. The flip's going to actually whiff, and the 6th flip is gone. Just good old Omega Strikers here. As the core goes down, bottom side, EDA Phoenix sends it downward. Peanut and Joyer tries to intercept, but doesn't find the control that they need right now. The pull's going to be there, but the Atlas secondary denies that play before the goal could be made. EDA Phoenix looking to keep it topside up to Strages. Weird bounce almost sends it in, but it's going to be defended away. As Dropleto, one more opportunity maybe, but the night market angle calls, and that's going to be an unfortunate own goal to take that point. Strages credited.
I think the stagger swagger value that Dropleto is getting is pretty massive, because it means that Atlas can't keep bullying the Rasmus when Dropleto's on his half of the field. The speed that it's giving him makes up for that lack of glass cannon we talked about earlier. And I think it's making a big difference in what Dropleto can do. But Laplation, I swear, every time I talk about Dropleto, says watch this, and gets his, I think, 3rd double barrier of the game. And it completely opens up the field for Phoenix. And it's over. It's over. Peanut and Joyer and Laplation, I swear, they are lethal in that combination of Estelle and Asher. They truly cover everything. I didn't see a very easy clear for Phoenix there, Brickbad.
Yeah, Laplation, Peanut, and Joyer, it feels like their offensive plays just flow like water. It's just, they keep the momentum going, and EDA Phoenix is just not able to find an opportunity to recover. And again, look at this pressure to Laplation with Adrenaline Rush and a flip right in front of the Finny, and even though the defensive play is made, Fairfield is not out of the woods yet, not even needing a flip. Peanut and Joyer snipes it away with a Crystal Thorns. The set now going the way of OSU. Laplation, a well-deserved MVP off of all of those KOs, off of all the secures on the goal, and there's a lot of choices here.
I feel like the narrative, too, ever since Zunicore was left CCL and Laplation stepped in, a lot of the narrative cycled around, is this player going to be able to live up to Zunicore's impact that he had on the team? This team went to the California LAN and was able to test drive themselves earlier in the year, and they took some sets, but it's really quite difficult to gel when you start, especially because Zunicore was such a core, integral part of the team. And it's just really making me happy to see that the newest member of OSU is honestly the driving force of this win. Peanut and Joyer is doing great, and Names AH is having to battle against Dropleto, one of the best brawler players in North American history. But the thing that I just am loving watching is Laplation finding these kills on EDA Phoenix, finding these kills on Strages, and also taking barriers while he does it. Like, this guy can't be stopped at all in game 1.
Yeah, it's absolutely brutal. Just keeping up with the water metaphors between these two. When it rains, it pours. It feels like the minute either Laplation or Peanut and Joyer find one vulnerability in the armor, the other one is like a dog, just ready to pounce and just end EDA Phoenix and any hopes for Fear to take the points. And almost another KO is going to be found as well, but Dropleto is going to find 2 barriers here in the offensive play. Strages, who now empowered by 2 Dash Awakenings, does have a lot more of extra mobility to catch up to Dropletto. Not going to be needed, though, because Dropletto, off of a nice dribble, finds the 50-50 against Names AH.
Hey, we've been there. You know, sometimes the strike shot, you got to go for the cool, really cool, awesome instant strike shot, and then you miss, and then you have nothing to do. We've been there. Mistake from Names AH, who's otherwise had a pretty consistent and solid performance this game. So still breathing life into Fairfield. They're definitely not out of this yet. As long as Dropletto's able to get his 1v1 versus Atlas, it always looks winnable. But on the other side, it feels like once Laplation is even breathing in the goal box, those barriers melt like butter, and it is truly difficult for Finny to ever stop this Asher once it's in front of them. So it's going to be on the side of OSU to make sure that they get the ball towards Laplation. The Estelle won't have to save her abilities because they have this flip. And I love that adjustment. You can see Peanut Enjoyer completely changed how he played. Earlier we talked about how Estelle was saving her abilities to bring the ball up. Did you see Peanut Enjoyer use ult, primary, and secondary just to get the ball up one time to Asher because they realized they needed that code switch. Asher with all her abilities and port flip was never going to get stopped. So they're on match point here, Brickbat.
It's just such a beautiful performance from OSU right now. The pull's going to thumb through Dropletto. A cross-map snipe on the barrier. Beautifully executed. Strages as well. The barrage going to come through on the defense. Dropletto an opportunity. Flip comes through.
Nice.
The shot from Names AH is there and perfect. Strages going to get hit by the primary of the Estelle and now has to play defense again, but Dropletto once again has the core. It's a 2v1 situation, but the clear is going to be found by Names AH. A beautiful strike. Laplation now looking to answer in kind. Peanut Enjoyer is going to snipe it away with Crystal Thorns. The primary is there from Actor. The defense is not over yet, but Strages is low, but the strike board's going to be won by Dropletto. Strages now going to have to force to be limping away from the play, but the defense is just going to have to happen, stagger or not. EDA Phoenix looking to move the core forward. Dropletto finds it though. The whiplash going to be there, and it was messy. It was brutal, but Fairfield University once again brings us to a dead even
Yeah,
set.
they were cooked. I'll be honest. If he did not score that goal, it was game 2 time. But Dropletto pulls out again, and Laplation pulls out his 7 millionth. All right, bang, blot it in, fellas. Don't even let me talk. Laplation is the Asher go. He might have just taken the title from Dropletto because this guy just put on an offensive clinic. Wow, what a first game from OSU. I'm going to be honest, those close sets, but that game did not feel close. What a dominant first showing there.
Yeah, that was so strong. I think one statistic that I noticed as we entered that final set, both Peanut Enjoyer and Laplation were level 10, and Dropletto was level 7. Strages was barely pushing level 9. Right? And I think that just speaks to the difference of what Peanut Enjoyer and Laplation were doing. It feels like Names AH, like you mentioned earlier, was able to use a lot of strike shots offensively, was able to play very aggressively whenever he wanted to, and he always had the cooldowns at least to face up against Dropletto to not make the goals at least free for Dropletto to score in a lot of those situations. And I think this was an offensive powerhouse coming out from OSU, both Peanut Enjoyer and Laplation. Again, once they started that momentum, it really felt like EDA Phoenix and Strages really struggled to get the core out of there.
I agree. And this Revelation OS stat line is, I like to call it the al dente stat line, where your midfielder scored all the goals. You just killed things, and then you were fat in the goal box and did everything you needed to do. So that's the exact brawler style I like to see. And that's game 1 going to my boys OSU. I've been Brickbat, I don't know if you know this, I've been an OSU fan for multiple seasons now. This is my them and the Fan Shotway Fuel. These are like my teams that every week on the predictions, I love these guys. I'm trying my heart out to not let my bias go too strong, but I am super hyped because that was a dominant game. I'm gonna be honest. Names AH was sipping a pina colada that game. That was that was a super chill game for him. I think adjustment wise, now they're going to Tycho Temple for game 2, which favors this exact competition and composition that OSU is aiming to perform. If I'm on the side of Stags, right? I'm down 0-1. I'm looking at the end of the season. We're gonna need to figure something out now. It's clear that the Finny Kai did not work. Something wasn't clicking in this combination. And we don't usually see these two characters paired together for Fairfield. Usually, Stragus is on a blink-based projectile character, which is why if you type exclamation mark Fairfield, it'll say the projectile prince. And we saw no Amy, and Estelle was picked away by Peanut Enjoy, one of his best picks. I think if you want an adjustment, I need to see this high go. And I'm not saying it's just Straigis' fault, but they look the best as a full team when he is on something that can layer behind Dropletto. The Amy and Estelle come to mind. I think if you are Fairfield, you need to grab one of those two. And if you're the side of OSU, I don't really think Juno, which is a character that's been getting banned a lot, is that great on Tycho. So you can switch out your ban for Juno to something you don't want to play against and focus on cracking the offense wide open to capitalize on how good of a first game you just had. Now, I don't think Fairfield's going to make it easy. But if I'm Fairfield, I'm looking for, I'd like to take away this Asher because that was way too powerful, and I'd like Straigis to be on Estelle. Just take the forward duo back. And then we did just see Phoenix bust out a Dubu for the first time, and I think that'd be incredibly appropriate here. Arguably his best map is Tycho. That's what I'd be looking at if I'm Fairfield with some adjustments. If you are on OSU, you're kind of sitting pretty because you know you're going to get something that you like, right? Honestly, Names AH has a champion Ocean. All right, so he's going to be just fine. But those are the things that I'm looking for in draft. As I noticed, it's just come up on screen. And it has looked like Fairfield has taken the Asher and paired it with Amy and is Whoa. Pocket pick alert. We've got Raz's midfield. I'll say it. I hate this pick. I don't care. I hate this pick. I think it's so Mickey Mouse, but people like it on Tycho, and it's Peanut Enjoyer's pocket pick, and he's my Pookie Bear, so I won't flame him too hard. But I just want you to think about how effective the offensive was, Brickbat, when Peanut Enjoyer was on a character that could score at a distance, and Rasmus does not do that. So I'm not a huge fan of it, but I understand the idea. On the side of, though, Fairfield, it's their exact comfort. This is exactly what they want. And I think they're going to have a lot more success with ball control because they have a Juno and Amy against double melee forward with Atlas. So I actually favor Fairfield's comp going into this. It'll remain to be seen, but there's the official Yap station. Brickbat, if you were in this game and you had to pick a team to play on, obviously Era is banned. But what would you feel more confident piloting, the Rasmus or the Amy? I know neither in your wheelhouse, but like if you're the midfielder sliding in here, which comp do you like playing around more?
I just have to agree. I got a feeling that Fairfield University has the composition that can play to the advantages that Tycho Temple will give him, right? Amy really good with the turret to stuff through the Atlas, which obviously no small feat on Tycho Temple, but that sustained continuous pressure enabled by all three characters, all of which have creations that could linger around for a while. I think that's going to be tough to deal with, especially like you mentioned, right? Double brawler here coming out from OSU. There's not a lot of core control built into that. So we'll see how they're going to be able to adapt when they do get the opportunity to actually try to dig the core out.
We'll see what happens. It is the battle of the Animal Kingdom, the Stags versus the Beavers for the 5th season, or 6th. I'm pretty sure it's the 5th, though. 5th season of the Collegiate Grand Finals. We've seen many history names, many teams, many different styles of play, and we'll see if OSU can win with their very special stamp of their own, as Peanut Enjoyer is already trying to make sure that this Rasmus midfield proves me wrong, and there's an aggressive first start to this game as both barriers go down.
Yeah, one thing I want to mention as well, the gear picks, double slicks coming out from the double brawlers of OSU. You mentioned how Peanut Enjoyer was able to swap up a lot of his finishing, a lot of his plays in that second part of the game. But with slick kicks instead, something demanding a little bit more core control and a little bit more selfish control, I wonder what Peanut Enjoyer is going to do maybe to take advantage of that.
I do kind of like it because when you're playing these characters, you have to take Strike Wars. There's literally no other option. And if you're stuck on either side of the map, you're not really going to cross the midfield line as much, whether you're on defense or offense. So we see teams opt in this double midfield style on maps where it's very difficult to run up and down the midfield line, and on characters where they don't get as much magged value, because the more speed your character has, the better magnetized Souls gets. So they opt into these double slicks as ways to mitigate some of that lack of core control at range, because they'll just have that much more speed. 12% more is a big number. We'll see if it actually pans out once the map's opened up. But I have faith that it's going to work. And it's going to be up to Names H to make sure that he plugs the holes that this defensive squad struggles with.
Yeah. Inflation right now, though, given an opportunity, the punch is going to be there, but it doesn't hit EDA Phoenix, which means that this clear is unfortunately going to be made. Names AH, though, still living the easy life on this Atlas, able to have a lot of space to work with. A KO actually going to be found now on Drepletto, and the score is not long after as well. Fairfield University going to be on the back foot coming into this game number 2 here.
I'll say it. Laplation is a little based for skipping Chungus size and going beast mode ad rush. Only the most professional comms from Vaughn when he's on the cast, but that's what I like to see, man. Size, you don't need that. Just hit him with the dash punch. We've been dash punching people for like 3 or more years now. It's the tried and true way, man. So, and honestly, the ad rush was the difference that they got that point, because the speed is just so hard to deal with. And Drepletto knows it too, because he's looking quite fast when he gets striking the ball. And as long as Stratus and Phoenix can get him the flip, once Atlas's secondary is burned, it's pretty much a guaranteed goal. So we'll see if they're able to actually get that, because the double slick speed is actually getting kind of difficult for the back line of Fairfield to get through.
Yeah, look at this corner offense that they have. A KO's actually going to be found too off the back of it. Drepletto now has to play defense, but the Asher is just too slow.
Beautiful.
Yeah, the yoink from Peanut and Jory just finds it a 3-0 set, and this one felt a little bit slower than the first set we saw last game, but still a dominant set nonetheless. Fairfield University looking to kind of collect the pieces of after getting kind of smashed.
No, let's go. This is so hype. I'm so down. I'm about to potentially watch a CCL team with no Nassel, no NASA, and not even a NAS-T starter win the entire thing. I've never seen it happen, and they are off to a blazing hot start. The Surge bulk up and CDR that they just picked up is everything they want. And if I'm Fairfield, my Asher's on Spectrain, my Juno's on Stinger, this is not what I'm looking for. Like, I can't stress this enough. If I'm on OSU, this is my game to lose. They have every tool they possibly can. And one thing that we haven't touched on is I'm almost positive that Phoenix has very little experience playing against Double Brawler. And in CCL, when characters and players don't have as much game time, that lack of familiarity is all it takes to put someone out of their comfort zone. Ooh, kind of like that. It's grand finals and pressure's on the line. If you've never been in this hot seat, guys, the first time you're in a grand finals, I don't care who you are, the nerves are there. And Phoenix, I'm going to have my eyes on them, because if Fairfield has a chance to win this game, it's going to have to come starting from the defense of Phoenix.
Absolutely cannot agree more, but right now the defensive is just not holding. Almost a goal found out of nowhere by OSU. The layering of strikes is there. The goalie is going to be gone as well. Laplation finds the KO, but no goal just quite yet. The Asher defensive is there as well. The Spectrating does a lot of damage, but not enough to take Laplation out. And a dash from Julie. Beautiful. Like you said, just amazing. Laplation giving us an absolute show right now. 2-0 lead again for OSU. They are looking to steamroll their way in this grand finals.
Now, this Laplation guy, he ate his Wheaties. He wants to win, man. And it really is coming down to 2 teams in grand finals where the newer players have a lot of responsibility on them. Stratus and Phoenix, only their second season ever alongside Laplation. But it doesn't feel like that. I'm watching Laplation go fucking crazy. I had to say it. He's an animal right now. I swear this is going to be the fastest grand finals I've ever watched. Like, I think they just scored 6 goals in like 4 minutes, Brickbat. I don't even know what Fairfield can do. The snowball is rolling, and I don't know what they can do to stop it.
Yeah, I swear I've only seen overtime like 3 times this series alone. Just feels like an absolute masterclass coming out from OSU. And with a hot shot denied from the Juliet, it feels like there's a little bit of a statement of confidence here. Just saying, we have all the tools we need to win. We're just going to deny your comeback mechanics. And we're putting ourselves in prime position to continue exactly the story that we've been telling, that we've been beating you, and you can't do anything about it.
Potentially match set, the last potential set of this entire season. And when this season started, the whole narrative was around who can beat NJIT. How do these teams still play when Fairfield looks so much stronger? But out of this, we see a team that no one had picked as the championship favorite piloting a comp that no other team is playing. Rasmus Julie like it's Amy's app. And there's an electric start to this game, as it's going to be up to the Stags to dig deep and find an answer, because it's never over until that last goal is scored. We're going to see if Fairfield has it. But this is where, if you're on the losing side, you need to dig deep, tell your teammates you got this, and just load back in for the next set.
Absolutely, and we see some offense of the sustained offense coming out from Fairfield, but it is immediately answered back. Peanut Enjoyer finds the cross clear with a whiplash. And that Rasmus is going to score yet another goal. But I think we have an explosive point coming up. We see more and more core flips now entering the equation. Both Strages and Dropletto going to have theirs in just a second. Peanut Enjoyer and Laplation obviously going to have theirs soon as well, which means that we might have some sparks flying at this point. A big decider point, it feels like, with all the resources on the line.
1 flip burned, 2 flips burned. The name of the game is who can use their flips most effectively. And one thing that is disadvantaged for Fairfield is that Atlas has the tools to really deal with a core flip, while Juno has to have her slimes up and hope they can mitigate the core speed coming through. Laplation instantly recognizes that Primary was down, able to punish that core flip as well. Dropletto just doesn't have the speed that he did on the Rasmus to punish this Asher or Atlas. And dare I say, Brickbat, the domination is not going to stop. I might just see my first 9-0 in CCL Grand's history. This one final point, and we have a new CCL champion, Brickbat.
Yeah, this might be it. Laplation has been on a roll, and there are no signs of stopping. Peanut Enjoyer, perhaps one of the most improved players in competitive OS history, is now looking to make his mark. Names AH is there too, but is still an integral part of the team. Not getting the spotlight today, but absolutely still having the chance to earn it. As we see 2 goalie barriers down, this Atlas still has to take the open net, but EDA Phoenix is now the one in charge, and it is just not there. Laplation and Peanut Enjoyer descends like a hawk. And right now, all of Fairfield, they don't look like deer, they look like mice. Esports at OSU going to be the ones to take it in an absolutely dominant fashion.
Oh, I mean, God, sometimes it is a storybook. Sometimes you're the captain of OSU, and you poured your life into season after season of CCL. You got these big dogs. You got the Threezy Breezies. You got the Sorens. You got all these guys. But at the end of the day, you take 2 fellas who you've been improving with, you've been practicing with for years, and it puts all together in probably the most dominant Grand Finals game I've seen in CCL history. And it's a real statement, because this team did not look touchable. This team did not look beatable. And I'll be honest, they looked confident the whole time as well. Their gameplay was truly spectacular. That was the second place team. They just 9-0 those guys in under 10 minutes. With that comp. That is a statement. There is no question now. There wasn't like if I had just done this 1 point right. No. OSU Black, the original name, the real fans in the chat know, are your CCL Fall 2025 champions. And I'll just go out and live and say it. I really want to give Laplation this finals MVP. My God, that guy really stepped up. That guy was the spark plug. I love that. I mean, the other 2 played fine, but the chaos that guy's finding, the pressure he had, that was some grade A brawling. Brawlers get it done. Even though this says Peanut Enjoyer, we knew from the start that these guys were getting the chip. Cinema.
Yeah, it was so beautiful. And there was this one moment that I didn't comment on, but I want to comment on now in the second to last point, where Laplation punched backwards on the Juliet just to get Peanut Enjoyer the core, because he knew that if he spent that resource, Peanut Enjoyer would be able to find the goal. And I think that trust that Laplation had put in his midfielder was so indicative of the entire series. It felt like Peanut Enjoyer and LaPlation were just on the same brainwave, that they had the whole situation figured out in their head together without even needing to speak a word. And of course, we went into this talking about Names AH's character pool, right? That had expanded over the course of time. We didn't see that here in this series, but that had been there in the woodworks as well the entire time. Peanut Enjoyer, like you mentioned, your favorite player here in the league, and absolutely showing us an amazing performance. But I have to agree with you, LaPlation, the star of this series, coming out of nowhere and really, really just showing how much him and his team has improved the entire time.
God, and while I'm sitting here just thinking about the run they had, there's really no question that this was the team to beat this weekend. They showed up in quite a spectacular way. And I'd like to give props as well. Let's be clear, Fairfield last season had two players who I don't even think had touched the game. I'm pretty sure EDA Phoenix was like bronze in their first CCL game, and Stratus had just hit the high elo of platinum for the first time. And for this team to come together, I always think that second place stings the most out of all the placements. I think second place is the toughest pill to swallow. But by no means was this season a failure. After last season, where they struggled to even place top 8 and they kind of fizzled out, they pushed through all of the teams over this last weekend, and that's not a failure. So I'd like to give a lot of props as well to those three. I'm enjoying seeing both Dropletto and Stratus compete in the BIS pipeline. I'm sure I'm going to see Stratus in Launchpad, so I'm going to be looking forward to seeing him there as well. And I'm also just hoping Phoenix comes back for another CCL season. I think this team is close. But not close enough, obviously, because we have the side of OSU absolutely crushing it. I'm hoping we can get them in for an interview. I'm really, really hoping with, I think, Dylan Surplus. So do you have anything else, Brickbat, that you want to mention?
I think it's been an amazing season out of these players. It really shows. I mean, you said it the best, right? Just hard work, grit, determination is enough for three players who've not showed themselves up in any other place in competitive OS to just take it against some monsters. And here we have it, right? Both these teams, right? 8th in Swiss and 6th in Swiss, right? Both 4-2 teams coming in and showing up in grand finals that's a treat to see. So I'm very excited to see what esports at OSU have to say in this upcoming interview. We're going to be going to a quick break, but we'll be back with Dylan Surplus and his interview of the grand finals champions of the CCL esports at OSU. We'll catch you around in just a few minutes.
Let's go, OSU!
4 national championships. That is how many team national championships Oregon State has won until now. Make it 5. Corvallis, Oregon, you have a brand new national champion. Esports at OSU is here in the call. We've got Peanut Enjoyer and Laplation on the camera. We have the entire team in voice here. Fellas, what are the initial thoughts? How are you feeling right now?
Very good.
Yeah.
We've been, a team that's been in CCL for a long time, sort of just grinding, I guess. I initially started playing Omega Strikers, again, because of CCL. So for me, this is like the main thing I'm always interested in. So being able to get that tourney and yeah, I don't know. It means a lot. It's really cool.
Laplation.
Being able to fix the mistake of replacing Zuni and not doing as well the season after, it's nice to get a win.
Absolutely. And the man of the hour, names.
Yeah, kind of as Reed mentioned, we've been in this for a long time, and this is actually the first season where we've had the same roster back to back. So being able to finally get a win on that same roster and having it be like, yes, we are improving over time felt really good.
Actually, names. I have another question.
Yeah.
As if you don't know, Oregon State is one of the pillar teams of CCL. They've been participating every single season, all 5 seasons, up there with SLU and St. Clair. There's a few others, of course, that have played. I think there's about 5 teams that have been in the season since its beginning. You are the key person that has held it all together. You're the common denominator between all of these teams here. You've been here the longest, and you've been playing since season 1 all the way back in 2023. How much work has gone into your rise to the top?
I mean, yeah, I've been in every single roster, and every single season has been either the biggest highs or the lowest lows I've ever seen. And I remember like the very first season where it was like, this was brand new. I'd picked up Omega Strikers for the first time, and I was like so out of my depth. And now, after all these seasons, I feel so much more confident. I wish a little bit that I was playing Brawler. The knowers know that I'm now a Brawler main, but I'm the only goalie here. I'll take it. Whatever. So I'm happy to hold down the net for these two lovely teammates I have.
Beautiful. And to your teammates, how much work has it been since picking up the game again, since coming onto the roster?
It's certainly been a lot. Yeah, a lot of scrims. I think we are a team that scrims a lot compared to most other CCL teams, from what I've seen, of course. We are constantly reaching out, trying to get weekly scrims going. And I think that pays off in the end. And it's just, yeah, we put in a lot.
And
Yeah.
really, the scrims is just thanks to names. Without him, I doubt we'd get nearly as many scrims as
He
we
runs
do.
everything.
He
He
does
runs
everything for us. We don't have to think. I've been late to a couple scrims. He always gets on me about that.
We don't talk about the Red Robin incident. We don't talk about
about Red Robin.
I won't bring it up. I won't bring it up. Don't worry. I mean, won't bring it up. Laplation, could you please preach about your Rasmus play?
You mean the one that doesn't exist anymore? It's
Preach.
gone. It's dead. It's no longer a thing. I cannot play the champ. I don't know what happened in between For the Crown and now. I just can't play it.
Okay. There you go. There you go. Fair enough. Fair enough. Oh my goodness, the chat is just going crazy about the Red Robin incident. I'm not bringing it up, but I just want to let you know that Holy is saying that it was Lap's fault. So
Yes, it was.
we're gonna clear the air there. Peanut Enjoyer, I think the question that's been on everybody's mind since the beginning of playoffs: how much peanut products have you been eating?
So, unfortunately, less than usual because I was actually sick during playoffs, and eating peanuts with a sore throat kind of sucks because they like scratch and whatever. But we still got some. I got 2 sort of medium planters. Now, knowers know from pictures I posted in the past. This is paltry. This is nothing. But we still got some peanuts. I needed a little, especially for those last games. You can't just. I mean, I just need them. I can't perform on the same level without them. So, made sure to have them. They're good. Keep a man refreshed.
Absolutely. And I mean, I just cracked into a brand new jar of peanut butter. This is just for you. So had to do that. But How do you do this? It is so thick. Or is there a method? Is there like a way to do it?
To do
Without
what?
just to like eat peanuts, eat peanut butter, so it doesn't just cake your mouth.
Well, peanuts, I often drink them like this.
Okay, so that's a strat.
For peanut butter, I mean, I pretty much always put it in a PB&J. I'm rarely eating it on its own. I got so much jelly and bread and peanut butter, just sort of in like a box in my room. The stash can always.
I mean,
dip
Spring
into that.
24 was that picture that kind of just blew up everywhere of like the two big things of peanuts.
Yeah.
And, like, was it Reese's peanut butter that you had? I think I
Adams,
know peanut butter was
probably.
on there. Yeah, I know peanut butter was on there.
Yeah,
But you just
no,
went
that
through
picture
all
was
of
a lot
it.
of fun. I ate a lot more peanuts that playoffs than I did now. There was, yeah, those big
I mean,
containers.
7 grams of protein per serving. We can
right.
see the
Damn
gains
right.
in your play today. Fellas, congratulations, of course, on this national championship victory. I know a lot went into it. Do you have anybody you want to shout out? Anything you want to say before we end the broadcast?
I've got so many people I want to shout out. All right, here I
Go
go.
for it.
First, we've got UCF. They've been a great scrim partners over this past season for us. P. Wisson in particular asked me for a shout out, so we got to give it to her. And then we also got Longhorn from last season. They're not in this season, but Maple, one of the best team captains ever. Always on time to their scrims, always responsive. And everyone else that we've scrimmed with, shout outs to Fairfield, GMU, all the top 6 teams. And then finally, shout out to Reed's mother. Got to get that in there too.
Moms make the world go round.
Yeah.
Peanut, you got anything you want to say? We'll start with you and then we'll go to Lab.
Okay. I wanted to shout out Names AH over here. Kind of stereotypical to shout out a teammate, but I feel like I see a lot of sort of on like streams and like pre-shows and whatnot of Glazy and of myself, and I just want to indicate that Names AH is the one who holds it all together. He's always the IGL. I don't even like look at other people playing, or I can't handle all the team caps and stuff. He keeps the whole team together, just makes it all run smoothly. Been here since the start. He's the go to the team, holds it all together.
Lab.
Yeah, again, Names, great person, great team captain, holds everything together. Also got to give it to our 2 subs who are always there to fill in, Holy OS and Zunicore. Even though he's not playing this season, he has other club responsibilities he's doing. He's still there and ready and willing to sub in if needed.
Love it. Love it, guys. Love it. Well, that will do it here. Let it be etched forever in history. Laplation OS, names are hard. Peanut Enjoyer, your fall 2025 Omega Strikers national champions. Before we wrap it up here, we have a few other thanks to give out as well. We want to thank you, the players, for playing with us this season. We will be back next season, so don't worry, we're not going anywhere. We're continuing on. I want to thank Saya and the rest of the Bestie and Slot crew and the casters for playing and working with us all weekend. I want to thank all the admins and all the officers that helped make everything possible. Trademark Coin. I'm not going to say thank you to myself because that's weird. Spirit Crab. All of the officers that have helped out in one form or another this season. You are what make this league great. And I'll give another thank you to the players, of course, because you guys are the reason we're here. And we will be back next semester. Fellas, congratulations yet again. And we will see you guys in spring 2026. Have a great night.
Thank you.